life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello everybody and welcome to a very special tournament and coverage here on chess.com, and that is of course coverage of the World Rapid Blitz Championships, one of my favorite tournaments of the year. This year taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan. It is a feast of chess over 5 days. The Rapid tournament takes place over 3 days. The Blitz tournament takes place over 2 days. And we're going to be bringing you all of the action here on chess.com. Of course, this is a World Championship tournament. And over the years, all of the top players have really said how much this means to them. So it will be no surprise that all of the big guns are currently in Almaty in Kazakhstan, both in the Open tournament and the Women's World Rapid and Blitz Championship as well. There are tons of prizes on the line. I'll go through that a little bit later as well. The prize fund has always been an impressive element of this tournament, an attractive element for a lot of players. Of course, there are a lot of players that come through as well as big underdogs and do very well. I'm, of course, International Master Lawrence Trent, and I am delighted to be here with my very good friend and super grandmaster in his own right, Grandmaster David Howe. David, absolutely delighted to be here to cover this tournament with you.
Yeah, Lawrence, it's a pleasure. As you said, it's one of the most exciting tournaments of the year. It's nice to be here, spending Christmas, spending New Year's with you as well. And I'm hoping everyone who does join us enjoys the spectacle. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. So much action. There's going to be so many kind of dramatic games as we go along over the next few days. And like you said, I'm looking forward to the surprises because there always are a few in this event.
There absolutely are. Remember, I was commentating live the last FIDE World Rapid Blitz actually in Warsaw, and we got to see Abdusattorov, shockingly from nowhere, this young 17-year-old, I think he was at the time, win the World Rapid. So plenty of surprises in store. I think what we should do is have a look at who is actually playing, or some of the top players in these events. Let's start with the women's section because we can see here are the top 12 participants, David. No surprise to see all the big guns out.
That's right. We see Kostenyuk, Katerina Lano, Tan Zhongyi, who recently qualified for the final of the women's candidates. So she's potentially a future world champion. Alexandra Goyachkina, one of the strongest, highest rated classical women's players. I mean, the list goes on. There's so many who could potentially win. There's so many former world champions in the women's field.
Yeah, it's an absolutely stacked field. Impossible to say, actually, who is the clear favourite in the women's section. And in the open section, well, again, one name stands out. Maybe not one name anymore. I look at this list, David, and I think, how many of these guys can actually win this tournament? And, of course, Magnus Carlson has won this a number of times. He's favourite on paper. But look at the other names joining him. So many talented players. Very, very difficult to pick a winner in this one as well.
Yeah, of course, there's Hikaru Nakamura, superstar, who's had a fantastic couple of years. There's Vachier-Lagrave, the current World Blitz champion. There's Nepomniachtchi, who's fighting for the classical world title soon. There's Grishuk, who's won several World Blitz titles. Anyone can win this. Maybe two big names missing, Ding Liren and Alireza Firouzja, but everyone else at the top of world chess. They're here and they're ready to go. They're ready to fight for those titles.
Absolutely. And if you're wondering how the Rapid tournament works, this is how it works. It's 13 rounds in the Open, 11 rounds in the Women's. It's a Swiss tournament, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per game. And of course, the the player with the most amount of points in this section after all rounds is the winner. If there is a tie, I believe there is a blitz tiebreak. We will cross that bridge if we need to. But this has been the standard format now for the Rapid tournament for a long, long time. We can see in the camera there, fantastic that we've got this live coverage, of course, and we can see none other than Hikaru Nakamura, who has really been in a rich vein of form recently, both rapid, classical as well. It's nice to see him at the board after such a successful streaming career as well. One of the most, if not the most watched pure chess channel online. It's really great to see Hikaru. He loves this tournament, David. He's been playing this tournament. I can remember him battling late 2000s, mid 2000s even, this tournament. A massively important tournament for him.
Exactly. He's been around a long time, and I think he does have a point to prove in this over-the-board format, because he's yet to win a gold medal. He's yet to win a title in the Rapid and Blitz. Of course, he won the Fischer Random just a few months ago. That was a huge breakthrough for Nakamura. But like you say, he's the boss of internet chess, of online chess. Can he transfer it to the board? And there we see Magnus as well, the ceremonial first move being made by one of the sponsors, maybe. We also saw the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, a moment ago. And some huge matchups in round one. I mean, we're seeing strong grandmasters face off. Usually we kind of ease into tournaments. Open tournaments are known for kind of maybe easier pairings round one, then you kind of step up as the rounds go along. But no, it's already we see world-class grandmasters sitting opposite opposite each other. It's just incredible.
Yeah, we were commenting just before we came on air, David, how round one already is. I'm expecting a number of upsets of sorts. For example, the young Tabatabai playing against Hikaru Nakamura. Tabatabai in his early 20s, extremely talented. Part of this new breed of Iranian superstar, is going to give Hikaru some problems for sure. You got Tersahakian playing against Magnus Carlson. Not a pushover at all with the white pieces. This is a game that Magnus is going to have to work extremely hard in if he's going to have to win today. You've got Yilmaz against Grishchuk, for example. Not an easy pairing for Grishchuk at all there, and the list really goes on. I expect a number of, at least a number of draws and probably the odd win from the underdog in the first round. We can see there also the women's section. You can see Katerina Latno there. She is a force to be reckoned with. Is just an extremely strong Rapid and Blitz player. Has crushed me every time I've played her. Relentless, and she is a big favorite for this tournament as well. We can see on screen Magnus Carlson there with the black pieces against Tersahakian. There is Alexandra Kostenyuk as well. What a fantastic time she had last year. I believe she got a gold and a silver. It was Abdusattorov who got the gold. I believe it was in the Rapid. And I think it was Alexandra who got the gold in the Blitz, if my memory serves me right. I could be wrong there, so apologies. It is still only 9 a.m. here, and I am getting to grips with the early starts. The games have kicked off.
Yeah,
and
we are off. And
we are off.
I think the players. Yes. Sorry, there. You mentioned, Lawrence, it's very early here in Europe, but the players, they are starting at 3 p.m., so they've had some time to warm up, had some time to get in the zone, do some last-minute preparation, and we do see the first few moves of the game between Tersahakian and Magnus Carlson. It's a French defense. Surprise for you?
Your old favorite, David. I remember when you were in short pants, you used to whip this out every tournament. It is a surprise for me. And especially this move here by Magnus Carlson on move 6. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. The move has been retracted. So he didn't play. I thought this. Oh, he did play knight c6. Wow, that's a very unusual move. I'll quickly go there. We have a well-known Winawa variation. But the move knight c6, not common at all, right, David?
Yeah, it's historically got a bad reputation, knight c6. Normally, black likes to put pressure immediately on white's pawn structure. Usually, the black queen comes out. For example, the move you're highlighting there, Lawrence, bringing the queen out to a5. The black queen can come to c7. Often the knight comes to e7. Black wants to castle, but knight c6 looks very sensible. It looks like a good square for the knight, but it doesn't really put any immediate pressure on. It doesn't create any immediate threats. And as we see, I think in the game, white's queen is just going to come out, and there we go. Some targets already. G7, extremely weak. Magnus, it feels like he's being provocative. This is his style in speed chess. It's brought him a lot of success in the past. But yeah, will he be rewarded? And I think this is the current position after queen g4.
Let's see, because a bunch of moves have been played. I'm going to put this queen g4, g6, h4, queen a5. So let's quickly go there. So h4 here. So black protected the pawn by moving it, but he creates all of these dark squared weaknesses around his king, which always, when you've got the the dark squared bishop here, feels very uncomfortable playing like this as black. But Magnus, of course, has got an idea. Queen a5, threatening via the pin c takes d4 or knight takes d4. That has been blocked by Tersahakian. And now h6. Clearly with the idea, I guess, David, of meeting the move h5 with g5, right?
Yeah, just trying to lock it up. But it does look superficial. As you say, the dark square weaknesses are not going away anytime soon. Long term, it feels so pleasant for white. And a4 is an interesting decision. If white hadn't played a4, black's queen might have occupied that square. Another typical plan, just locking things up, stopping white from making any progress on that flank. So a4, and Magnus closes things down immediately. Wow. I mean, committal decisions. We mentioned the time control, each side having 15 minutes on the clock. It doesn't sound like much, but it is plenty of time to think. And they've kind of raced into this position where both sides have committed significantly. It's going to be blocked. They'll be maneuvering for a while. But do you like this from Magnus Carlsen?
I mean,
I've got to say I'm skeptical.
Looks dead lost to me. I mean, strategically. I mean, what do you do after h5, for example, here?
Black has to block it up, right?
Well, then I go f4.
Yeah, I think Magnus's idea might be to play a move like f5 for black. Because, as you say, if things open up, white is just going to break through on those dark squares. So he wants to open it on his terms, Magnus. And black is doing okay in terms of development. Maybe this is the idea.
It has to be, right? Because if you do something else after f4, gf is obviously just losing immediately to queen g7.
Ouch.
Right? And you just lose the rook in the corner. So I'm very curious. And Tersahakian doesn't rush with h5. Instead plays the move knight f3, clearly seeing Magnus's idea. But I'm still very skeptical, David. I don't like this at all. But maybe it's okay. Bishop d7, queen f4.
This is the type of position where computers will always say white has an advantage. But Magnus, with his team around him, he will have studied intricacies in this type of position, and he will realize that actually there's no immediate breakthrough for white. The maneuvering will continue for a long time. I will mention Magnus's opponent, Tersahakian. Maybe he's not too familiar to our audience, but very strong Armenian grandmaster, part of the Armenian national team. I played him actually in the Olympiad in the summer, and his opening preparation is phenomenal. He prepared a line, I think I played once or twice in my career. He prepared against it, 25 moves deep, and he found a way to force a draw with black. Actually, I was on the ropes in that game, and I think these two played each other last year as well in the World Rapid Blitz Championship, and Tersahakian had Magnus on the ropes there. So yeah, it's not going to be an easy ride for the favorite of the tournament.
Definitely not. Queen f4 and rook h7 by Magnus Carlsen. Clear idea of defending this pawn on f7 so that he's able to castle long, but the rook doesn't really make a great impression on h7. Then again, Magnus is basically saying, well, I'm trying to close the position, so as long as there's no way for you to exploit this immediately, what's the big deal? I find it hard to believe, but
yeah, I can see your face, Lawrence. I can see that you're not impressed at all by black's play. It does look very superficial, as you mentioned, and that rook long-term on h7, it's going to be stuck there. I mean, it could be stuck there for the next 40, 50 moves. Yes, Magnus is okay on the other parts of the board, but it's all about the king side long-term. And yeah, I think he will be struggling. Unless we see Sahakian maybe lash out. I don't think White needs to rush. White can be patient, maybe improve his light squared bishop, improve his rook on h1, get the king to safety. Yeah, looking good for White in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I would take White all day here. Sahakian with more than enough time, 13 minutes on the clock. He has absolutely no need to rush here whatsoever. He can just think of what kind of plan. So let's discuss what kind of plan White and Black would be looking to employ here. Of course, the big problem for White at the moment is what to do with this kingside bishop. Hasn't found a way into the game. So do you try and maneuver it out via g3? For example, if I play a move like g3 here, I'm not really sure where I want to put this bishop yet. Do I just want to put it on g2? But no, that we have our answer. Knight h2, and I love the move.
Yeah, I mean, it crossed my mind knight h2, but it does feel a bit slow. As I mentioned, maybe there's the luxury of time here for White because the center is blocked. I guess the reason you like that move, Lawrence, is because the knight's coming to g4, potentially f6 afterwards. I guess it could be putting some pressure on the h6 pawn as well. Yeah, it's also cleared the path for the f pawn. You mentioned this kind of plan at some point of playing h5 and later pushing the white pawn to f4. Yes, the white queen's in the way a bit right now, but okay, after Magnus Castles, what else was he going to do? I'm expecting to see the move knight g4 almost instantly. Just, you got to be consistent with the plan, right? After knight g4, White also has the idea of rook h3 to f3, amping up the pressure on f7. Yeah, it's still hard to imagine Black doing anything on the other flank. Do you see anything for Black? We talked about White's plans now, the knight coming to g4. Maybe the light square bishop coming out as well via e2 now.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Black sometimes can, move this knight and take on a4. He self-pins there, and he would have to follow it up with b5 in order to hold the bishop. But that it's always awkward for Black. You can never really readjust your pieces. So Black is kind of in a weird position because his pieces feel a little bit offside to me. And yeah, so knight g4 has been played. So I guess and the other thing is that, of course, tempting move here might be to a lot of players to play the move h5. But I think this gives White a number of options. Firstly, you can actually just go back, reroute the knight, and now you've got a beautiful outpost on g5. Secondly, the move knight f6 isn't actually that silly either, because after takes, you can maybe contemplate taking the pawn. You might run into some e5 stuff, though. I've just got to be a nice little idea here for Black is that e5 might work. And after takes, you can take. We can't take back because of the pin down the e-file.
Yeah. So one thing, sorry, I love that variation, Lawrence. But one thing, a student of mine actually told me, he was like 10 years old, I think at the time. He said, if you can get the break e5 as Black in the French defense, it's great. Basically, you're going to win as Black if you can manage to break out and free your light squared bishop. Yeah. So you're right, knight f6 tempting, but maybe not in this exact position.
Precisely. That being said, if you do go back to h2, Black has kind of found a way also to secure an outpost for himself on f5. But okay, rook f8 played by Magnus Carlson. Again, a kind of trying to not commit too much here.
Yeah, but what is the idea? I mean, like you said, not commit too much, but you've got two rooks, which are very powerful pieces, defending just the f7 pawn. Is the idea to break out with f6 at some point? Is the idea an active one?
I think one of his ideas is actually to move this queen back to d8, to bring the queen back into action, and then maybe play a move like f6 or f5. That looks logical to me.
Yeah, and that begs the question. White has maybe two moves before Black fulfills the plan, kind of makes that breakout of pushing f6. How can White prevent that? Is rook h3 to f3 still on the cards, for example, just to clamp down, control the f6 square? Could White push h5? Yeah, there's plenty of questions. Do you jump in with the knight to f6 just to block up Black's rooks, lock the position further?
I've been wondering something like takes, and then a move like queen d8. Are we
Do you want an
worried
endgame?
about. Well, I mean, even let's say like this, I'm just curious how this looks. Maybe G4 here exists. I don't know.
Yeah, and again, if
But
black can block, put the knight on F5. Maybe.
yeah, something like this. But I've got G4.
I think
Still
we're both
looks.
biased here, right? We're both 1e4 players. We want the white pieces by nature.
Yes. Maybe it's not so bad for Magnus. And it's the sort of position where he manages to always kind of wriggle and squirm in. Okay, Bishop E2. Again, Abdusattorov clearly in this game is just not committing, right, to any big decisions just yet. He's saying, I want to keep my options open, see what Magnus wants to do. I fully expect to move Queen D8 here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the only move to make sense of Magnus's previous ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
His previous maneuvers. And I mean, Abdusattorov, I'm just so impressed by the fact that he's keeping pace on the clock. A lot of players, when Magnus plays this provocatively, this kind of strangely in the opening, a lot of players burn their time on the clock and get punished later. Extremely impressive, I've got to say, by Abdusattorov. Bishop E2, solid move, doesn't change the nature, doesn't really pose too many questions, but he's playing quickly, and that's all he needs to do. I'm expecting Queen D8, as you say, and maybe Rook H3, maybe another non-committal move. Maybe White just keeps the king nice and safely tucked away on F1, G1 at some point. I'm still loving White's position, I've got to say. We could see a big upset in this first round, potentially.
Yeah, and it wouldn't, I think, be the first time that Magnus has had a bad start to these tournaments. He always manages to stick around, though, right? He's always going to be there at the end, at least. When I first saw the pairing, I wasn't excited for Magnus because, as you said, he's so well prepared, younger guy. Magnus is black. I was kind of curious how he was going to play this game. And we see it. Okay, Queen D8 on the board. Yeah. And, well, okay. So now the question is what to do as White.
Yeah, I mean, my first instinct in any position is always to ask what would happen if I do nothing. So, for example, if White plays a non-committal move like Rook, or actually Rook H3 is potentially not the best square if Black does play F6 because it is on the same diagonal as Black's light squared bishop. But just as an example, if White does nothing, the breakout potentially now with, I mean, maybe even E5, but F6, Knight takes F6, just swapping pieces off. Maybe that's Black's main idea. Then, if the opponent does have a threat, how do we stop it? That's the next question. And Knight F6 is a bit tempting to me, at least. I don't know. Yeah. I just feel like that endgame that you showed earlier, Lawrence, with the queens coming off, feels favorable for White and less risk.
I'm going to put that on the board. I'll put that on the board in a second. I've also seen another idea. Let's say White plays a non-committal move, a move like King F1, let's say, which he's not going to play. But maybe the move F5 also exists. And the point is that on Knight E3, Black has got a beautiful concept in the form of G5, which is a lovely idea. The point being that Black manages to get out of the pin because the queen is attacked and the rook is attacked. It's a cute little idea that's available in this position. That's not going to happen, of course, but that is an idea that is on the cards. What David was saying is that the move Knight F6 here takes, and now takes is also available, because even with the pawn on F6, it's very interesting, because the pawn on F6 can actually be a very useful wedge a bit later on. And now if Black plays E5, which looks kind of reasonable, maybe White just says, okay, so what? Takes. Not even
Bishop
sure.
Bishop E3, maybe.
Bishop E3, yeah. You can even cheekily threaten this pawn.
Put the white pawn on A5, push F3, G4 eventually. It's still that rook on H7. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, what are you doing, mate? What's that rook doing? How are you going to get out? It's going to take 5 or 6 moves for Black. And in the meantime, White will have built up.
Yeah, this looks horrible for Black.
Yeah, but okay, Tersahakian didn't go for this. It looks like he shuffled his queen to g3 instead. A bit mysterious, but getting out of the vision of the f8 rook.
Mm-hmm.
Getting ready maybe to meet f5, the idea you suggested, either by taking en passant or just retreating the white knight. Interesting idea again by Tersahakian. Just he's so patient, he's so calm, and that could be disconcerting for Magnus right now.
Yeah, just not committing. Just every move is just asking Magnus, well, if you want to make the first serious commitment, you can. But breaking news. Let's go to another pairing. When I first saw it, and I mentioned it in the introduction today, I wasn't excited for one of the big favorites. That is Hikaru Nakamura playing black against Armin Tabatabai. And we have this position, David. The bar is fully up the other end of the board. Stone dead lost for Hikaru Nakamura in round 1. Wow. I mean, this is shocking stuff. G6 just played. Hang on. Why can't I just take that? Bishop takes G6.
You ask a very good question, Lawrence. I was trying to figure it out myself. It looks like white can win the pawn back. White had sacrificed a pawn, but you can win the pawn back with interest. Black's king is going to be open if you capture on G6. We should mention if black takes back that bishop, then everything drops. Rook takes E6, followed by rook takes G6, rook takes D5, everything. Is Hikaru's idea to go bishop G5 maybe in this position? That white knight looks fantastic. He needs to get rid of that piece somehow, but
now we can at least take on E6, right? Because we're attacking the rook.
Yeah.
You have to take back, and I can even chop another pawn because I'm threatening mate here. No, this is a catastrophe for Hikaru.
Disaster. Look at his body language as well. You can, okay, now he looks up, but he had his head in his hands. That's not that's not how we are used to seeing Hikaru, especially in Blitz Rapid Chess. This looks deadly. I think in the current position as well, if we go back, bishop takes G6 is just one option. You can also consider, for example, taking on E6 and then queen E3. You can consider rook takes E6 sacrifices. Plenty of maybe this is kind of a less ambitious approach, but you will win at least 1 or 2 pawns back. Yeah.
Well,
okay. Bishop takes G6. Bishop G5 has happened.
Yeah. And now Tabatabai is just going to take on E6 and take on B7, and he's going to have what's the pawn count there? He's only going to be 1 pawn up, but with an attack, and actually it's impossible to stop. You have to go bishop E7 here.
Yeah, you have to drop back.
And now rook,
dropping back with the queen would have cost another pawn.
Does this exist?
Wow,
it's not necessary to. No, it's not. It's. Oh no, I'm dropping the bishop ED, and I blundered my bishop. You see. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. Okay, we don't need to be overly flashy here.
You're sharp for such an early hour in the morning, though. I'm impressed.
Okay, what is the move?
As you say, there's options.
What's the clean way?
I mean, for example,
bishop F5. For example,
you could.
No.
Wow, bishop F5, Lawrence. Just overloading black's pieces. I guess there you have to calculate moves such as rook to B8. Rook A to B8.
Weird,
maybe we can show that variation. Bishop F5.
Yeah. So if you take with the rook, I take your rook. If you take with the pawn, it's clear that in the worst case scenario, I take here and it's losing. So you would have to go rook A, B8. And now I was wondering if I take on E6, take and just move the queen. Is this ridiculous?
It's not ridiculous at all. I love how you put the queen on A7, defending F2.
Yeah, but you have got rook A8, and then maybe, it might not be enough. Because if on rook A8, what do I do? Apparently it's win. Oh, I've got queen takes E7. What am I doing? Excuse me.
Or maybe even last move.
I can just do it here. What am I? Yeah, but actually it's probably better because then there's no rook takes B2. Maybe this is good enough to win.
Wow. And this requires some calculation. I mean, this is not easy to see. Bishop F5 just visually is maybe the most difficult move in this variation. But he has time. He has 11 minutes here to Tabatabai. Yeah, very strong Iranian player, 21 years old. Wow. Big shock on the cards.
Huge shock on the cards. Of course, everybody watching do not fear. We will look at the women's section as well. We're just concentrating on these two amazing games to start with, because two of the big favorites potentially already in trouble. Just breezing through the women's games out the corner of my eye. No big surprises thus far. So looks like round one there is going to pretty much go to plan for a lot of these top players, but not in the open section. The Magnus game is also completely heating up, but I think we should stay here, David, because Tabatabai is on the verge of causing a huge upset. And, you know, a loss is massive already this early because, you know, unlike the Blitz tournament, the Rapid Championship is only 15 rounds. There's all kinds of tie breaks that go against you if you lose early. So this will be a huge loss if Tabatabai can just keep his nerve. Massive lead on the clock as well. So, you know, it's not going to be that complicated for him to calculate knight takes e6, queen takes b7, and go from there. This should be a piece of cake.
Exactly, especially with 10 minutes on the clock. And Nakamura, I mean, for me, this is an even bigger shock because he's been in such good form recently. He won, of course, the Speed Chess Championship. He's been winning pretty much every Title Tuesday he plays in. And to be in this much trouble this soon, it's incredible. I mean, Tabatabai, we've got to give him credit for the opening preparation. I must admit, I haven't seen the first few moves of this game, but just the fact he had so much time on his clock, Nakamura on the back foot so early. This feels like Nakamura's run into a real bomb on the board. It's just sometimes this stuff happens. You can't avoid it. Better get it out early. Like you say, it's a long tournament, 13 rounds, but it's not a great start to his aspirations for a world title, another world title. And knight takes e6. The more I look at it, as you say, Lawrence, the more killer it appears. I think you'll find it. It's the first move you look at, a simple capture. But it's that bishop f5 move, 3 moves into that variation. Maybe we can look at it one more time just to see whether black has any defensive resources. Knight takes, queen takes b7, very natural, threatening mate. And
you have
b7,
to play bishop e7 because if you go queen e7, then I can just take, and now, yeah, you might have bishop c5, but I can go rook e2, worst case scenario. And there's just no way the top player survives here. 2 pawns down, should be relatively easy conversion. So you have to try bishop e7. And now really the move, I mean, I'll be honest with you, this is the move, I'm not using assistance here. This is the move that screamed out to me because I'm looking at the e-file, I'm looking at the e6 pawn. I can see out the corner of my eye that, you know, some kind of counterplay might be there. So I know I have to act quickly. Bishop f5 looks completely logical to me. Yeah,
I mean, I missed this move, I must say, but it is no surprise that something's in the air. I mean, your instincts, your spidey senses are telling you that black's position is falling apart, especially with such an open king on the light squares. So bishop f5 is the killer touch. Will he find it? I think that's the big question. He has taken on e6, so he just needs to capture on b7. He's about to move again to Tabatabai. This bishop f5 move, I think it might be one of the moves of the tournament, even at this early stage, if he does find it. I just can't see anything for black. You can't defend e6. As we mentioned, if e takes f5 here, the bishop on e7 drops. If rook takes f5, the rook on a8 drops. I mean, this is just game over. You can't, I mean, you just can't play anything. I just don't see how black can even fight on.
No.
What a move.
But no.
Okay, he doesn't play it.
It doesn't play. That's actually slightly surprised me. H4. Wow.
Yeah,
what's his idea after bishop e7?
Is the idea just queen e3, swing across, attack a couple of pawns? Maybe he wants an endgame 2 pawns up like we showed earlier.
That could be the point.
How do you defend this?
Also looks terrible to defend.
Yeah.
Just terrible.
Play king g7 and battle on in one of those endgames, but yeah, like you say, it's not fun.
This is horrible. This is just horrible. This is miserable to defend. D5 is almost certainly going to be lost.
Yeah, maybe credit to Tabatabai. He didn't find the tactical blow, but this looks good enough. Bishop f6, maybe just h5.
H5, yeah. And if you take, I take on d5. and you can't take because now your king is even in trouble. This looks like, yeah, I mean, whatever. Something like this is going to be mate. Also looks hopeless. Slightly surprising because I think bishop f5 is very findable, but let's see, h4, bishop e7 on the board. And let's see now if Tabatabai follows through with his move. I mean, what else is he going to do here? Queen e3 is just begging to be played.
Yeah,
he could go bishop b. He could go bishop b1 if he just wanted to play super kind of direct. Also, come in this way. Rook f6 maybe, but no. Queen e3 has been played. And Hikaru's got no choice except to go into the ending.
Yeah, Queen e3 just looks very powerful. I mean, h6 you can't allow to fall, so you pretty much have to play king g7, I feel.
Yes.
And from there, it's all very, very logical. It's very consistent. You just take a pawn. You keep playing against that black king. Keep going on the attack.
Maybe he'll defend the pawn.
You can limit the damage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And now
this would be classic Hikaru.
Yes.
Just defending one pawn down and holding somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Tabatabai will be disgusted if he doesn't win this, though, because really the chances there. But you can see the swindle opportunities in an ending like this. This is not. Hikaru has saved worse positions in this. Believe it or not.
This is true. He saved worse than this against me many, many times.
Many times.
He always seems to find a way.
Yes.
Yeah. And king g7 on the board. Yeah.
King g7 indeed.
I've played Tabatabai as... Sorry, Lawrence. I've played Tabatabai as well, and his endgame technique is actually really, really strong. In the Grand Prix series, just from last year, he won some really nice endgames. I think he even beat Wesley So in an endgame. So I do see some people in the chat saying Hikaru defends such positions for breakfast, which is right, but this one is going to be an uphill struggle. And rook f6, meanwhile. Oh no, not rook f6, bishop f6. He's clinging on for dear life. That variation you showed is on the board.
Yeah,
and
rook fd8 also on the board. Maybe you don't have to move the b pawn because bishop takes b2 runs into rook e7 check. So maybe you can be a bit more clever here.
What about your move rook d3?
And he just played it.
Yeah.
Rook d3, beautiful. And now rook f3 is a massive threat. Rook c8.
Hikaru ignores the threat. Now it looks like rook f3 is surely
rook
a killer
f3,
blow.
Rook f8. Rook f3, rook f8.
Rook d6 there, maybe.
Oh, and that's nice. And if rook cd8, rook f takes f6. That's a really important line. So rook f3, rook f8. Now if you go here, point is this runs into the lovely. Yeah, this works. Rook f takes f6, and the rooks are overloaded. Okay.
What a square of rooks there. You nearly never see that pattern. Really nice tactic, geometry.
Yeah, and rook d6, d4, rook d7 check. If you try and hold on, worst case scenario, you take this pawn. Best case scenario, that might be made. I don't know exactly how. Maybe some move like how to do this. Rook f5 or something. Rook f4, rook f5.
Yeah, you're basically choosing from 10 very strong moves here.
Yeah.
Nice luxury to have. Maybe rook c7 is the only defense, just to cover the 7th rank. Try and take on b2. I think that's what
I see. Rook c7, yes. Oops, rook c7. Yeah, and now the question is...
What's the question, Lawrence?
Still not easy. Still requires a bit of a touch here.
Yeah, but I mean, just put the pawn on b3, just advance the white king. Black is totally frozen in this position. Black has to put the pawn on d4, but the pawn on d4 is not going anywhere. It's stuck. Sooner or later, those f and g pawns will make the difference. Okay, and now maybe just swap a pair of rooks. Rook e6.
Something like this.
You're right, though. Hikaru has saved positions similar or worse to this one.
But this is really bad, right? Because the d pawn is under control. The bishop on g6 is cemented. The white king can just come floating in. I find it very... And he's got the advantage on time. I find it very... Oh, we have had some action. So hold on a second. So it went rook f3, rook d6. He did take on b2, allowing the check, king h8. And this is the position. Now you can even go... Can you go... Ooh, rook b3, bishop d4 is what Hikaru is counting on, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a checkmate because Black's king can hide on h8, g8.
Right.
I guess there's various ways to try and keep things simple. I mean, you can, for example, take on f8 and take on b7, I was going to say, but actually that's not so simple.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maybe there's ways. Yeah, I was going to say at some point you come round, maybe take the h6 pawn, but Black is hitting f2 in many variations. Yeah, this one...
You can still play rook a7 here, but
yeah,
it's not...
Bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5,
Black is kind of surviving.
Yeah, and this kind of ending is never winning for white. You would have to go...
You don't want to risk it.
No, you would have to go passive, and I actually think Hikaru holds this position here.
So maybe your rook b3 move, Lawrence. Let's try it.
B3.
Just to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Go for checkmate.
Bishop d4.
Take on b7 potentially. Then rook takes
f2.
f2.
Rook takes f2.
Now rook c1.
And look, the bar has gone nuts because rook c1 is coming, and this is just one check because g7 is covered. Oh no, wait, we can play rook g7, right? Maybe rook g7, we just go king f8.
Wow. And white's king is the one that's toast.
That's amazing. Wow, and you can just feel like Tabatabai is getting nervous now, can't you?
Yeah. Wow, Hikaru, how does he do it? How does he pose these difficult questions to his opponent?
I have no idea.
I mean, he's still lost. He's still, barely surviving, but somehow it's not easy for white anymore. Is there a way of... Okay, he swaps one pair of rooks, but he's going for this variation we discussed. Will Hikaru survive? Bishop takes a3. About to be played.
He's going to do this. Yeah, I'm not in love with this. Even bishop d4 immediately exists, right? And the bar is just shot right down.
Actually, you're right. Maybe bishop d4.
Bishop d4
takes a3. Maybe white plays f4.
Bishop takes a3, f4 is an interesting idea. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay. Bishop a3, f4. Even this, I'm not convinced, is winning. But you're right. You're absolutely right. He did take on a3. Okay. And are we going to get this boring rook a7, bishop c5, rook a2? I don't see Hikaru losing this almost ever, to be fair.
Yeah. I think anyone else in the world, other than maybe Magnus and Hikaru, you would think that white is winning. But those two you would back to save this endgame. And, okay, we've got it on the board. White's a pawn up, but black is going to get active soon. The king can start coming. The black king. Yeah, it's still going to be an uphill struggle, we've got to say. Objectively, white is still the only one who can win in the driver's seat. White will push those pawns eventually.
Maybe what we can do is we can go back to the Magnus game because this is going to be a bit of a grind now. It's just a case of, is Tabatabai going to find something here or not? Let's go back to the Magnus game because That is absolutely wild. Rook f2 on the
Wow.
board. Well, Magnus has got a draw in hand if he wants. Oh no, he doesn't quite. I was thinking, well, it's a complete. Can you go rook h2 check? No, he goes queen b1, threatening mate on h1.
He wants much more than the draw, Magnus.
Yeah.
I don't think he would
Rook
ever even
f1.
consider trying to bail out here.
But now
Maybe
we
at the
can,
minimum,
like,
you could give a check.
check and take on e5.
Exactly. You get rid of one pawn. What's the count? Black's one pawn up.
Yeah,
No time to take the black knight because white's queen is hanging. Yeah, I love it, Lawrence. Queen b2 check.
That's what he will do as well. That is classic Magnus. Yeah. He'll see that's a risk-free way of playing.
Yeah, and the black c pawn as well is going to decide the game later. And why not play it safe? Don't think you should get carried away with any rook h2 ideas. Queen e4 checks on the radar as well, maybe. But your move, queen b2, looks the most accurate and the most simple. Also, look at the clocks. Tessahakian down at 13 seconds. I was praising his clock handling earlier, but it's changed. And yeah, he's just too strong when things get messy, Magnus. He's good at messes. He's good at endgame grinds. He's the full package. And he's going to get a win as black. That could be huge. Confidence boost as well if he sees his main rival, Hikaru, slip up.
He does go for queen e4 check. Interesting.
Same idea, though, I think.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
Bishop f3, queen takes e5. But now it's slightly different. Because yeah, exactly, because now the d5 pawn is protected, so I can take on g6. So...
yeah. Your move order was more accurate. It feels like still black's doing well, but yeah, the difference was that now white's d pawn is protected, right?
Exactly.
White suddenly can try and bail out into an endgame.
Yeah, there are some endings which white can definitely fight hard in here. Remember, you get 10 seconds bonus per move. So queen e4 makes a bunch of sense.
To trade or not to trade? That is the question. I think I would keep queens on the board, Lawrence. I don't know about you. Queen and knight normally work pretty well together.
So a move like queen g7.
You might have to go back. That's the problem. And white's queen and bishop are lined up towards the black king. White could play d6 there, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
suddenly all three results are possible.
Yeah. Depends how ambitious Magnus wants to be here. Because, of course... Well, no, I don't see it clear here at all, actually.
Yeah, if you take the queens off the board, that white g pawn might be a big factor in the endgame. Like you say, not clear at all. It's not even clear who's better in that endgame if the queens disappear. It's not clear who's better suddenly with the queens on the board. Yeah, I mean, we said it was the same idea, this queen e4 check rather than queen b2 just a few moments ago, but maybe it was a massive difference. Maybe that was the difference between an immediate win and an endgame where he's got to, win it all again. He's got to fight.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Just a
Do you think
little...
we'll see a scenario, Lawrence? Oh, sorry, you go.
No, I was going to say, just because I'm sure a lot of people are asking what's going on in the women's section. I will say there is a massive upset on the cards on board one. Baira Kovanova, who I don't know very well at all, assuming she's from Russia, has actually got a really, really good position against Kostenyuk. And Olga Badelka, I was mentioning her as well off stream, has beaten Katerina Lachno in round one with the black pieces. Olga, on the FIDE rapid list, is rated 2238, but we all know she's a 2500 FIDE rated player, so massively deceptive rating that she has in rapid. But she's beaten one of the big favorites, Katerina Lachno. Massive result there, as has Alina Bivol. She's also much stronger than the 2179 rating that she posts has beaten Bela Kontanashvili, another solid pro. So very surprising. But let's stick with this game. Is this so clear now? Bishop d5, c3. Okay. And now it's over to Tersahakian. What is he going to do after c3? Does he go passive with rook c1? Rook f7 exists, threatening rook c7 check. I like rook f7 because d7 is also on the cards there. And he does. Rook f7, rook e2 check. Played.
Yeah. Still a 3-result game, right? I mean, the clock could be a big factor here, though. Tersahakian under 10, 15 seconds most of the time. But the Black King is not fully out of danger. Looks like it's in a mating net. And what has happened there? He looks like he has just allowed some type of check, or has he put his king on d8? This is the current position. Okay, Black's one move away from playing rook e1 and promoting to a new queen. White has 7 seconds and 1 move, and he just resigns.
Yeah.
Wow. I think he just panicked there. There was maybe no defense anyway, but wow. I mean, Magnus working the magic.
Yeah, I think there was no defense by now. It feels like something went wrong around here. Very difficult to say exactly what, though, because actually after this, rook e1, there's just no defense to walking home the pawn. Massive result for Magnus in a very tough game to start things off. Massive result. In other news, should we go back to the Tabatabai ending, because that's still going on? Nepomniachtchi has won his game against Levan Pansulaya. That was one of the matchups that I thought was a pretty easy, guessable result there, because Levan, he's a strong player, strong grandmaster from Georgia, but way past his prime. Grishchuk has beaten Yilmaz, which is also... Oh, no, sorry, I beg your pardon. Grishchuk has not yet beaten Yilmaz. They are still playing. Fabiano, also against the young Linchevsky. Doesn't look like he's got much going on. So a whole bunch of stuff. MVL has drawn against Kovalyov as well. So a lot of upsets in inverted commas taking place. All right.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we do see Hikaru fighting for his life. He's actually up on the clock now here as Black. The Black Rook and Bishop are very, very active, but that Black King is it in a mating net. And Tabatabai pushing pawns. He's got some ideas of pushing with g5, followed by pushing White's pawn to h6, and then trapping Black's king on the back rank. Hikaru here, he's calculating whether he can give a check with his rook. Does he push the d-pawn? He pushes his own pawn, but okay, now it feels like White surely has a way through. Surely White can break now with a move such as g5 or rook d7. Oof. Hikaru here, he's battled so well. I mean, we called it earlier. He does defend games like this for breakfast, and is he on course to do the same again? I think Tabatabai is missing a trick, though. He could just repeat moves, give a couple of checks with the white rook, gain 20 seconds on the clock. Plays rook d7, but now rook c4 check, and the f-pawn drops.
Yeah, and maybe that with it.
Yeah.
No, that's a bread and butter draw for Hikaru. No, rook c... Oh, he goes d2. That's kind of surprises me.
Wow,
and now
Hikaru's playing for the win.
Yeah, Hikaru thinks he's not risking anything here. That's incredible to me. Rook c4. And he wants to go rook c4, check king f5. Rook takes f4 and d1 queen. David,
wow.
Look at this. Look at this little tactic here. And d1 queen discover check. Oh my goodness.
Incredible.
That's
incredible
what he wants, I'm
idea.
sure. So after rook c4 check, do you have to play with like king e5?
Mm-hmm. But suddenly Black has ideas like bishop b2 check, maybe putting something on d4 to block the...
But now I can go king f5.
Block the white rook there.
Ah, now you want to go, sorry.
At the very minimum, rook d4.
Oof.
And
I can
how do you stop the d-pawn?
Well, I don't lose. I can go bishop f7, take, and go bishop b3.
Mm-hmm. And this endgame most likely will be a draw. But,
yes.
Okay, that position is on the board after king e5. Does Hikaru have more? Does he take on f4 anyway? Okay, he gave a
Bishop
check.
E2, king
White's king is
E6.
advancing.
Yeah, similar idea. Rook d4 played. Yeah, and now he's gonna make a draw.
Yeah, he does go for safety. He takes and he'll block with the white bishop, but I think Hikaru can just sit on that position. I think he can just put the black king on g7 and say, you can't break through on the dark squares. Miracle save here from the American, from Hikaru Nakamura.
Incredible.
What an endgame player he is.
Yeah, I think they'll agree.
Any chances here,
here,
you think, Lawrence?
No, because also the bishop can just give itself up for the f pawn, and we have a classical theoretical draw. I actually expect them to agree a draw almost, in the next 3 moves, basically.
You're a fortune teller, Lawrence. They have just shaken hands. It is a draw.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. What a save by Hikaru Nakamura. A lot of people, you said in chat, had no concerns. I tell you what, I was concerned. If we go back to here, this was the key position for me. Queen takes b7, bishop b7, and now the move bishop f5. Not that difficult a tactic to see. I think was a really straightforward way to convert this advantage. Black can't deal with all the threats. Tabatabai clearly very disappointed because you don't get this kind of position against Hikaru every day of the week. But it's a missed
missed opportunity. But yeah, we got to give credit fully to Hikaru for those defensive skills. That's what's needed to win these world titles. You need to. I mean, you will have 4 or 5 bad games in a 13-round tournament, but you need to cling on and survive when that happens. And there must be still some games going, Lawrence.
Yep, let's go to another fan favorite, Richard Rapport, playing against the young Vachier-Lagrave, part of that incredible Uzbek gold-winning Olympiad team. For those of you who don't know or don't remember, this young Uzbek team, which was ranked something like 20th or 15th, going into the Olympiad, won the entire event. An incredible feat by an incredibly talented team. Vachier-Lagrave being part of that team, playing against Richard Rapport, but his position looks toast because of you've got the same color bishops here as white. I think you can resign here with a clear conscience as black. White will play h4, he'll play king e3, he'll play g4, f4, g5. He will then mop up the b pawn. Maybe he doesn't even need to mop up the b pawn.
Yeah, there was one final trick, Lawrence. If white hadn't played king e3, if white had played h4, for example, then black would have played the bishop back to f7 and round to g6. Suddenly, black is saving the game, I think. So there was one final trick. There's always a last trick in chess. And therefore, Richard, I think correctly, drops his king back. But can Vachier-Lagrave go for those white pawns? That's the final question.
Wow.
Maybe he can.
Surely there's a way.
It's a lot of pawns, though.
h4?
Okay.
Why can't I put all my pawns on f4, g3, and f4? f4, g3, h4.
It's a bit similar to earlier. If black can somehow give up his bishop for the white g and f pawns, it is a draw. It's the wrong color. h8 does not match the white bishop. So some chances, but like you say, surely white is winning here. Surely white has enough time to go king c3.
King c3. I see absolutely no reason why. King e5. Okay, so king takes b2, king f4. Just h5, h6.
Yeah, why is the bar in the middle, though? It looks like it's completely winning for white.
Wow.
3 pawns.
Is this not winning? Surely the bar is wrong here. Surely.
I don't see a defense. Wow, bishop f7 is clever, though, from Vachier-Lagrave. He's immobilized the white h-pawn. King g3 is coming. And he's not going to take on h4, the black king. He's going to take on g2. He's going to leave the white h-pawn alive. Is this...
Wow.
Could we see another miracle? I mean, how many endgame saves have we already seen today? And, okay, Richard has a few seconds. Does he push the g-pawn? Does he improve the white bishop? King g3 is coming. Next move, no matter what.
What is the way to win this? That's a great question. It's not straightforward. King d4 played. Surely king g3 is the only move here. What else can you do? And what is Rapport going to do? Clearly very, very concerned.
Yeah, rightly so. I think two of his pawns are dropping. You can't save the g-pawn, and how do you ever push the h-pawn forward? I don't think you can. Oh, Rapport dropped very low on the clock there. Just a few seconds remaining. I think he's out of luck here, Rapport. It looked so winning for white, but maybe he just chose the wrong square for his king earlier. White's king maybe went too far away. And, okay, black can take on g2. Take that pawn. It's the only way to draw the game, but it will be enough. Surely. Although the bar's reacted again in white's favor, Lawrence.
King takes g2, and the point is if you go f4 check, I go king g3. Yeah, and that is probably a draw.
But maybe Rapport's idea is to bring the white king to g5 as soon as the black king moves. Maybe he's won it again.
Bishop e8. Played by Vachier-Lagrave. Trying. He's going to come to g5 this way. King takes h4. g4. Yeah, but this is now a pretty simple win because now the pawn just marches in. You can't even give up the bishop for one pawn now. So he's going to try bishop g5, but g5. Yeah, and Vachier-Lagrave is not going to save this position.
Yeah, no chance anymore. And I think Vachier-Lagrave wasted one move with his bishop, and that was enough. He played bishop h5. I'm not sure he needed to. Lost the tempo, and that gave white's king enough time to race across. Okay, no miracle save. It looks like Rapport managed to cling on to this winning endgame. And good technique here from Rapport, just moving his king across. He's just going to put that white king on h6, h7, and promote the g-pawn. Easy win now for white.
Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave can resign here with a clear conscience, and he does. And disappointed Vachier-Lagrave because he thought he might swindle him. Very rare do you see a position where you're 3 pawns up with the same color bishops and still have some kind of chance. Normally it's stone dead there, but fair play to Rapport, found the way and got the victory. Okay. Well, a lot of the results have come in. Yeah. We are going to take a quick break now, but we will be back with a quick summary of what happened in round 1. Lots of excitement, as expected. Don't go anywhere. We've got round 2 coming up in just a jiffy.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. Today is the first day of the Rapid Championships. It takes place over 3 days. We've just seen round one. Well, nearly. We've still got one game going on. I'm here, of course, with the one and only David Howe. David, we've got the classic Rook and Bishop versus Rook. Endgame. We see this tons and tons in these tournaments. It's board 73. The guy playing with white is Manuel Petrosian, trying to squeeze this one out. Tends to be won quite often, wouldn't you say, David, even at top level in Rapid Championships?
Yeah, we see this Rook and Bishop versus Rook scenario countless times in tournaments, especially somehow in Rapid and Blitz. I'm not sure why, but yeah, it does have a very high winning percentage, despite the fact it is objectively a draw. And we have to give credit to the player with the black pieces, the local boy, Abdulkaya, I think his name is. And he's defended it so well so far. He's defended perfectly. He's never really found himself with his king on the edge of the board. But he's still up against it. He still has to avoid a couple of pitfalls. We know that if the king does get kicked onto one of the corners, one of the edges, then it is disaster time. So he still has a bit of time on the clock. I'm expecting him to, at some point, set up the second rank defense, put the black rook on the same rank as the king. You can't just, okay, there we go. He is playing that move, rook to a2. And yeah, I can't fault his play. Even the top grandmasters have failed to defend it. I've seen Peter Svidler lose this before in the World Rapid Championship to Magnus Carlson. We've seen Richard Rapport win this in the past. We've seen countless losses by the defending side, but not this one. I think we will be hitting the 50 move rule soon, so we should be headed towards that draw. And once that draw is confirmed, we will start to see the results announced. We will see the pairings, but that's a bit later. The players, they will be enjoying their break, those who are finished right now. I don't know about you, Lawrence, but I love that kind of extra 5-10 minute break while someone else is slaving away at the board. And it happens to be these two this round.
Well, I'll be honest with you, David. The World Rapid and Blitz is the only tournament I've never played that I've been dying to play pretty much all my life. For whatever reason, I just couldn't either get in or find the time to play it. It is on my wish list, though, so hopefully one day I'll get a chance to experience it, because it's just an awesome tournament. As David said, we will know the pairings, of course, only after this game has finished. In the meantime, of course, what we could do very quickly while these guys still played out is have a look at perhaps some of the top games from round one. We saw Magnus Carlson win that mad game. We saw Hikaru draw a hopeless position against Abdusattorov. Huge point gained, half point gained for Hikaru. But some other big dogs have been barking. And why don't we start with, how about we start with somebody like Fabiano Caruana playing against the young Linchevsky. We can flick through the game. I've not seen the game in its entirety, but we can have a quick look. We have Queen's Gambit accepted. Very kind of, well, peaceful opening. Linchevsky tries to get some activity, but a little bit overextended perhaps. It seems like this should be all right. You can see the bar just besides the board, David, here. A little bit better for white, maybe nothing special.
It looks very balanced in general. The reason we'd say this was slightly better for white is, as you mentioned, that black e4 pawn is a bit overextended, a bit weak, a bit of a target long term. And it just looks like Fabi, as the more experienced player, as one of the world's elite, did manage to outmaneuver his opponent. It started by getting the bishop pair, just accumulating those small advantages. This is classic rapid technique where you just essentially do nothing. You just wait for your opponent to make those mistakes. You play quickly, confidently, and eventually your opponent might crack. Seems that's what happened here, Lawrence.
Exactly. Now forcing black to go f5. Now he's got permanent dark square weaknesses as well. Fabi just jostling for position. Okay, separates the pawns. Still kind of feels like black should hold here, but...
I love what white's done, though, with the H pawns. Just like you said, he's fixed a target, especially that black pawn on H7 now. It's a permanent target for white's light squared bishop. And at the right moment, it looks like Fabi did manage to crash through.
Wow.
Maybe it wasn't a crash through. It was more of a mistake by the opponent. Black should perhaps just sit still and do nothing.
Yeah. Right.
Massive. I mean, this is typical as well in rapid chess and blitz chess. You get impatient. You're playing against the clock. You're playing in a really high pressure, tense situation. And I guess black just resigned here because white is going to march the king forward to f4. Black's king is stuck defending the h7 pawn. And he transitioned from a worse endgame into a totally lost endgame here, black. And this is totally lost because his bishop is a bad one. It's on the same color as all of his pawns. White is going to gobble all of them up eventually. Knight takes h6, just a big mistake.
Yep.
Yeah. So
all right, so
there slowly and steadily.
Indeed. Let's take a look at Abdusattorov, the reigning World Rapid Champion. David, let's walk through this game.
Yeah, reigning world rapid champion Abdusattorov, and a man in form. He won the Gashimov Memorial recently, a very strong tournament with 5 rounds to spare. He won it 5 rounds in advance, and an English opening from the youngster, the Uzbek Grandmaster. He won last year's World Rapid Championship pretty much based on the English opening. He beat Magnus there, he beat Nepomniachtchi there, Aronian, a bunch of players in that opening. This is transposed, however, to a King's Indian defense. Still very well-known stuff, very solid. Queen c8, a bit of a strange move. Kadrich is a very aggressive player, so I guess he wants to play bishop h3 at some point as black. Still very standard stuff. Computer really liking white at the moment, but I guess that's just because of a small space advantage. Black is still relatively solid. And developing pieces. Queen d8 is a bad sign, though. Losing 2 tempi as black. What's that queen done? Not much. And white's pieces are starting to come to life. Bishop h3, really nice move there, Lawrence. Just getting out the way.
Knight g5 potentially threatening knight g5, exactly. Very nice move. Good vision by Abdusattorov. Queen b4, flying into the action this way. And now this is nice. If queen b6, you can play rook takes e7.
Yeah.
Not fearing losing the queen.
Yeah, meanwhile, we did see that endgame finally finish rook and bishop versus rook.
What was the result? I missed it.
I missed it as well, I must say. I think it was a draw in the end. We'll try and get that confirmed in a moment. But there we see the rest of the players just mulling around the tournament hall, just waiting for the pairings to be announced. As someone who's played in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships several times myself, that's always the most frustrating time. Oh, it wasn't a draw. It looks like white did win. Checkmate next move. Black's king did find itself caught on the edge of the board. And heartbreak for the young Kazakh player with black. After king a6, rook a4 is checkmate in this position. So, that's a tough one. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
As we said, though, this is converted so many times. The pressure, rapid. Sometimes you have to find only moves, only defenses, and Petrosian comes through. All right, so we'll soon know the pairings for round 2. Of course, the players have yet to take their seats. Let's have a look at another fan. Oh, I beg your pardon. We were actually mid-game here. Let's have a look. Sorry, queen b4. Black played b6, takes, queen takes d5. Yuck, because c takes d5, rook c8 is horrific. So you have to play queen takes d5. And now you just take on e7. Easy pawn. And rook c1, lovely move here by Abdusattorov. Again, playing on that back rank theme. The queen can't be taken because rook takes e8. So you went here, drop the queen back. Now the knight is out of place, and you can just win the 2 pieces. And the rest, actually, he had to foresee queen c4 here because there's a double attack on both bishops, but it's good enough. Rook d5, queen takes c6. Overloads everywhere. Rook e8 is coming. It is he made that look easy. Kadrich traded 25.84. Abdusattorov just blew him off the board in an innocuous-looking English. Very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, he's going to be a tough one to beat, actually. He might well be one of the favorites to retain his title. He's just so direct, so strong at rapid chess. I think rapid is the perfect format for him. You can't be too direct in classical. In blitz, it can backfire, but rapid, he's just a force to be reckoned with. Great game.
Absolutely, yes. I'm just going down the list to see if there's any other major upsets. I can't see any big upsets just yet. Little upset on board 31. Muradli has beaten Rachmanov. Muradli, the young Azeri grandmaster, beating the experienced Rachmanov, who's rated 100 points higher, but not a huge surprise for people who have been watching chess. Mohamed Muradli has been extremely active, doing very, very well, and part of a small group of now Azeri grandmasters to start coming through. It's been a while, David. It's been a while since we've seen a kind of group of talented Azeri grandmasters, because of course they boast some of the top players in the world: Mamedyarov, Rajabov, Husseinov. But a young crop. It felt like it's been a while since we've seen some, but it seems like they've got some coming through now.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. Some very young, talented players from Azerbaijan. But meanwhile, it looks like the pairings have come out. At least the results are out for round one. So maybe we can check in on some of the stats. Some you mentioned. Okay. Yeah. So no pairings, but results are up.
Yeah, no pairings. Results are all confirmed. The board that we see in front of us is actually the final position from the Muradli Rachmanov game. And interesting, because very weirdly, this knight on f2 is almost trapped in the position. I don't understand why black wouldn't try knight e4 here, trying to let that knight come out. Maybe black lost on time, because knight e4 does look like a move here, and I don't see an immediate refutation, David.
Yeah, me neither, Lawrence. I've got to say, it looks like black's just a pawn up. Looks like a decent position. It's complicated. Some tricks in there. Oh, it's not a pawn up, sorry. But yeah, it's complicated position. It must be time, or perhaps he played a move such as knight g4 or knight h3 and only then realized he put his knight on a square, it could be captured. But strange result. But strange things do happen in rapid and blitz games. That's part of the thrill, I guess. And,
absolutely.
We do see big result there for Muradli.
Vidit has beaten the Australian grandmaster Bobby Cheng. Well, looks like an interesting final position. Let's see what happened here, because it looks as though, wow, it looks as though things were actually very unclear with just a few moves to go. White is a piece up, but his king is in the middle of the crossfire. Queen a4 seems to have been a mistake here as well. Rook b3, and now bishop takes a3, a big blunder, allowing c7. Queen takes d7. Wow, that's a complete collapse, actually, because that's the most obvious move in the world.
Yeah,
I don't understand how that's happened.
This queen a4 move is another obvious one, and in rapid chess, when you've got 10 seconds left, why not give a check? It looks, what could be more natural? It looks very sensible, but after queen a4, suddenly white's king is completely safe. And I think the subsequent blunder, bishop takes a3, allowing white to push with c7, I think that was just kind of follow through from kind of the shock that suddenly white's king is safe and no more threats to be seen. So yeah, a bit of a shock surprise there, kind of surprise ending to the game, but Vidit's very tactically sharp. So I'm not that surprised that he managed to get the better of his less experienced opponent.
All right, let's keep on going. We can see another fan favorite, Daniel Dubov, Haven't seen him around so much recently, it feels. Daniel, of course, won this tournament. When was it? 4 years ago or something?
2018, I think, end of 2018.
Yeah, I think 4 years. 4 years ago. Daniel, a world champion in his own right, playing the young, talented Belgian grandmaster, Daniel Duda, and winning again. Looks as though it is, a case of the better player simply outclassing his younger opponent.
Yeah, White's 2 pawns up in the final position. Nice endgame grind there from Daniel Dubov. But Lawrence, we do have the pairings for round 2. Meanwhile, they have been announced. And we have more big matchups.
Oh, look at this one on board 1. Magnus Carlson playing against half of the chess bra duo, Eric Hansen, who I was just in LA with after getting beat up by his colleague. Bit of an early stoppage. That's another story. Magnus Carlson White against Eric Hansen on board 1. We've got Shugirov playing against Rapport on board 2. That's interesting. Mamedov, talking of Azuri Grandmasters and talented Rapid and Blitz players. What about Ralph? It's going to give Yanchishev Duda a good run for his money. Another young, talented Grandmaster, Aravind, playing against Nepomniachtchi. Martirosyan, also young Armenian Grandmaster against Caruana. Harsha, Fedosev, Yakuboyev. Young guys everywhere. A guy who's not so young, Sebastian Mazetovic, with a big test, even with white pieces against Artemiev. And Sabino Brunello, who, David, was apparently rated 27-25-ish at Rapid. I think even Sabino will admit, probably slightly inflated there, playing against Amin and Moisenko against Dubov. Which of those pairings takes your fancy?
Well, it's got to be Magnus Carlson against Eric Hansen. They're also good friends. I do have a bit of inside information. They were hanging out a lot in Kazakhstan just in the last couple of days in the build-up to this event. So Magnus, with the white pieces, will start as the favorite, but Eric, as anyone who's watched the Chess Bra streams knows, he's a dangerous speed chess player. I'm also really interested to see how some of the younger players do in this tournament. And Fedosev against Yakuboev, I think it's actually going to be a huge game. Fedosev, we all know, especially players who play on chess.com, he's crazy good at rapid chess. And Yakuboev recently won a speed tournament online, a very strong one. So I do have a feeling those were two of my underdogs, actually, when I was looking through the list of players before the tournament. I had a feeling Fedosev, this might be his big breakthrough. He's been up there several times. He's won medals in World Rapids, but never the gold. So I'm going to be watching that one as well. And of course, not just these top 10 boards, but all the way down, Lawrence. I mean, the elite have just flocked to Kazakhstan. There's literally no weak players in either of the fields in the open or the women's sections. It's just, surprises already with some top players dropping draws, dropping full points, but we'll see more of that as the rounds tick on today.
Yeah, and talking of rounds and round 2, in the women's section, we can see Goryachkina there getting ready for her game. They've had to wait this entire time for this rook and bishop nonsense to finish, and they've just been quietly sat there stewing, and there's nothing worse than having to wait for 20 minutes sitting in that chair. You just want to get the game started, get going. They weren't able to, but looks as though they will be in a moment. We saw Goryachkina playing against Lilith from Armenia. I always pronounce her last name badly. David, I know you know her last name. Mukherjee.
Thanks for putting me on the spot, Lawrence. Mukherjee, I think is right. Yeah.
Mukherjee, yeah.
Very strong
very
player,
talented.
Very experienced player.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not an easy game there for Goryachkina with black.
Yeah, we also see Harika, I think, there in the background. She is, she's up against Anna Satonsky of the US, several-time US champion. I think still waiting for some players to take their seat. You mentioned that the wait between games, it can be long, it can be arduous. I remember when I played in 2017 in Saudi Arabia in the World Rapid Championship, we once had to wait over 2 hours between one round because there was an appeal.
Wow.
And there were no chairs, there was no waiting room. Oh, that was a that was a drag. But these players,
that was in Saudi Arabia.
That was, yes. But
Yeah.
Kazakhstan, I've heard the conditions out there for the players are very nice. They all look very comfortable. Been seeing a lot on social media about how the players are loving the venue. And there we see famed photographer Lennart Utes.
There we go. Lennart and Maria Emelianova also there. Been doing a great job for the chess community for many years, these two, taking great snaps, helping with the technical side often. Shout out to Lennart, shout out to Maria. We're, of course, waiting for round 2 to start. It's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. Interesting also to see that some other names we haven't spoken about just yet, who are participating, and potential dark horses, because it's always fun to sweat the dark horses. Now, of course, what I'm about to say is going to be extremely what's the word? Controversial. Thank you very much. But I believe there is another. I believe there is another American player playing. Is there not? In the form of Mr. Hans Niemann, who, of course, has been embroiled in a major allegation case with Magnus Carlson and various others. But Hans did not actually win round 1. He drew against the local player, Agmanov. So Hans dropping half a point early, he may not be, let's say, he needs to get into gear pretty quick. You don't want to leave these guys too much room to just extend leads. Who else is around that could cause a potential upset? A real dark horse.
Maybe, Lawrence, we could even do some predictions, because there are already some dark horses on the top few boards. Why not look at the pairings so we can see if any of those dark horses might cause a surprise?
Let's do that.
And Magnus Carlson against Eric Hansen. Dark horse in that one for sure is Eric. Do you think he's going to cause a surprise?
No, I mean, Eric has also got an issue because he played on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. You commentated a bunch of games this year, David. I think Eric has got a bit of a mental block against Magnus, or some kind of psychological problem that many players do, that they just can't get close to Magnus. I think Eric falls into that category. I expect Magnus win 90% plus of the time. So not a fan of Eric's chances with black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Eric's up against it. However, he did win one game against Magnus in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and that was with black. And meanwhile, on the camera, we also see Aravind against Nepomniachtchi. Maybe a prediction for this one?
Well, firstly, I'm a big fan of Nepomniachtchi's haircut. That looks very sharp. So fair play to Jan. Aravind, a tricky customer. But I actually think that this is a bad opponent for Aravind. Yeah, Jan can mix it up. He plays extremely fast. Aravind is not as strong as the other Indian superstars. Aravind, very, very strong, of course. But when I think of the likes of Pragnanand, Gukesh and the like, Erigasi, Aravind just hasn't managed to fit into that group just yet. Still going to be a tough game for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but I believe Jan will actually win that with the black pieces.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree again. Aravind, he's very solid, however. I've played him a few times, and with white, he's very hard to break down. His opening repertoire is very principled. Meanwhile, we saw Magnus Carlson arriving, and this game, Sanan Shugirov against Richard Rapport. We saw Rapport wrap up a tough endgame in the previous round. Do you think he's going to take this one as well with black?
This one, I actually think, is going to most likely be a draw. Shugirov, very, very solid customer. with the white pieces, decent rapid player and blitz player. I don't see either of these players getting completely out of line. I'm actually going to go for a draw in this one.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I will say actually a bit of a surprise. I'll go for Sanan Shugirov to surprise Richard Rapport in round 2. Meanwhile, we see Eric arrive, and the games will start in just a few moments. How about, Hikaru Martirosyan against Fabiano Caruana? More predictions, Lawrence?
I think this is a bad pairing for Fabiano. Martirosyan and the young Armenians tend to cause Fabi some issues. Fabi with black. I will actually go for a Martirosyan surprise victory in that game.
But Fabi's your boy, Lawrence. You're his manager.
He is my boy.
Surely you should back him.
He is my boy. I back Fabi all the time. Just there are specific matchups where I'm not so keen on the matchup. I think this is one of them which could be a small issue for Fabi. But let's see. He's a class player and, of course, can easily win this game. I think Martirosyan, though, is a tricky customer. Nonetheless, Carlsen against Hansen, and Magnus has gone for 1b3.
Wow. We're off, and first surprise of the game. I mean, Magnus, he's never going to play the same opening twice. That's one of the trickiest things when playing against him, preparing against him. And Eric already spending a bit of time figuring out how to reply. Surely he's faced this one before. B3 is a rare move, but most of the top players do have an idea or two against it. Eric, his Achilles heel on the Champions Chess Tour and in rapid chess in general against the top guys is that he tends to get in time trouble. Like you said, maybe a bit of a mental block, maybe not feeling as confident as he could against these real elite players. And he needs to move. Just bring the knight out, push a pawn in the center. There's a bunch of ways to reach a healthy position after 1b3. Lawrence, okay, he goes for d5 after a while. Are you impressed by this opening choice by Magnus? Surprised at all?
Well, I'm not totally surprised, no. I think it's a pretty decent choice by Magnus because he's already going to get that big advantage on the clock. Bishop b2, bishop g4. Now a very interesting move, believe it or not, is the move pawn to f3. Now, I'm not sure that Magnus is going to play this, but it is a principled move. The point is that it looks ridiculous to move your f-pawn and weaken your king, but after the move bishop h5 and now the move knight to h3, the idea is to bring the knight to f4, win this bishop, and try to play bishops. And Magnus does indeed play f3. And now I think probably the best move is actually just to drop it back to f5. Then all kinds of interesting stuff can happen. For example, the move e4 here is a very interesting gambit. And after d takes e4, playing knight c3, playing some kind of black-mar, d-mar variant. And if e takes f3, you can even consider queen takes f3 here. And all of a sudden, things get very, very exciting. So after the move, and he does go bishop f5, and I fully expect Magnus to play e4 here. You can play e3, which is a much more solid way. But Magnus, he's not going to be able to resist playing e4 against Eric, especially. I can just feel it.
Have you been coaching Magnus for this event, Lawrence? Have you been his second? I mean, he's playing all these weird 1-4 openings that you're more used to than he is, perhaps. And,
I haven't spoken to Magnus, but I can expect even the move g4 here might exist, and all kinds of craziness could happen. So this is a critical moment, and
he's played it. E4 on the board.
Yeah, wow. It's just impossible to resist playing this move against Eric. And Magnus is like, okay, I'm going to have a ton of fun now in this position. And Eric's going to have to calculate because this opening is not common. He won't have looked at this too recently. And Magnus is going to enjoy himself, enjoy calculating this game.
Yeah, and I think already, obviously, a critical moment on the board with this e4 pawn sacrifice. Eric needs to defend resolutely, but also it's a critical moment in terms of psychology. Eric, as we mentioned, does get low on the clock against some of these stronger players, and I don't think he can allow himself to think for 5-6 minutes here. It's very quick game, and ideally he would have done his homework on this position before. Like you said, it's a rare position, but if you play bishop g4 as black on move 2 and retreat the bishop to f5, you have to have looked at some of these more direct attempts to punish you for losing time with your bishop. So ideally Eric should either capture this pawn or move his bishop instantly. You can't afford a long think here, but he's already in the tank. I'm a bit worried for him already. It's only move 4. But looks like Magnus has got everything he could have dreamed of, and he clearly knows more about this opening than Eric does. Yeah, it's worrying times for the chess bra. Early knockout maybe in this one, Lawrence.
Yeah. Eric has to be very, very careful. He doesn't want to be... And he goes bishop g6. I was thinking, is he going to play this move, actually? Just sort of saying, okay, I'm not that interested in letting you just get this huge initiative with white. I'm going to drop my bishop back. How bad can this position be? Anyways, now Magnus is going to have fun, though. Is he going to play h4 and try and go h5? Is he going to play knight h3, to go to f4? I don't think knight c3 makes too much sense. d4 looks awkward there. So I'm going to say it's going to be either h4 or knight h3. Knight h3, e5. Sorry, you can't play e5.
Yeah, both of those moves look very tempting. You could also perhaps make an argument for a move such as queen e2, threatening queen b5 check in some variations, getting the path clear for white's king to castle queenside. Just defending e4 as well if you're not willing to kind of allow another opportunity for black to grab that pawn. So Magnus has options, but it will either way be a really unorthodox position, and it will be Eric most likely facing the threats at this early stage. Yeah, I've got to say I love it. This is why I prefer Rapid and Blitz to classical chess these days, just because, okay, h4 on the board, but yeah, just because players do feel a bit more inclined to freestyling, to taking risks, and okay, h5 is a threat, a massive threat. How does black defend? Do you have to play h5 yourself, h6 yourself here with black? I'm tempted to play queen d6, but I don't think it works. Yeah.
Oh wow, queen d6. Queen d6 might run into e5, right?
Yeah, or I can just shut you down. Maybe even h5, because now at least the bishop would have an escape square on f5. Queen g3 check, and white doesn't care. Yeah, the bishop is trapped on g6. It's like a Caro-Kann almost, with black's bishop coming out early. Magnus loves playing against the Caro-Kann.
Absolutely. Great opening choice by Magnus here. And h4.
If black does play a move such as h6 to give the bishop an escape square, to give it some luft, as we say, some breathing space, then maybe now your move knight h3 comes with even more power. Okay, h6. Is that on the board? Eric has pushed his h pawn. I think he's pushed it to h5, actually. Okay, and Magnus instantly reacting. Do you think this could be preparation? Has Magnus studied this before, or is he just in the flow? Is he just kind of trying to scare Eric with his speed?
I'm not sure. E takes d5 is a very curious decision, though. Didn't spend too much time on it at all. But is this good? I mean, knight c3, queen e5 check, and can you now go queen e5, queen g3? So, okay, after queen e5 check, he went queen d6.
Yeah, black is spending a lot of time with his queen. Feels wrong somehow. Queen d6. Now it looks like a Scandinavian with black's queen coming out so early, dropping back one square. But like you say, queen g3 is a potential threat. White can guard against that with a move such as knight h3, perhaps dropping back to f2, or white's queen could come out to e2, perhaps. Still ways for Magnus to kind of develop, but with gain of time. And I think that's key in this position. Black's king as well is going to struggle to find safety on the king side. That's true of both kings right now. Yeah, I would be inclined to play queen e2 here for Magnus, just develop with tempo. Black's bishop isn't really attacking the c2 pawn because it will get trapped if it ever gets greedy. Bishop takes c2 here, just d3 would trap the bishop. And yeah, again, threats on the board. Queen b5 check. The white knight coming forward to b5. White wants to get castled queenside. Black has to try and give a check perhaps on g3 just to mess with white's plans. And what has he played? The reigning world champion, at least for the next few months. Yeah, and queen f2, king f2, swapping those queens off. Does this favor black, perhaps? Black
I
can
think
play
so.
e5, bishop c5 check. White's king is not safe despite the queens being off the board.
I think this is massively in black's favor, is it not?
Yeah. But
Queen
Magnus
E2 has
has
been
played queen
played.
e2. If queen g3 check, swapping the queens, is in black's favor, then does white have to move his king? Eric doesn't even ask the question. It could be a bit of a miss. He's just allowing Magnus to finish his plans. Knight c6
But
on the
he
board,
has
Lawrence.
got the d4 square. So, I mean, if black castles queenside, if white castles queenside, you might not go knight d4 immediately, but certainly exists. And if black does play knight f6, how bad is life for black? It probably is all right for black. I might still take white, but it's maybe not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, these positions are often a matter of tempo, and white would have ideas such as knight b5 in that position, throwing the d pawn forward, and really going on the attack as quickly as possible. But like you say, black has ideas of his own. Maybe if white does castle queenside, Eric will instantly plant that black knight into d4, and there is a double threat. Knight takes e2, attacking the queen, of course, but c2 is on pre as well.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly questions being asked for both sides, and I do like the fact that Eric has sped up since that initial pause early in the opening. That's very promising.
Yeah, he's actually up on the clock now, believe it or not, which is surprising.
Do you think he might have lured Magnus in, just paused a bit at the beginning, just to pretend, just to feign ignorance? That's often what I try to do. Just spend a bit of time, pretend to my opponent I don't know what's going on, and then speed up as soon as they fall in line with my plans. Because it seems to have worked out for Eric. Magnus, which move has he played after knight c6?
He did castle long. How interesting. How interesting. And what does he want to do against knight d4? What's the idea?
Maybe white
Maybe
will
just
play queen c4.
c4, yeah, and you can't take on c2 because of some knight b5.
Yeah,
so knight takes c2.
Black's king in
Knight
a lot of
b5.
trouble here.
And if bishop takes c2, also knight b5.
Yeah, knight b5 looks pretty strong here.
Although...
some calculation needs to be done. Rook b8 at the end. Yeah.
Not actually over.
Maybe knight d5 after bishop takes c2. There's a lot to calculate in these types of positions. And yeah, I mean, it's already super complicated. It's already both players. I think we'll see them spend 4 or 5 minutes on the next few moves just to make sure they survive the opening. And Magnus asking those questions, as we always see from him. I think if black wants to play it safe, just castle, keep the king. Nice safe haven over on c8, maybe on b8, bring the knight out to f6 as you mentioned. Eric just needs to play safe. And what do you think, Lawrence? Should we stick with this one as it heats up, or should we check in with some other games?
I mean, this is we can have a quick look to see if there's anything absolutely breaking elsewhere. Looking through now. Nothing. Whoa. Oh no, that's incorrect. The Maze Artemiev game said it was winning for Maze, but it's actually they didn't reset the board correctly from the last round.
There's always technical hiccups in the early rounds of these tournaments.
I think we should stay here because it's such a fascinating position. So Eric,
I've got to say,
go on.
I love that choice by Eric. Sorry, to castle queenside. No fear.
Yeah, so knight d4, queen c4, and castles long has been played. Knight e4 now by Magnus, cutting the bishop's roll off along this diagonal, hitting the queen. So now Queen b6. This looks fairly logical. Looks okay for Eric to me.
Yeah, he's got central control. One more move, if black pushes the pawn to e5, then I think he's solved all his problems. You don't really have anything to fear at all for black. White's development, meanwhile, White's development is slightly lacking. So Magnus does play knight e2, trying to trade off that fantastic knight on d4. And yeah, suddenly if Eric is feeling a bit too agreeable and goes for some exchanges, then White is the one who's leading in development. White's bishop on b2 might open up. I agree with Jules Gambit there in the chat, saying Eric getting aggressive. Eric wants to be aggressive here, of course. He wants to create some threats, but you have to keep pieces on the board to do that. So what do you think, Lawrence? Just defend that knight with e5, maybe? Allow the exchange, but on your own terms?
Yeah, I think that's a move. E5. Yeah. I think you can play more straightforward as well. You could just take on e2, bishop takes e2. Maybe just bring the knight out. I mean, how bad is this for black? Also looks acceptable to me.
Yeah, that's a good point. And if White ever takes on f6, for example, knight takes f6, ef6 in this position, this pawn structure in an endgame isn't great for black, but so much activity. And look at those black bishops. Yeah, it's great potential for them. This looks fine as well. Yeah, maybe I wrote off this knight exchange too soon. I agree with you, Lawrence. Keep things simple, keep things safe.
Yeah, I think this one is just fine for Eric. Let's see how he decides to continue here after knight e2. Looks like he's got a bunch of options. Yeah, doesn't want to lag too far behind on the clock, though.
Yeah, you're right. He's spent a long time just on this last move. I was about to say I know Magnus very well, and this is not the body language. This is not the pose of a player who likes his position. So he probably knows that Eric is completely fine on the board. But yeah, he's going to try and press on the clock. Magnus, he's got hustle mode activated a lot these days. He's very good at kind of that duel, playing both on the board and clock. And okay, the knight exchange has happened. Eric has to speed up. He has to play knight f6, swap off White's strong knight now. No time to think. I think any other move, actually, and White will build up some initiative. Ooh, e6, it looks like, from Eric. But now it's harder to develop for black. That bishop on f8 is tied down to the g7 pawn. That doesn't look like a step in the right direction.
Yeah, e6 felt a little bit impulsive there by Eric. I mean, it might still be fine, but it did feel a little bit impulsive. The question is, what do you do now with White? How do you improve your position? And Magnus, in his typical pose, he has got quite a poker face when it comes to chess. He doesn't give away a lot of the board. When he's made a big blunder, of course, he's normally up in arms. And he gives it away in that kind of situation. But in general, you can see him here. If you looked at him and you didn't know about chess or anything, you wouldn't know if he was enjoying it or not. I think he's fine. He's just all right. You know, he's trying to figure out a way, but he's probably also a little bit frustrated because the position doesn't actually... There isn't a lot to bite on here with White. Yes, you've got the nice bishop, you've got the knight on e4, but improving your position here is actually not that straightforward. Black has still got plenty of ways he can improve completing development, for example, of his king side. Knight h6, knight f5 exists, or you can come by at e7 to f5 or d5.
King b8 is like always a useful move. Yeah.
King b8. Tons of ways for black to improve. If White does absolutely nothing, for example, if White also decides to play king b1. So I think Eric is actually going to be relatively happy. And Magnus, the more he thinks about it, maybe the more he starts to realize, oh, actually, maybe things aren't so great for White here.
Yeah, and the body language question you mentioned, Lawrence. Magnus, we've seen in the Speed Chess Championship, throughout the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, he's very expressive in online chess, but over the board, I think we'll see this pose from him for the next 5 days, as you say, just very stoic, if anything, and just mulling over the moves. I wouldn't be surprised to see him play a move such as a4 for white. That's just, every time I see Magnus, it's just pushing pawns on the queen side. He's been very influenced by AlphaZero. Push with g4 at some point. White's pawns aren't really playing a role, and you can't just play with pieces. As you say, you've got nothing to bite on. If you just play with pieces, they'll just get exchanged at the very best. So it feels like he needs a pawn break, but which one to aim for?
G4 looks very loose to me.
Yeah, you're right, G4.
He does go king b1, so this is, of course, getting the king on a good square, but he's saying he doesn't quite know what to do here. And now I think knight h6.
Yeah, I slightly prefer knight e7 because knight h6, okay. if white does play g4, then your knight might be stuck out on a limb.
Okay.
Knight e7, at least you've got two good squares as targets now, f5 and d5. And Eric does play that move. Yeah, looking healthier by the moment for Hansen. Yeah, again, Magnus, that king b1 move, that's a real worry. If he can't find anything better than that, I don't think he's going to find anything productive over the next few turns either. Yeah, what else to do?
Yeah.
White's queen can't really be improved. White's bishops can't be improved. White's rooks, same. Feels like you're stuck moving pawns.
And I really like the fact that Eric kind of played knight e7 very quickly. There was no need to spend a lot of time. Yep, and up on the clock. So things, and here's your move, David. A4, played by Magnus, trying to get some space over that side of the board.
Yeah.
I don't know A4. How I feel about it, though.
It's not clear what the threat is. It's not clear what the idea is. But trust me, Magnus's pawns always promote. So watch out for that A pawn deciding the game later. And Eric might be tempted now to play a move such as knight d5 just to make sure that white doesn't continue pushing pawns on that queen side. Also hinting jumping into f4 or b4. Again, it looks very, very healthy for black, this position. And yeah, I'm noticing a lot of support for Eric actually in the chat. A lot of players saying, come on, Eric, you can do this. Eric, underrated. And what do you think, Lawrence? Eric, 2,600. I mean, it feels like he should be much higher, especially in rapid chess.
Yeah, I've always said this about Eric. I mean, his talent is undeniable. He's a top player. If he managed his time, if his time management was better, I think that would be reflected in his rating. Obviously, also, he's involved in various different ventures. He's not just doing chess and studying chess. He's got his channel and esports teams and all kinds of stuff. It's very difficult to reach your full potential when you're kind of spreading yourself thin. But, no question about it, he can duke it out with the best of them. Knight c6 played. Slightly surprising square, but also looks fine.
Yeah, I think that choice was influenced by white's last move, a4. Now, white will never really push the a-pawn further. Black's knight still has a couple of juicy squares to jump into. d4 maybe now, b4, maybe even a5. The white queen is lacking in squares. I'm slightly worried she might get trapped in certain cases. And yeah, Magnus, again, the question, how to improve. His last two moves have been nothing type of moves in a way. King b1, a4, they're not bad moves, but they're not necessarily improving his position long term. It feels like Magnus biding his time, waiting for the moment to pounce. But Eric, still up on the clock now. Knight c6 and just passing the move back to black. It feels like this is the calm before the storm. At some point, this one will explode, but Magnus struggling to find a way at the moment.
Yeah, and another player struggling, which I managed to put the commentator's curse on firmly for this round, it seems, is somebody I thought was going to win. Nepomniachtchi playing black against Aravind, but his position is a complete mess. Nepomniachtchi here. It looks close to totally losing. H4, knight g4. I just don't see any way, and I don't see any swindle along the g file here. Maybe you don't have to do it that way. Maybe you can even go with f4. I don't know. Is the idea that after rook g8, after h4, that Nepo wants to play something like this, swindle his king out and try and make something work? Could be. Even this might still be good for white, but this is a critical moment in this game, but looks just horrible, David.
Yeah, I'm completely in agreement here. As Tayyip says in the chat, that bishop on g5 is getting trapped no matter what. I do like this last move by Aravind, king h1, just getting out of any potential swindles, like you say, on the g file. Just why get stared down by a rook on g8 if you can shuffle into the corner, hide with complete safety? That bishop is not escaping. And f4, like you said, h4, white's knight is springing forward to g4. I don't see any way for black to untangle and get his bishop out of that horrible square it sits on right now. And black's king not feeling safe either. Yeah, looks like a disastrous opening from Nepomniachtchi. And we've got to mention Nepomniachtchi, he has a world championship match coming up in just a few months, so he will be hiding some opening preparation. There will be moments when he plays subpar openings just to throw ding his future opponent, kind of throw him off and at least pretend he's going to go in a certain direction. But this one has not started well. And of course, Nepomniachtchi came really close last year. He was only defeated in the playoff for the World Rapid title by Abdusattorov. So he has a score to settle. He also lost to Nakamura in the playoff of the World Fischer Random Championship. Feels like he's always the nearly man. And this could be another case of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But this looks...
Bishop h6 played.
Well, Bishop h6 played. I don't understand why things have changed after knight g4. What's the big idea?
I think he's trying to save himself with tactics after white's knight comes forward to g4, which has just been played. Now bishop d2, white will move the rook. And as soon as that happens, f5 will at least counterattack against white's knight. It's ugly, but at least he's clinging on temporarily, unless there's a tactical blow here for white. It feels like it's close to checkmate if white plays a move such as
F4, wow.
Queen h6. Oh, maybe we can show that, Lawrence.
Oh my goodness. F4 now. Wow.
Bishop takes e1.
Queen h6
everything
check.
drops.
And here, he's threatened mate, and after rook g7, you can even... Wow.
Flashy way.
All
the forks.
Wow. Is he going to find f4? The young Indians, they are computers, these youngsters. He finds it. He finds f4. This is brilliant by Aravind. And now, I mean, rook e2 threatens to trap the bishop. Queen h6 threatens to win. This is just all she wrote, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, black will be lucky to come out of this with a piece down, let alone still in the game.
Wow.
Yeah, too many threats here. If bishop takes e1 doesn't work, then you might as well resign. That black king. Queen h6 check is even a bigger threat, I feel. You can't take on f4 here. It doesn't work out for black. You can't give away material to survive. This might be the biggest shock so far in round 2. One of the highest seeds falling. And in quite a brutal fashion, we must say. Yeah.
Just incredible.
Yeah, like you said, these young Indian players, Lawrence, they train so much on calculation, and it's for these moments in games when there are forcing moves. You can create those threats. You can calculate 4-5 moves, and they do it so quickly. But Jan drops his queen back, defending f6, so now there's no infiltration from the white knight, but just rook e2. That bishop is trapped.
Rook e2. Rook e2 is just clean. Rook e2 played.
Yeah.
f5. Now you can play...
Plenty of moves. White's knight can just retreat, I feel, to h2, but you'll probably come forward as well into h6, into e5.
Yeah. played.
Knight h6 played.
And now some bishop takes f5s exist. Okay, bishop f4. This is Desperado.
Which one would you take, Lawrence?
Queen H. Gf4, Queen H4.
The G8 rook is hanging as well.
Sorry, the G8 rook's hanging. No, you can't do this.
It's just a piece up for one pawn. Not enough compensation for black.
It's just a piece. There's not really much more to talk about. This is dusted for Nepomniachtchi. This will be a big setback for him, assuming Aravind does not ruin this pretty simple position. Rook G2.
Oh, sorry, Lawrence. I was going to say Reynold in the chat there being very harsh about another trapped bishop by Nepomniachtchi. Bad memories there, getting bishops trapped.
I was actually with you in Oslo for that round of the World Championships where I was very critical of Jan. I got a lot of pushback for it, but I believe my criticisms were founded and reasonable because I think he did play very, very poorly in that game, especially given it was a World Championship match. I thought the level was pretty bad.
It's not necessarily playing poorly, but it's also playing too quickly. We look at the clock here, and he's still got almost 8 minutes left, and he's a piece down in a hopeless position. And I struggle with this a lot myself, just handling the clock, just finding the right balance, playing quickly, but also playing strong moves. And I think that has been Nepomniachtchi's challenge throughout his career. And meanwhile, if black has nothing better than playing moves like a6, then it's not a good sign. White will eventually crash through. You mentioned it, Lawrence, taking on f5 at some point, giving the piece back to go for checkmate. He's setting it up. Aravind, just a great game. Very smooth, very well controlled by the young Indian. And meanwhile, maybe we should switch away. We're assuming that Nepomniachtchi can't fight back in this game. Unless
let's go somewhere else. Happen. Should we go back to Magnus? Maybe not, because you called it, David. I should have listened to you. Shugirov playing white against Rapport. Rapport Wemphis looks like some dodgy Benoni. And this is the sort of position that you learn whenever you learn the Benoni is black, that you should never get into as black, because it is horrible. White has got his central push through. Wow, I mean, the b5 is just a punt, basically. And isn't this just totally losing?
Yeah, it looks like you're getting steamrolled in the center. White's pawns are marching through. White's knight is about to land on the e4 square. And Rapport, he's done something that Fischer did with a lot of success against Spassky in 1972. He put his knight on h5 as black, but it just got exchanged. And White's left with some fantastic pieces. One bad knight on a3, but the rest of White's position is beautiful. And I think we'll stick with this one for a little while because Magnus's position looks equal still. Not too much changing there, but this one, Lawrence, like you said, White has so many beautiful options. Knight e4, he even just takes on b5, calling black's bluff. Rapport, he's known as a bit of a crazy player. He surprises his opponents, surprises the crowd with every move. But this one seems to have backfired. I don't think black can profit from the pin on the b file. That white knight on b5 sitting pretty. One more move. If White's queen can move off b3, it's game over. White's going to crash through on d6.
Queen can go to a4, c2, wherever. This just looks hopeless for black. I mean, the structure is ruined. Your pieces aren't working. You've got a knight on f8, a woeful knight on f8. I see really close to zero hope.
You just need one or two accurate moves, and Shugirov is a bit low on the clock. He's under 2 minutes. I like those moves you mentioned. I mean, queen a4 is the simple one. If you just want to survive, get out the pin. Okay, he does go for that approach. Queen a4. I'm expecting Rapport now just to beg for an endgame, just trade off on b5. Bishop takes, bishop takes knight, recapture, and now queen d7. There we go. We do see Rapport making some moves, and at least he'll get the queens off the board. At least he'll have to fight another day.
Yeah, maybe Shugirov hasn't actually played this optimally because now takes, and rook b4, typical move you see a lot in these Benonis as well. And b2, f4, e5 are a little bit tender. Maybe this is not so bad. Maybe it is.
No, I mean, I agree. Normally they say in the Benoni you get ugly positions in the early stage, but then the more pieces that come off, the better your position becomes. And I liked a comment a moment ago about Rapport setting up his pieces on the back rank ready for the next game, but he's getting those pieces off the back rank. And now that the queens have left the board, he's still alive. It looks like a few more moves have been played. The queens are off, and Black has captured a pawn on b2. It's now level material, at least temporarily, but it will be the black structure that comes under fire. Already that d6 pawn, the eternal weakness in the Benoni, in the Son of Sorrow opening. It looks like d takes e5 is forced, and
now
feels like Shugirov is calculating. Yes.
Does he want to go f5 or does he want to go knight d6 and take back?
That's a good question. Still spoilt for choice.
There's some knight c4 at the end.
f5 is the positional approach, but knight d6 might be the tactical path to an advantage.
Yeah, something like this, because can't take, because either knight c4 immediately or taking followed by knight c4 and all the pieces are hanging.
Or knight f5 as well there. Yeah, tricky knights.
Yeah, there's knight f5 as well. No, this just looks dreadful for Rapport, who is probably going to go down.
So we could really be seeing two of the top 4 seeds losing in round 2. Bishop f8 is an ugly move. Maybe it needed to be played, but purely defensive. And looks like Shugirov, pushing this advantage. He's going to be a pawn up in a very, very pleasant endgame. But you asked the question, Lawrence, where should we go? This one is going to go down to a conversion phase now. So maybe we can move on and check back later.
Yes. Where do you want to go? Anywhere in particular? I can see out the corner of my eye. Araven's still just a piece up. Very easy win. What about Duda? We haven't spoken much about Jan Krzysztof yet, playing with the black pieces here against Ralph Mamedov. C5 just played by Ralph Mamedov, but the position looks difficult, to say the least, for white, does it not?
Understatement, Lawrence. Black's 2 pawns up, right? I know it's tripled pawns on the d file. I had to do a double take just to count there. But Black is 2 pawns up. And
absolutely,
d3 pawn especially. That d3 pawn is going to be the winner. It's hard to imagine white surviving this one. I can't see any way for Mamedov to fight back. JKD, as he's being called there in the chat, does look like he has full control. I love the fact that he's planted this bishop on g6, a great defensive piece, but also protecting that d3 pawn. Black's knight is ready to jump into e5 at some point. Very well supported there. White can take a pawn on d5. Bishop takes d5 is possible, but after Black plays d takes c5, suddenly all sorts of things open up. And as soon as position opens up, it will be that d3 pawn again that decides the game.
Alrighty. Another superstar player who is going to get a lot of attention is Anish Giri. He just beat Shan Sargsyan. He found a beautiful tactic here on move 35. Look at this. Sargsyan trying to get out of dodge with king to h7, but bam! Knight takes g7. Always be aware of discovered attacks. The point is, of course, that if king takes g7, white can play rook g3 check, discovering the attack against the queen. And with that key g7 pawn gone, Black's king's position has been opened up. He tried giving up the queen, but actually didn't put up any resistance after queen takes c5. White has got way too much material. Lovely little shot there by Anish Giri, who, of course, somehow he's not really in the conversation for winning this tournament, right? I mean, even when we looked at the top players, his name didn't really pop up, but he's more than capable of winning this tournament. He's got the talent. Is he going to have the nerves and the psychological might? We'll soon see. Nevertheless, Eric, the bar not liking Eric's position. Eric is an exchange down. Something has gone wrong for Eric Hansen here. C4, knight c7, bishop a5 by Magnus. Yeah.
Moving in for the kill now, Magnus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there we do see a result, a handshake. Eric does resign, and it was just before we jumped back into the game, actually, that I think he made that mistake, giving up the exchange. He didn't need to, and yeah, we all know that giving up material against Magnus never works out well, especially in the endgame. He always seems to convert, and by now, I think Eric will be regretting some of his earlier choices, but maybe we can rewind, Lawrence, just to show the audience what happened.
Yeah, I was just looking through it. It looked as though he had everything kind of under control for a fair portion of this game. We were discussing it earlier. I think the opening went actually just fine for Eric. So I'm very curious where things started to go very wrong. And I think it was really around here. Still feels as though Black is fine. He's got decent control and coordination. A5 mixing things up, and I think here the move C takes B5 could have been the big problem here. That being said, the position is not easy. White's bishops are suddenly coming to life with the position being open. The Black king is slightly vulnerable, so maybe it was already getting difficult, but already around here, after the next few moves, Eric completely lost his way. Takes, bishop c4, and yeah, now knight e3, giving up that exchange. Not good enough, because it's just a full exchange. And against somebody like Magnus, you're just going to get punished. You know, it's just not enough to play like this. And yeah, Magnus made pretty light work of it towards the end.
Yeah, and meanwhile, as we saw, Magnus won that game. Maybe we can go back to Richard Rapport. It looks critical in that one right now. We mentioned earlier that Rapport was in big trouble, but he's bailed out into a rook and bishop versus rook endgame. A repeat of round one. Wow. I mean, he's done well to survive this far, I've got to say, Rapport. And he is the master of rook and bishop versus rook. I remember in the Champion Chess Tour, I think it was 3 times in one tournament, he had this exact ending. But it was always
that's
on the
incredible
attacking side.
And now he has to show defense.
Exactly, which is not easy. This one could go on for a long time, 50 moves. But we just wanted to show the top players, they always know how to survive. They always know what to head for. And it would be a bit of a shock maybe if he loses this one, as he is very experienced in this endgame.
Absolutely, yes. We can certainly come back to this, I believe, a little bit later. Aravind has yet to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, Aravind is a full piece to the good here. Got to be a little bit careful that his queenside pawns just don't disappear off the board. After which, of course, Nepomniachtchi would have some drawing chances, but I don't even see how that's possible. Wondering what Aravind is taking so long over in this position here.
Yeah, it feels like the nerves are kicking in. The nerves are kicking in, Lawrence, for Aravind, but he should still be the favorite to win. Maybe we can jump to Fabi. We talked a bit about him in the build-up to this game. And it looks like a very interesting battle in that one as well. You mentioned Armenian opponents aren't necessarily a kind of a strong point there for Fabi, with some mixed results in the past. But yeah, he's up against a very underrated player. And yeah, I agree with that in the chat that everyone should be studying rook and bishop versus rook endings. We've seen 2 already today, and it's only round 2, but we'll see countless more throughout the next 5 days. And here Fabi has black. He is a piece up, but white has a lot of pawns. And Fabi is the first to create a threat. Queen takes g2 will be mate if white can't find a defense. Ugh, rook g1. Maybe there was nothing better. The question is, can Fabi play a move such as bishop f1? Is the black king 2 open? Can you get away with that? If you don't create threats against the white king, then maybe white is just about okay.
Okay, so rook d7, queen c6. Yeah, this looks kind of one of those frustrating games that you can play with black, where you feel as though a win should be imminent, but oftentimes it's not. Queen e7 played, and now how do we secure our king a little bit more? Queen c8, saying, I don't want to commit.
Yeah, it's a useful waiting move. I'm surprised and also disappointed that Fabi didn't go for the white king more. I feel he could have maybe put his rook on g7, kept his queen and rook there, going for that white king. But now maybe white will be able to trade off those queenside pawns. If the B and A pawns disappear, it feels like white is one step closer to safety. And Fabi says, okay, enough of the fun. Queens are coming off. What do you think, Lawrence? This one should be headed towards a draw now?
Yeah, I think Martirosian's got really good chances to make a draw now. Even with the queen trade, I don't think this ending is particularly dangerous for white. Takes, bishop takes b5, and now, I don't know, h4, for example.
Yeah.
How are you ever supposed to win?
Yeah, get that rook active, rook b1 as well.
Or
just
rook b1.
Put the rook on b2, king on h2, feels like a fortress. Yeah. I mean, worst comes to the worst, right, Lawrence? You just trade off all the pawns and you go rook versus rook and bishop and draw that. So, this game.
This is for sure. Okay. Where else can we go?
And meanwhile, it looks like Duda did take the win in his game.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe we can check in on those games we've already followed. Yeah, Nepo still battling away, trying to complete that miracle save. Not sure he'll be able to, but Aravind visibly nervous in that one. Let's catch up with the current position.
Yep. So where are we? Nepo, right? Excuse me.
Yeah, we'll spoil for choice. We've got to say, so many fun, exciting games going on, but let's keep an eye on those favorites.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I've just got to refresh the... Okay, yeah. But it feels like this position has been there forever. So there's some kind of issue with the move transmission. Maybe. Yes. This was here a while ago, so I don't know what's going on. If we could go to... Okay. Take the... No, we're not getting the moves. Very frustrating.
Yeah. These things often happen. Let's maybe zoom in on the players' cameras if we can.
Yeah.
Just to see if we can visually see the 3D board. And it does look like Aravind here. Oh, he's only down to one pawn now. Knight and pawn and rook against black's rook and 2 pawns. So Nepomniachtchi getting closer to a draw. If the white pawn disappears, if it gets traded off, rook and knight versus rook is a much easier draw than rook and bishop versus rook. So we wouldn't see 50 moves of a long, difficult defense. And it looks like Nepomniachtchi, with that sharp haircut, that fresh cut, yeah, he's working those miracles. He's showing the tenacity to save difficult endgames. Wow, this is the story of the day so far. Nakamura getting out of jail. In his game, Rapport potentially saving a difficult position. Now Nepomniachtchi, this is why the top players, you have to knock them down 10, 20 times just to get that point. And Aravind nodding his head there, very low on the clock. It feels like the clock has cost him. Nepo, very, very strong.
Yeah, let's see. 2 seconds, just getting the move in there. Aravind, rook a6, but feels as though Nepo, I don't know, it's definitely gone in his favor the past few moves. And I think Nepo's going to find a way to make a draw. The king now into g3 as well. Rook f6 check. Yeah, the king now just floats around. You can't move the knight, you lose the pawn. If you move the pawn, nothing much is going to happen. So he tries moving the king, but king d3, king g3. And it looks as though Aravind is kind of coming to terms with the fact that really there is just no way to operate here. Got to make sure not to lose on time. I wonder if Nepo is being slightly ambitious here. Because if he forces the knight to move, he can... Of course, it should be a draw regardless, but with the clock situation, he might try and get a bit ambitious, but it doesn't look like it. You can see Aravind repeating here.
Yeah, Aravind is still advancing his king. He's still trying to create some nuisance here, but there's nothing to do. If White's king ever steps forward to attack Black's rook, we'll see a rook trade, and the game will just fizzle out immediately to a draw. So I think we're in for a long defense here. Nepomniachtchi should hold it. He's got rid of White's last pawn. We will see that rook and knight versus rook endgame. Nepomniachtchi's smiling. He knows it will be a draw eventually. He knows how to defend it. Lawrence, maybe we can switch back.
Let's do that.
Wondering whether Rapport is defending that rook and bishop versus rook endgame, for example. Talking of those long grinds.
I believe Rapport is defending this. I mean, it's just a standard rook and bishop versus rook. Quick update on some of the results from the top boards. Brunello did lose with White to Amin. Mazet did not win against Artemiev. He lost with the white pieces. Fedoseev beat Yakuboyev, David. One of the games that you were saying could be an eggshell for Fedoseev, but looks as though he has come through. Yu Yangyi has also won, so all the favourites so far, Magnus Carlson, Jan Krzysztof Duda, all the favourites coming through at the moment.
Yeah, so other than Caruana, who has just drawn, maybe Rapport and Nepomniachtchi as well, it looks like all the favourites, just doing the business. It is surprising to me because they had some shaky positions, some of the top guys, top rated players, but that's why they're, I guess that's why they're the best. They always find a way. And it's not about winning pretty in these rapid games. It's about grinding out those results. As we see Rapport grinding out, trying to get that draw in the end. Black's king still dancing, not forced to the edge of the board. And I think Rapport, he's done his homework. He's probably studied this for hundreds of hours, this rook and bishop versus rook endgame. And it all pays off in the end.
Yeah, I think so, especially recently. Quick update on the women's section. We will take a look at some of the women's games from round 3. So far, some stalwarts of the game on full marks. Nana Zagnidze, Humpy Kanuru, Nina Batsiashvili, all on 2 out of 2, as is Tan Zhongji. She's doing just fine. Humpy, class player, class act, definitely should always be in the mix, especially, I would say, for the Rapid tournament. I think she's probably a bit stronger at Rapid than she is at Blitz. Good result for Anna Zatinsky, holding Harika with the white pieces. And good result also for Lilith Mukcha, who managed to hold the draw against Goyachkina, which will be a slight surprise. The rest of the games have gone to form, so no big changes there. All right. We are watching this rook and bishop game. I would love to see the actual updated position of Aravind, but it's just not possible for the moment. Let's go somewhere else. What about Sam Shankland playing as Manuel Petrosian. Well, that is not a game we need to concern ourselves with. That is an easy win. Abdusattorov is also just very calmly on 2 out of 2, I believe.
It looks like he has won a very nice game there. Again, Abdusattorov. Just great technique. He looks like the guy, again, to beat. Still slightly lower rated Abdusattorov compared to the likes of Magnus Hikaru, but just as dangerous. And yeah, we're having to scroll quite a way down to find some surprises. It looks like Andrei Esipenko is about to lose to Demchenko.
Let's
a
go
bit lower
there.
down. Demchenko with a lot of material up. Esipenko, again, another one of those young underdogs that I thought might cause some damage, might go far in this tournament. But Demchenko, who's also dangerous, also underrated, taking the point in this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we are in the final stages of round 2, so a lot of kind of quieter end games, a lot of grinding going on as players try to eke out those extra half points. Lawrence, maybe we can stick to one of these end games, see the technique by the top players.
Which game? Let's see here. Let's see if Shugirov managed to put any pressure on at all with this rook and bishop versus rook.
I know how much you love this endgame, Lawrence. Let's get academic about it.
Well,
because Black's king is nearly in the corner.
Yeah, Black has. I don't think Richard has done too well here. It doesn't matter; it's still a draw, but Shugirov is managing to slowly escort this king to the side of the board. And is it now impossible to set up a second-rank defense here? Maybe rook h8 is a good move.
Yeah, there's two ways to defend this endgame. One is to check from afar, and as long as you place your king on the right squares, it should be sufficient. So I think that's what Rapport is going for. The second rank defense, as you say, to put the rook on the second or the 7th rank or the G or B files. That's also good enough. But okay, I like what Shugirov's doing. He stopped any checks from the black rook. White king nicely centralized. But Rapport can still continue trying to check from afar. There we go. He puts his rook on h7, trying to swing across. The problem is Black's king is near the corner, but not near enough. So it does take 3 or 4 very helpful moves from Black to allow that king to be pushed right onto the side. And there we go. Asking questions with the check. Shugirov, but not making any progress. Yeah, I think this is one of the games to study if you want to learn how to defend with just a rook against a rook and bishop. And yeah, it feels like from the body language as well, Shugirov isn't feeling too confident. He played that last move very slowly, looking at the clock, admitting defeat in his attempts to win. It is a draw.
Yeah, doesn't even bother trying to push this through. 3 more rounds today. Wants to conserve his energy. Okay. And let's
check out Jordan Van Forest.
Wow.
Very, very difficult rook endgame here for Black to defend. Jordan on the front foot. That white e-pawn, will it win the game? Do you know your endgame theory, Lawrence?
Well, I mean, here it looks as though he has got a winning position, but something went wrong around here, apparently. I mean, this position is a classic one without the pawn on a6, but with the pawn on a6, I guess it actually helps White because it limits the scope of Black's rook. So what? This move e7 possibly was a mistake.
Yeah, maybe the idea is that you should now take on a6 and Black cannot really continue the checks. Your simple plan is to go king d7 and e7. And suddenly, for example, if rook h8 check, king d7, rook h7, e7 comes with check, white's pawn steps out the way, discover check, and you're guaranteed to win now. So maybe Jordan just missed that one moment, got a bit impatient pushing his pawn, and suddenly if we catch up with the game position, he has won black's pawn, but he's allowed black's rook to come around and check on the long side. Black's rook is going to check from a7, from a8, and this is a very well-known draw now. A few moves ago, black didn't really have the ideal defensive formation, but yeah, it's a slip from Jordan. It looks like he's now head in hands. He's realizing that there's no way through for white. Black can just wait on the 8th rank. And in order to guard against checks, you have to put the white rook on some bad squares.
Okay.
It's going to be a draw.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a draw. Now, Nepomniachtchi did magically, just like we saw Hikaru Nakamura do in round 1, draw that game against Aravind here. Okay. And now...
What has happened here?
Wow, what has happened?
Miracles do happen. He just set a trap for his opponent.
Oh no, look at this. In this position here, after king d6, black just had to repeat with the move rook a8. And now you've got the long side, but he went king f6, missing the beautiful rook b1. And now the point is after rook 67, simply rook f1 check, and we win the rook. And now after rook b1, there's nothing to be done. Rook f1 check. And now the shake of the head by Sidupov, who is disgusted with himself. Grandmaster should not be making this mistake. What an awful blunder by the black player here. The Grandmaster playing black understands now that his position is toast. And in fact, we look at the position on the board, rook a1, and you can't capture the long side here. And Jordan is going to show, he's going to have to show queen and king versus king and rook. And relatively easy conversion, would you say, David?
I would say yes. It's also extremely hard to defend to put your rook on safe squares, especially in rapid chess. I've tried playing this one against the computer, I will say, queen versus rook, and it's incredibly hard to win because computers always find a way to put their rooks on squares they can never be captured by double attacks, by checks. And so maybe some work to be done for Jordan, but in human terms, it's extremely difficult to defend. I think he's already got his king and queen on some great squares. Black has no checks right now. So this one should just be a matter of time. But I want to say as well, that rook endgame, it was a cautionary tale, as you mentioned. Never put your rook on a passive square. As mentioned in the chat here by Namo S, it's literally in the classic book, 100 endgames you must know, that trick that Black fell for to allow this endgame. And Jordan will slowly start closing the door. He'll slowly start finding those checks. And, whoa. Not a mouse slip there, almost a finger slip. He almost put his queen on a square it could be attacked, but okay, now he'll just bring his king forward. Yeah, and eventually black will find himself in Zugzwang. Often white, there are actually nice ways to triangulate the white queen. You give your opponent the move, and yeah, black has no safe squares for the rook. This one, yeah, I think Jordan's found the winning technique already. And yeah, I can't see this one turning yet again. It's already turned a few times since we've joined at this endgame. Went from winning to drawn to winning, but it won't change again. Calm check. Do you think he could be someone to kind of upset the apple cart Lawrence to win a title, Jordan?
Huge fan of Jordan. Spent some time with him in the summer this year in Spain. Lovely kid. I say kid, but he is still very young in his early 20s. Very, very talented.
Feels like he's been around forever.
Yeah, he has been around forever because he's just been such a genius youngster. But you know, his big breakthrough coming when he won the Vaikanze Tata Steel Championship. Has obviously worked with Magnus, as many people know. Just a very, very talented young player. And definitely is capable of winning this tournament and putting the final touches on here. Another shake of the head by Sidipov, who understands his task is now pretty much hopeless, and Quindi Vocek might just end it, actually.
I've got to give praise to Queen H5, that quiet move just to create that Zugzwang, and now Black's king, no matter where it goes, would have been attacked. There would have been a double attack hitting the black rook as well, the rook too far from its king. So there we see Anish Giri, a nice touch as well, congratulating his countryman, or maybe asking about the game. It looks like Giri is pointing out a quicker win to Jordan there. But some nice camaraderie between the two as Sidipov sets the pieces back up.
All right.
Anish, he's always getting involved.
Yeah, well, they're very good friends, of course, as well, and to be expected, a bit of banter from Anish. I believe we are going to now go for a short pause. We'll come back shortly with a summary of what happened, but no major upsets in that round as far as I can see. Carlsen beating Hansen. A few escapes yet again. Rapport and Nepomniachtchi were both in terrible shape, but they are top players for a reason. They are extremely resilient and they both survive. We'll be back in a few minutes where we will then, of course, be looking at round 3. 5 rounds today. Plenty more chess. Don't go anywhere.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome back, everybody. This is round 3 of the World Rapid Championships. Of course, part of the World Rapid and Blitz Championships taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan this year. We've seen a bunch of action so far. And, well, what we've really seen are a bunch of escapes by some of the top players. Some of the top players under real pressure early on, thinking Nakamura in round 1. And in the last round, we just saw Nepomniachtchi was dead to rights, managed to escape, as did Rapport. So the top guys hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. I'm once again, of course, joined by the one and only Grandmaster David Howe, Olympic gold medalist, and very, very cool guy. David, we're going to take a look now at the pairings for round 3. Who do you fancy coming up in the open section?
And yet again, Lawrence, well, first of all, thanks for the kind words. But yet again, we do see some massive games. Tomaszewski against Carlsen. Tomaszewski, he feels like he's been a 2700 Grandmaster for the last 15 years or so. He's going to be very difficult to beat. Duda against Bluebaum. Bluebaum, the reigning European champion. That's not going to be easy either. Yuyan Shimanov. That's a very strong Russian player there. I mean, it's stacked. I'm personally looking at pairings such as Donchenko against Giri, because I really want to see players such as Anish Giri push on after this great start. And we do have, I think, 22 players on 100% after 2 rounds. So it's not that many from such a big field. And it will be about kind of positioning yourself after day 1 in those top positions. You can't really win a tournament on day 1, of course, but you can put yourself in position. And yeah, all of these guys that we see on the top 10 boards right now, they will be wanting to continue their good form.
Shout out especially to Anish Giri and Jordan van Forest. The Dutch are the best by test, or something along those lines. Obviously very good friends that were chatting after that game. Jordan will be very happy to have converted. Got a tough game now against Sindarov, another superstar from the Uzbek Olympic team. And in the women's section, we can see that, well, the portrait of a lonely figure, Olga Giria, waiting on board 1. She's about to play Tan Zhongyi. Olga, though, a fantastic player in her own right, certainly capable of beating Tan. We've got Gong against Zagnitze on board 2. And we've got Kamilinova, who beat Lela Yakilashvili actually in the last round, playing white against Humpy Kanuru. Valentina Gunina on board 4. Class player Valentina when she's on form, playing against Fatilieva. And Bivol Batsiashvili, Alina Bivol, with that great win in round 1 against Bela Kontanashvili. And then beating Maltsevskaya also in round 2. So Bivol showing some real form early on. Those games are going to be very, very interesting indeed, as we can see the camera pan around the playing hall. Looks like it's a, I don't know the exact where they are playing. It looks like a basketball court or something like that, perhaps, or an indoor stadium of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very grand there. All the players in one hall, all the flags around, of course. And I mean, I've played in plenty of these types of venues myself. I've always enjoyed it, but always found it a bit intimidating with so many cameras, so many fans around. How about yourself, Lawrence? Do you think the players, they're enjoying the venue? Are they embracing the moment?
I think so, because also one thing that I know they will like is the space. Having space between the tables is nice. When you're all bunched up, it's not that great. I remember a few years ago in Berlin. Did you play the Berlin World Rapid and Blitz? You might have been there, actually.
No, I missed that one, unfortunately, Lawrence.
I also missed it, but from what I understood and from what I saw, it was all quite, there wasn't that much space. So I think with such ample space for everybody, they'll be happy to be there. Looks as though it doesn't look too hot there either. We can see Olga Giria there with a scarf on. Of course, complaints of playing hall being too hot is often brutal. So we can see that. And Tan Zhongyi sporting the face mask. Not necessarily an indication that there's anything wrong with her, but I would say more in Asian culture, certainly, they do tend to wear the face masks voluntarily.
Yeah, you mentioned the temperature, Lawrence, and it's -8 outside, -8 degrees Celsius outside in Almaty. Very cold. We've seen some of the players, I think they were skiing, they were out in the snow in the run-up to the event. So hence the scarves, I guess. But as you say, the tournament hall, it's a nice luxury. Maybe that's the biggest difference from maybe amateur tournaments to professional tournaments. You kind of, the higher up the ranking list you go, the more space you get at your boards during the games. And just in the background there as well, we do see Tomaszewski waiting for Magnus to arrive.
And they are off.
Handshakes.
Tomaszewski, like aka the Professor. He's called the Professor for a reason. And that reason being that he's a scientist when it comes to the game of chess. Very, very sort of precise player. Doesn't like big messes at all on the board. You very rarely see Tomaszewski games that are too wild and wacky and weird. Of course, he's more than capable of playing those positions as well, but he likes a more systematic approach. And certainly, you mentioned, David, you feel like he's been 2,700 for 15 years. He has been 2,700 for 15 years. I played Evgeny Tomaszewski in the World Championships when we were both 18. We're the same age. He was already extremely strong then, but he has literally been... He never quite made it to the 2750 level, but he's been just a solid 2710, 2720 player for 15, 20 years. A very the sort of guy you would want on your team in a team event if you need some points, because you know he's going to get them. Magnus, wow. We have got, looks like a modern opening. Magnus going with 1 G6 against Tomaszewski's 1 D4. And Tomaszewski playing principally and actually taking the center here with E4. Now, David, I've mentioned this a few times, of course. You have been the person who's covered Magnus the most over the past few years because of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And I will say, his success with the Perk or the Modern in that tournament, for me, has been absolutely shocking, especially his dismantling of Eric Gacy, like numerous times with Black, just destroyed him. How does he do it? How does that happen?
Yeah, Magnus is unique. He's a phenomenon. We know that he could do stuff that nobody else in the world can get away with. And yeah, it feels like in a way he's been freestyling Magnus, as we see there. He's just pushing pawns to the 6th rank, not really committing, just staying really flexible. And he called it himself in an interview, anti-young player chess. And of course, Tomaszewski is not a young player. Tomaszewski is even a few years older than Magnus. But I think the idea is to just steer clear of opening theory. That is, after all, where 90% of time is spent by a lot of players these days. They know how to study the opening. They have plenty of resources. They look at it with a computer. And these types of positions that we will be about to see in this game, there's no way to memorize them. There's no way to predict exactly what your opponent will do every turn. Black has 5 or 6 different options on every move, therefore a bunch of different move orders. And we see Magnus, again, not bringing out his knights, not really committing his bishops. He's essentially asking his opponents, Tomaszewski in this case, what are you going to do? Are you feeling brave? If you come at me, you'll leave yourself open to counterattack. And if you just play too slowly, too passively, you might get punished later on. That mindset, that mentality will endure for the rest of the game. And Magnus likes his opponents to show weakness. He likes them to show respect to him. We call that the Magnus effect. And that's, I guess, Lawrence, the long-winded answer to your question, why Magnus has experienced so much success with this opening. It's because often his opponents are just thrown into unknown territory. They've never faced this type of, not necessarily opening before, this approach before. And therefore, they're just caught in two minds, to attack, to defend. Here, Tomaszewski just playing very quickly, just very kind of classically developing his pieces. And Magnus, I think he'll be pretty happy with how things are going. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at the board here. The digital transmission isn't quite coming up yet, but we're looking at the board. I think he's going for the hippo, a setup where black just wallows within the 6th, 7th, and 8th ranks, just waiting for the opponent to get ambitious to lunge forward, and then the hippo will strike. And Magnus putting his knights on e7, d7 in front of his king and queen, just kind of curling up into a ball. And yeah, this is the type of approach that pays off in blitz chess, bullet chess, because you can kind of almost pre-move your first moves as black. But in a rapid game, this is risky strategy. What do you think, Lawrence? Is this something that will work against the professor?
Well, I think it's a very good try because, as I said, I don't think that Tomaszewski loves these slightly unorthodox structures and these unorthodox positions. And of course, just want to confirm, guys, we haven't got the games just yet in our PGN format, so bear with us, and we'll keep with the main camera here. So I think that this is a very decent opening choice by Magnus, effectively. I don't mind this choice at all, actually, by Magnus Carlson. I think it's very, very decent.
And he's already forced his opponent to think. Tomaszewski went into the tank for a minute or so there, bringing his bishop out. And Lawrence, you also mentioned earlier in the day, Magnus often does get off to slow starts. That is his Achilles heel in these longer tournaments, these longer formats. It takes him a while to get the engine going, to move up the gears. But this tournament, he's already started with 2 wins out of 2. Is that ominous for his rivals? Magnus, to you, does he look in the flow already?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it looks ominous. I think people just expect Magnus to do well. So whether he's got 1.5 out of 2, 2 out of 2, it's going to be kind of the crunch rounds in the middle that are going to be crucial. So I don't think people are worrying too much about what Magnus is doing. You have to worry about yourself at the end of the day. I don't think it's such a big deal, basically. At this stage, it's just far too early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was I think, World Blitz Championship a few years ago where Magnus started with 0 out of 2. And he did later on catch up, of course, and get in the medals. But, hey, we do see some quick moves. Magnus did set up with the hippo. He's starting to advance pawns forward, bringing his knight forward now. I think we will jump into the crux of the game later when things do reach their climax. But all 32 pieces on the board, and that in itself is, I think, a small win in terms of the opening. It's like you said, Lawrence, no matter what the opening, Magnus will be fine. He knows his stuff. He knows the strategy, where the pieces belong. But it's about getting a position that his opponent is uncomfortable with. And Tomaszewski, I'm not saying he won't like White's position. We will see that in a moment. But it's maybe just, again, something he's not familiar with. It's not his comfort zone necessarily. It's not something that they teach in the Russian School of Chess. And that's clearly an area where he's very educated.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a classic, a classic. What's the word? A student of the game, no doubt about it. Absolutely, no doubt about it. So let's see.
Wow, and Magnus there castling with his last move. And one thing I've learned from playing the hippo is that you very rarely castle, or if you do, it's got to be when your opponent commits on the other side of the board. And I've got to say, the opening Magnus is playing right now, that's my main bullet repertoire. When I play bullet on chess.com, for example, I nearly always play the hippo because you can pre-move the first 8 moves, and you are very flexible. You react to what your opponent's doing. Tomaszewski just putting his pieces on centralized squares, and in a way that's allowing Magnus to dictate the game. It feels like Tomaszewski is just waiting, yet to exchange pieces, yet to open up. And Tomaszewski is an endgame expert as well. When I've played him, which has been on occasion, especially when we were younger, he was always the grindy type of player. As you said, risk averse, but extremely kind of focused on the small details. Here you can't really focus too much on the small details. You have to play with a grander plan in mind. And we'll see.
Yes, you do.
When we do get those transmissions back, we'll see a few of the plans that Tomaszewski will have to go for if he wants to win this game. And meanwhile, maybe we can make some predictions, Lawrence. We didn't really get around to that.
Happy to do that. Without properly being able to see this position, obviously, I'm gonna go for a Magnus win, because it just feels like I can see a knight on g6, a pawn on g5. Yeah, typical Magnus kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Showman position. Actually, we have managed, I believe, to get some moves in, so we might only the women's event. Well, let's do that. I'm going to go for a Magnus win there. We'll do some predictions a bit later on, and let's go to the women's section for really the first time we're going to have a proper look at some of the games there. Looking at these games, I have to say, well, they're all actually very tight. Let's go to Olga Giri against Tan Zhongji. We had a Queen's Gambit declined.
Yeah. Very typical position here. It's still theoretical as far as I know. You mentioned Queen's Gambit declined, but the center has exploded. And right now, Black's bishop has just retreated. It's up to White. Do you centralize the rooks? Do you push a pawn forward in the center? Maybe lock things up a bit more? Olga Giri has played for the Russian team for 10 or more years now. Very experienced in Tan Zhongyi, really at the peak of her career, on a high in the candidates final. And this is going to be a really interesting clash. I do feel that this type of position is easier to play with White. From my experience, you just centralize the rooks, and very worst comes to the worst, you tend to kind of get a position with symmetrical pawn structure with no risk. But what do you think, Lawrence, at this early stage? There are 14 leaders, and these two could be some of the favorites for the rest of the event.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, one of these, I think, although the women's section is slightly shorter in terms of the length, you are going to get the main names up there. I find it I find it more difficult to believe that there's going to be a complete outsider in the women's section to win. Dark horses tend not to come through, just because the experience of the top players and the gap in skill level is just much greater, I believe. So, for example, if you look at Hikaru, Goyachkina, and so on, even when Abdusattorov won, she wasn't a true outsider because, she was already 2,400 plus. For example, for a 2350 player to win this, for example, somebody like Alina Bival, she started off great, but if she were to win, I would be in shock because the true strength of these players does tend to show a bit more, in my opinion, as the rounds go on. As for this particular game, I mean, Olga also, she's classical. She's got to hurry up a bit. I think Black is all right, though, to be honest. I think, I'm not even sure I would take White here. It's not completely clear to me. Yeah, you can bring your rooks in, but I'm not that enamored with White's position here. So, I don't know, David.
We might have our first disagreement of the day, Lawrence. I do enjoy White's chances in these types of positions. I think we've had a couple more moves. It did look like Tan Zhongyi just brought the Black Queen into the center. Are we on the current position?
No.
Like White's knight has jumped to c4.
No, we're a bit far away, and we're not getting the moves through. It seems at the moment. We're going to try and get a refresh, but seems as though we're having some issues with the moves coming through. So we will just have a look at this bird's eye view of the board. Still looks as though Tan Zhongji is probably all right.
Yeah, and one thing that I think really makes Tan Zhongyi stand out, apart from her tactical vision, it's just her focus. She's always looking for resources. I played her in Gibraltar once, and yeah, she's just barely leaves the board. Her eyes never leave the board, and even on her path to the candidates final this year, when she won a very difficult knockout phase, even then she was in trouble in many games, but she found those resources. And again, that's a key ingredient when winning world titles, especially in the Rapid and Blitz. You will run into tough positions, whether it's this game, whether it's the next few rounds. You will run into trouble at some point, and she's the type of player that will be hard to knock down. So even if Olga Giria with white here is able to obtain an advantage in the opening, Tan Zhongyi won't flinch. She won't worry too much about that. And it is her taking the big think and throwing a pawn forward. We will, again, try to get that position back a bit later, but it's just looking very messy. Look at the middle of the board there. Lots of pieces, lots of action. And yeah, the result will be decided in that kind of time scramble a bit later on in a tactical melee where Tan Zhongyi does thrive. And we do see in the background of this picture as well, Yu Yangyi against Shimanov on that left side. And I think that's Humpy Koneru on the right side, playing against Kamal Lidanova. So some big names on the top boards. And Lawrence, what do you think? Should we stick here for a while? Should we maybe take a look around some other games?
We can definitely move around a little bit for sure. Yes. Let's see what we've got. The games have just started. Yeah, we could do some predictions. Okay, so Tomaszewski, Carlsen. I said 0-1. What do you think?
I will trust in the professor. I will say a draw. I think Magnus, yes, he's on fire, but it's going to be difficult with black to beat someone so solid.
Okay.
Yeah. Should we go to that Magnus game?
Yeah, I think we can go to that Magnus game.
Yeah, we do see them on the camera right now. So just to the left of the game we were at a moment ago, in the background this time we can see Jules Moussard, the French champion, on the left, facing off against Fedoseev. And there we have it. We have the moves. We have the board. Tomaszewski with white, Carlsen with black.
Yeah, and
thoughts, Lawrence, on the position?
Yeah, just a typical kind of hedgehoggy perk where, you know, you have to decide as white whether you want to commit in the center with e5 or d5. Timing that is actually fairly important, very important, in fact. And a lot of the time you don't want to make a committal decision. So here Tomaszewski plays queen e2. Queen e2 is actually guarding against knight h5 as well. This knight was also potentially coming to h5 to then come into f4. So queen e2 has that concept. So
does it feel like a small loss of time, though, for white, Lawrence, because white's queen had already moved?
A little bit, yes. But I don't think that time is such a big thing in this position. I mean, sort of jostling for position feels like what you should be doing a lot with white. I think it's worse to overcommit to an idea prematurely than, you know, just trying to find some harmony with your pieces. But I also don't think that objectively that Magnus's position is that bad. So queen d7 has just been played. And now, for example, does the move at e5 actually make any sense here? Yeah. Because, I mean, now with the queen on queen d7 feels like an odd move to me. Doesn't that move feel a bit strange to you?
It feels very strange, but there is a key variation here, potentially, Lawrence, and I think Magnus has a tactical idea in mind. So if white does, for example, lose patience and push a pawn forward in the center, maybe e5, as you said, then black can take on e5, and after a recapture, put the queen on c6. Checkmate on g2. So you can get out of that attack on the d file, and suddenly white struggles to defend against this one.
Well,
maybe knight e3.
Maybe knight e3. How much does he struggle?
Yeah, maybe knight e3, but then knight d7, you have to do some. Oh, knight f4. Wow.
No, I mean that's
calculation is required now.
Yeah. But knight d7, I'm curious. I wanna put a bishop d3, bishop e4, a bishop d3, knight c5, queen h5, knight g4. Oof.
Bishop b5 might win a pawn, Lawrence.
Yeah, we're not in this game for pawns.
Yeah, but we might find the answer to these questions because Tomaszewski has indeed pushed e5. So right now, for the first time in the game, there is some tension. We're about to see some exchanges, some tactics. Magnus does go for this variation. He does grab a pawn on e5, asking for lines to open up, trying to get his queen to c6, creating some checkmate threats. And I think only now Tomaszewski pauses because he realizes what is about to come. So we will see that position we analyzed a moment ago appear. D takes e5. You have to be consistent here with white. You can't change your plan now. Queen c6 looks almost forced.
Queen c6, knight e3.
Yeah, defending g2. I think white has to play knight e3. If you play f3, for example, it's very ugly. You leave some holes in your position, and knight h5 will happen, like you said earlier, jumping in to some key squares.
Exactly. So queen c6 on the board.
Yeah, the acid test of black's idea is knight e3.
Tomaszewski will play knight e3. No question about it. Far too strong. Professor. Well, I mean, it's pretty much the only move. That's the other thing. I mean, you either go f3, allow knight h5, or you play knight e3. So knight e3 will be played. I'm just sure of it.
And we're yet to find a convincing answer. I do like that that message from Nintendo a moment ago. Finally, they're choosing violence. I think Magnus is taking massive risks here after knight e3. But yeah, we're yet to find a solution to the attack on black's knight on f6. Apparently, the engine thinks white is much better, according to Antoine in the chat. Yeah, it's looking dangerous.
Yeah, this doesn't
after knight e3, Lawrence.
Doesn't surprise me at all that white is much better here. And Tomaszewski will play this move. I think he's calculating what to do against knight e4, actually. Knight e7 just feels wrong to me. You know.
Yeah, although you are attacking e5, so white has to be very quick. It's quite an urgent situation. Yeah, you have to defend e5. It's not so easy. White has a bunch of ideas, but it's very much about calculation. And Tomaszewski a bit low on the clock right now. Yeah, so knight d7, knight e4, black has options, but Tomaszewski needs to move. You need to speed up. And he does play that move, but after almost 2 minutes, and he could have played that move instantly. Like you said, Lawrence, it was clearly the best move by process of elimination.
Yes, but he was probably just, making sure that after f3, knight h5, that things simply were not that great. Okay. Wow. What? Bishop b5, your move? But why? I don't get it. Takes. You just want to take down here, David, and win a pawn and be... Is this what it's come to? Is this how we play chess now? This isn't how we used to play chess.
It is greedy. Black does have the bishop pairs compensation. e5 will fall, but yeah, I'm curious what the engine thinks of this one. Is this good for white? White's rook is on the 7th after all. You are pawn up, albeit a doubled pawn on the b file. But white's knights are ready to spring forward to g4. Black's queen doesn't have too many safe squares.
Maybe.
There's a lot of pros and cons in the columns for both players.
Wow.
Knight d7 by Magnus. It feels like he's not bluffing necessarily, but taking massive risks. He knows that if he wins this one with black, he'll yeah, he'll have another white in the next game. He's got a chance to rack up a huge score on day one of the tournament.
I mean, I find this very odd, all of it. Nevertheless, okay, 97. Let's see. I think Tomaszewski is the sort of player to play bishop b5 here, though. I do think that that's his kind of way of playing. Bit of clarity, an extra bit of material. It doesn't look too messy after that. I don't know.
And Lawrence, I've got to say, I'm being told that bishop b5 is the only move that maintains an advantage for white, which is a bit of a surprise because white, as you mentioned, can play bishop d3. Can I mean, there's a bunch of moves you can consider, but bishop b5, it is a 2-move tactic, so it's definitely going to be on Tomaszewski's radar. He will be able to calculate that one easily. It's just about the assessment. Like you said, maybe we can put that on the board. After the knight is captured on d7, how do you evaluate that position? Do you see that even after black takes on e5, for example, with the knight, do you see that white still is in charge? Because actually, aesthetically, it looks like black's bishops are coming to life. Black has won the pawn back. Maybe the white rook on d7 will have to step back at some point, but it must come down to tactics. Maybe taking on e5, for example, some knight g4 ideas. Maybe the black king is actually a big target. And okay, queen takes e5. Very clever move there, stopping knight g4, or at least deterring any knight jumps. Maybe queen d3 check. The attack continues.
H8.
Yeah,
I mean, see it.
Tomaszewski. I don't see it either, to be honest. But this is the position Tomaszewski is kind of trying to process in his mind, right? And he does go for it. Bishop b5 on the board.
I just don't see it. Okay.
Yeah. We will get an answer. This the beauty of rapid chess. We don't have to wait too long for those answers.
We will. Brilliant. Fantastic.
And knight takes e5 is again critical. Okay. If black doesn't take that pawn, surely white is better. The white knight will land on g4. So
knight takes e5, rook d2. Come on.
Oh, just going back.
No, this is not.
You can't retreat. Surely you can't retreat.
Oh no!
Is there a way to
takes? Is
there a way to attack that black queen? Queen c4 is clever, hitting c7. That white knight on e3 is pinned, however. Lawrence, what do you think? Rook c8.
I mean,
how are you going to break through?
Rook c8, rook a1 maybe is what is trying to be played here, but it feels very sort of artificial
for white.
Yeah,
because long term black is the one in charge, right? Black has the bishops, black has the better pawn structure, so it's all about dynamics. And you did mention that that's not the strongest point of Tomaszewski's game necessarily.
No. Rook takes d7 is on the board. And I'm very curious to see what happens after either bishop takes e5 or knight takes e5, which will be played.
One of those two, surely. Because if black takes a timeout, plays rook d8, tries to evict the white rook on d7, then maybe just a simple trade, a simple exchange on d8, white's knight landing on g4 will spell the end of black's counterplay. White's knight on g4 will just contain everything, protect e5. Yeah, you have to take this pawn now, as Magnus.
Yeah, you have to take this. There's just no way he's not taking this pawn. I'm just curious which way he's going to actually take it. That's the curious thing.
Yeah, would you take this? Let's assume that Magnus knows he's slightly worse. Would you take this position, but 3 minutes extra on the clock, or would you take Tomaszewski here? Slightly better position, maybe. Good chances dynamically, but 3 minutes down on the clock.
I think I'd take Magnus because I think even though we can see the computer prefers white, intuitively it doesn't feel at all better for white. And if the advantage is only sort of +1 that it's giving, I think I would take the 3 minutes because I think there's still an extraordinary fight left in this position. I'm very curious what Magnus is going to decide here.
Down to 2 minutes now. His time advantage is disappearing. And like you say, it's intuitively difficult for white. The moves, for example, that queen c4 that we mentioned in that variation, it's not obvious. Swinging white's rook across to a1 that you showed a moment ago, that is not obvious. It does take some really creative ideas just to keep up the initiative. You have to keep pedaling, keep up the momentum with white. Otherwise, you're just suffering in a strategically difficult position. So if I were Magnus, I would have just taken this pawn, to be honest, and just crossed my fingers and hoped and prayed that I was okay. Also passing the move back to Tomaszewski, who's been very slow over the last few turns. But yeah, critical moments will happen very shortly. And Magnus, he's about to reach. Looks like he's about to make a move. His hand is twitching. And he does take that pawn with his bishop. As you mentioned, this was an option because now if there is a trade, Black Knight leaps into the center.
Exactly. I think bishop takes e5 is perfectly reasonable. No, I actually prefer black here. This is the weird thing. I mean, I think I would take black out of just a preference. Obviously, I'm seeing here that the evaluation, it says it's better for white, but I don't fully understand. I understand the rook is on d7, and I understand the black king is slightly weak, but I've got activity. And queen c4 might be a great move by Tomaszewski.
Very clever move. And suits his style as well, right? Getting the queens off, simplifying the position, simplifying his plans. c7 is the target. Yeah, suddenly bishop takes e5. If you have to part with the bishop pair as black, strategically it's not that dominant anymore. And I did appreciate in the chat a few people were saying, yeah, the initiative is not obvious for white, but at least now you have a plan. You just want to trade off queens. You want to win the c7 pawn.
Exactly.
Great move by Tomaszewski. And he was thinking about that one while Magnus was in the tank.
Yes, he was. There's also queen takes e6, which actually exists in some lines because bishop c8, rook takes f7 exists. So actually queen takes e6 is actually a threat, no?
Yeah, that f7 pawn is pinned. Yeah, very clever threat. I must admit, my eyesight was directed purely on the c7 pawn, tunnel vision. But Tomaszewski, yeah, I love queen c4, I've got to say. It's not an obvious move at all. Move. Eyes are instantly drawn towards trading pieces, but he's done it on his own terms. And Magnus, at least now, I think we can start to understand why he might be on the back foot. If the queens come off, if the dark square bishops come off, white might win a pawn.
Yeah.
The world champion.
And Magnus now down on time. Are we going to get our first little mini upset so far? All three results possible for sure.
Yeah, and look at Magnus' body language there, looking away, looking up to the skies, seeking inspiration. I don't think he's found a move he's happy with, a reply here. And I can't see a decent reply for black either. For example, if black takes the white bishop on g3, white might flick in the intermezzo and trade off queens immediately. And yeah, suddenly c7, c5 are weak. Rook on d7 is monstrous. Yeah, super strong there.
Yeah, not easy at all to suggest what Magnus should be doing. Hence why he spent a couple of minutes here.
And your idea of taking that e6 pawn is really relevant here, Lawrence. Maybe if queen takes queen, we can show this one last variation while Magnus ponders. And after queen takes queen, the knight recaptures. After bishop takes g3, f takes g3, white is not just threatening c7, but also threatening rook takes e6 in some lines. So, for example, if rook c8 defending the c7 pawn, then bang, rook takes e6 wins a pawn.
Yeah,
black is fighting for his life.
Really is.
Yeah, great calculation there by Tomaszewski. And Magnus now under 2 minutes. I have a feeling we might see a big shock, not just a draw in this game. I think we might see Tomaszewski take it. Magnus, normally when I've seen him, when he plays rapid chess, if he tanks for this long, it means he knows he's in trouble. And often mistakes come because he's trying to force the issue too much.
Precisely.
So we will see. Bishop c8. Wow, unexpected. Attacking the rook.
But
It feels new slow.
yeah, but also logical, right? He's trying. The rook on d7 was causing Magnus huge problems. So now, yeah, Tomaszewski will take. He'll bring the rook back.
I think he might take on c7, Lawrence. I think he might sacrifice the exchange. That looks very strong to me. Rook takes c7, giving up some material. But look at that white b5 pawn. It's just going to run through, surely.
Well, the bishop.
I don't think you're risking
you've got
that much
knight
either.
c4, knight d6. So you want to take, you want to give up the exchange. And then what you're saying is if the bishop ever comes here, you want to put the knight on c4 at some point and put it on d6. Put the pawn on b6 and just push. Wow,
c5
I will
is
be
loose as well.
Shocked if he plays that.
I mean, it's so tempting to me. Retreating. Oh, okay, he doesn't go for that. He sacrifices in a different way, though, a similar way.
Oh, right.
And, okay, maybe just as good. The b5 pawn now is pushing forward. Black's bishop will be able to block maybe on some light squares. Knight f4 by Magnus. What's he doing? How's he seeking counterplay? Surely just, I mean, knight c4, maybe the answer is knight d5. Black wants to give back some material just to swap off pieces. Yeah, I mean, it's hanging by a thread, Black's position strategically, but he is material up long term.
I'm glad to see
Magnus has chances.
Yes, he does, but he has to deal with this immediate initiative, which is not easy to deal with.
You were saying, Lawrence, you're glad to see.
Well, I'm glad to see Tomaszewski, taking some risks and playing principally rather than, just retreating the rook there and saying, okay, I'm not even going to look at the alternatives. I'm very happy to see that move. Very, very happy.
And that gives us a dilemma as well, Lawrence. Do we stick with this game? It's getting so exciting now. Do we switch over? Some huge battles taking place. Tomaszewski does bring his knight to c4.
That's a good point. I will say that
maybe we stick with this one just as it's so exciting right now. It's potentially dramatic for the tournament as a whole. Knight d5 by Magnus. Is he getting over the worst? If the knights come off, maybe he's slightly closer to safety. Black does have the luxury as well of giving up some material later on, giving some material back and trying to go into an opposite color bishop endgame potentially. Yeah, I need to drink here, banking on Magnus to save this. We have seen Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi, Rapport, bunch of players save worse positions than Magnus has got right now. So will the theme of the day continue? Yeah, I'm struggling to see a follow-up for Tomaszewski. Maybe knight takes d5, followed by bringing the knight into d6. Just trying to paralyze Black's rooks. Wow. Knight on d6 will be a monster.
And just push the b pawn.
Yeah, White's formation. How do you get rid of it?
I think that's very likely to happen. Just like this. Also, rook e7 sometimes, but just b6, b7. If rook a2, can you just go rook e1? Can you?
So calm, Lawrence. Yeah, push the b pawn. Yeah. Black looks completely stuck.
Yeah. Wow. Tomaszewski with a chance. Is he going to find it?
The problem for Tomaszewski is that there is a chance of bailing out. You can play knight b6. He's just exchanged knights on d5. Knight b6 in that position would pretty much force a draw. So will the temptation now, 20 seconds for Tomaszewski, would the temptation prove too much? Will he go for that draw? Will he swap off pieces? Or will he go for more passive, negative decision by Tomaszewski there? He played knight b6. Yeah, knight b6 though. And after bishop takes b5, I can't see Magnus losing this one anymore.
Yeah, this is...
Takes b5, knight takes a8, and draw. Opposite color bishops. Maybe White has a small advantage. Black's pawns are weak, but yeah, draw. I think it was the clock.
Yeah. Yes, they were both very short on time as well. Yeah, and of course, important to point out in the current position that you can't just attack this bishop, because when this happens, you get hit this way, so you're kind of forced to take on b5. Magnus is arming and erring, trying to, figure something out, see if there's another way to play this, but I just don't think there is. Oh,
yeah, rook a8, Lawrence. Rook a8 maybe, but knight takes d7 looks very tempting there.
Oh, wow.
Oof, I don't think you can take risks here as Magnus. Oh, wow, he's played it.
Did he play rook a8?
Rook a8. He's going for the win, Magnus, here, but surely he should be fighting for his life. And, okay, Tomaszewski didn't take any fancy risks there. He just traded off a set of rooks, and it's equal material, knight and 2 pawns for rook. But Magnus is getting active with his rook. Okay, at least he will eliminate the b pawn. There's no way for white to keep that one intact. Do you think, Lawrence, still a draw?
I would take white now, because I'm maybe not. I mean, Magnus is, extremely efficient with his pieces. So it's a tough one. Bishop takes c5, bishop takes b5. Really tough one.
Yeah, which pieces should white aim to exchange? Should white aim to exchange the knight for the black bishop? Should white keep all the material on the board? Black's rook is going to get very good once it reaches the second rank, maybe even the first rank. Tomaszewski, yeah, still everything's going to be solid though for white.
Yes, it's going to be difficult for Magnus. I think Tomaszewski now just wants a draw, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he signaled with that knight b6 move a bit earlier that he didn't really believe in his winning chances. He didn't back himself. And maybe that's why Magnus played rook a8. He sensed a bit of psychological weakness from his opponent. He's very good at that.
Absolutely.
And as Antoine says in the chat, you have a hard time believing black ever wins, but it is Magnus. It is Magnus after all. And okay, knight c7. Black gives a check. Black's bishop will move. That white knight is slightly offside though. He needs to get back into the game. We'll stick with this game just because it is so dramatic, potentially devastating if Magnus can't stop these white pawns. It would be huge for the tournament, but there have been other games. We will check in on those results. We will show some of the action a bit later in both the open and the women's sections. Okay, Tomaszewski rerouting his knight. Still feels like black is okay, but can Magnus hope for more? The more you look at it, Lawrence, do you believe in black's winning chances?
I mean, objectively, no, but over the board, anything can happen. And Magnus is a master at making opponents uncomfortable as well. Right? He doesn't just let them settle. It's very, I mean, it's very annoying to play Magnus. I've never played him in a proper game like you, but even in the Blitz games we've played, it's just very, it's just very tough. There's a psychological element to it. And now he knows he's stable, and well,
that's enough.
Yeah, he with his stability, he can breathe. The white pawns have been held up, and now he's going to try and make something work. And he is making progress.
That white king, you got to fear for it slightly, and especially if black can push his pawn to g4. So that's why Tomaszewski's planted his bishop on e5. He's saying, okay, if you push your g pawn, your f pawn will drop. But it does feel like Magnus is squeezing water out of that stone, as Feeling Cushy says. Feels like he's creating those threats. Suddenly Tomaszewski has awkward questions to answer. 20 seconds on the clock. The f2 pawn attacked. If you ever touch the f2 pawn for white, I think that will backfire. The g pawn is a clear target for black's light squared bishop. And okay, White just dropping back his king. Tomaszewski is praying for the draw here.
Right, but G4 like and that. No, this is getting weird for Tomaszewski now. It takes.
Look at that white knight. It just can't contribute to the game.
G3 check, F2, G3, F3.
Breaking through.
Oh my goodness.
Tomaszewski, you have to move. You have to take that pawn. It's probably lost now, but what a tactic. Clearance tactic on the second rank now. You're right, Lawrence. That is a killer. Wow. G3. I agree as well with J. Liu Poker. Magnus needs to teach us endgames. How does he do it every time? And, okay, that passed F-pawn. He's got to win for black, surely now. How do you stop the pawn? And you don't, is the answer. Magnus takes the win. Tomaszewski resigns.
Wow. Very disappointing for Yevgeny not to hold that. And we just saw a super chat there. This is why Magnus is the greatest ever. Yes. Effectively, yes. Because he can win positions where he's a lot worse. Find resources. Put the pressure on. He measured Tomaszewski really well in that game. He could feel like Tomaszewski would crack under a bit of pressure. And he was right. Quite incredible. Now, where should we go next?
There's still plenty of games going. What do you think? Should we stick with the open section? Jan Krzysztof Duda is, yes, I think, doing the business on board 2 with white. It looks like a difficult rook endgame for his opponents and pass pawns. How do you stop those A and H pawns if your blue baum here is black? That black rook is stretched. Can't stop both pawns. It's what we call the trousers. 2 legs of the trousers, the A and H pawns. And I don't see a way, Lawrence, can you? How does black defend? White's king just moves.
So. Just check king C3 and king B4.
Yeah. Any move with your king, pretty much the white rook will slide as well, somewhere on the 6th rank. And then the A pawn starts running. Yeah, these top players, they're all so good in the endgame. Duda, Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, Carlsen, we've seen them all kind of really revel in these simplified positions. Their opponents have no answer. And yeah, rook F2, looks like Duda has moved his rook. White doesn't even care about the F pawn. Yeah, those two are runners. The A and H pawns, no way to stop them now. And the A pawn also promotes with check, which is a nail in the coffin for black. And in some variations, you can start a pawn race, but white is by far the quicker in this position. Yeah, it looks like the closing stage is now. Blue baum running out of resources. Nothing to be done. Which other games have caught your eye, Lawrence?
Well, Sindarov is doing the business against Jordan Van Forest, I believe. This is the position after move 58. This is all she wrote, surely.
It's a big threat.
Well, Jordan playing on inertia here, but ultimately this position is stone lost. Bishop f6, e6, and rook h8 mate in this position looks very, very strong. Abdusattorov beating Demchenko. Giri beating Donchenko. Artemiev. Let's go to Giri and have a look at Donchenko against Giri.
Ooh, it's Giri's favorite type of position, a risk-free endgame. And yeah, no chances here of a loss, of course, for black. And therefore he can push at will. There we see Giri just moving in for the kill, positive body language. He's also got the benefit of white's pawn being a clear target on a4. So white's bishop is stuck on this diagonal, defending that pawn. Okay, Giri repeating the position though. It's not clear when he makes a dart with the black king towards that white a pawn. You've got to time it right before you start running to a4 with the black king. First, he's maneuvering his knight around. The problem is, do you want to trade off any pawns on the king side? I don't think you do. The more pawns that disappear, the closer white gets to the draw. So he's found a nice way for the knight to sit on an active square while blocking the white bishop's attack on f5. I love his technique so far, Lawrence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alexander Danchenko, though, shout out to him for, of course, being a great guy, great young guy. Seen him come up through the ranks in Germany. Incredible hard worker. You know, obviously massive talent, but
yeah, there was a streak he went on last year. I think it was 7 games in a row against 2,600 grandmasters.
I remember
in the French league.
Yeah,
incredible performance, and he beat me as well, I must say, in the World Blitz last year. Danchenko, so,
okay,
very talented player. Well, at least I've got to say
very,
that now.
Very talented.
Yeah, but meanwhile, I love again what Giri's doing. I think maybe on the last move, he could have given a check to the white king, forced the white king back to a really bad square, and then started dancing in with his king. But he feels he can do that immediately, Giri. The black knight will protect the pawns, and the black king will rush over towards the a pawn. It still doesn't feel over yet. It's just so tricky. Bishops are so good when pawns are on both flanks. White can wait forever.
Yeah, so bishop e6.
Yeah. When do you time it, Lauren?
Yeah, no, it's
start over.
It's not straightforward at all. And Anish might just decide to jostle for position here for another 40 moves if he has them.
Classic Anish.
Yeah.
Take his time.
Well, he doesn't want to rush, that's for sure.
And okay, he goes. Oh, he's hesitating there. He lingered with his hand on the piece.
Happened? Yeah.
King c3. Yeah, doesn't change too much. Now he's going for the pawn. So there will come a time when he jumps over with the knight as well to take that a4 pawn, but it will come at the cost of black's pawns. So it's all about timing. Yeah. Prediction here, Lawrence. Will he find the win, Anish?
I have a feeling he will. I feel like still practically, but Danchenko, I've played so many games with him in positions like this. He is very resilient in knights. Knight c4. You can't take on f5 because of knight e3 check.
Well, yeah, poor choice of square for the white king.
Yeah, this was a bad square. But after king f2, maybe you have to go back anyway to d6.
Yeah, unless you go for the white pawn there.
Unless you go for
example.
Yeah, but I'm thinking if you go like this for this pawn here, like this, let's say king takes a4. I don't know. Check.
Yeah, suddenly the white king goes for the g pawn. Are you in time to push the a pawn? You have to use your knight to block the white bishop's diagonal. You're right, Lawrence. This looks like a draw still. So maybe Danchenko's still alive. You've got to be careful with where you put the king. That's don't want to walk into any nasty knight forks. That's true. Yeah, I don't see how you keep the g pawn alive. And okay, we can go back to the current position maybe with Giri pondering whether to go for that white a pawn. If you have to play knight d6, then you haven't made any progress.
No.
Back to square one. You could push f4, but white won't run forward with the king anytime soon. And that only makes it easier. Okay, and knight b6.
He does go for it. Interesting. So bishop f5, knight a4.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Now I love your move bishop d7, Lawrence. Or maybe you start moving the king first and you wait
for
the
go with the
to
king.
Commit.
Yes, exactly. King f3.
Yeah, king f3. Go for that black g pawn. once you remove that, then yeah, the stakes are. Ooh, the evaluation bar dropped just there. I was going to say the stakes are lower, but the stakes are pretty high still.
It didn't like King F3 at all.
Yeah,
which is the most logical move on the board.
Yeah.
Danchenko down to his last seconds.
Okay, what is he going to play? Oh, did he lose on time then? No. It looks like he moved his king. Black Knight dropping back. Problem is now, how do you stop the A-pawn? Can you stop the A-pawn? He's going towards it with the white king.
Yeah. Oof.
Okay, maybe you're just in time if you run with the white king towards the corner. But the evaluation bar drops, goes in Giri's favor. Black's king is going to block off the white king, block off its counterpart. As soon as the white king commits, Lawrence, maybe the black king's going to jump the other way.
Yeah, exactly. King b3 was a mistake. Bishop c2, king b2 still looks tough for Danchenko. g4, but now the pawn is fixed on a light square.
Now Giri just rotates his knight around.
Knight b3.
Bring that knight to hit the g-pawn.
Yeah, no, this is... Yeah, and Danchenko with the big sigh there. Yeah, I think this is just all she wrote.
Yeah, the A-pawn just runs through. You can't trade off here. It would have been a winning king and pawn endgame. And yeah, we see the resignation. Giri, he's on fire.
Okay. Certainly doing quite well, isn't he?
And meanwhile, some other key games going. Giri takes his third win in a row. We do see in front of us Grishuk as black against Vladislav Kovalov from Belarus. And I'm doing a quick count. It looks like black is 3 pawns up. Is this game even still going?
Against Kovalov.
Taking the win.
Yeah. No, I think this one's probably done. Yeah, and there's no time on the white clock, so I think that's been done. In the women's section, a few draws on the top boards. Giri draw against Tan Zhongji, Gong draw against Zagnidze, and Kamaledinova draw against Humpy. That will give some boost to the field. Gunina with a lovely win, as did Nina Batsiashvili, and Elena Danielen is also on 3 out of 3. So only those are on 100% so far.
Yeah, three leaders in the women's section after 3 rounds, and in the open section, I think it's going to be a few more. But maybe we can recap what's happening on some of the top boards.
Let's do a quick recap of the open section. Magnus Carlson staying strong, beating Tomaszewski in a very complex game. Duda beats Bluebaum. Fedoseev beats Musa. Artemiev beats Kama. We've just seen Anish Giri beat Danchenko. Sindarov lost to Van Forest. Massive win there for Jordan. Abdusattorov not going anywhere. Reigning champion on 3 out of 3. We had Arjun Erigasi. We've not even talked about him yet so far, David, on 3 out of 3. As is his countryman Nihal Sarin, destroying grandmasters left, right, and center. So there's a solid sort of 10 players, 9-10 players on 3 out of 3. And obviously a bunch of very strong players after that on 2.5. Wow. Well, there you have it. We can see another ending here. But I think this might be a good moment for us to go to break. We're staying until this is done. Okay. We've got Shant Sarkisian playing white here against Dragnev. I thought I recognized Dragnev playing with the black pieces, but actually this is going to be a draw straight up, right? It's just a repetition. Rook d4, bishop f3. Bishop f3. Maybe this is...
Not necessarily yet.
Yeah. Rook d3.
Black needs to eliminate one of the white pieces and the white pawn. I don't think we'll see the rook sacrifice itself for the pawn and that long end game of bishop and knight versus king. But that's got to be what Shant Sargsyan is aiming for. Dragnев, though, very strong Austrian grandmaster. I do think he'll be able to save this. Like you said, just keep harassing white's pieces. Now you can attack the white bishop again. Unless white can stabilize.
Difficult. Yeah,
it's going to be difficult.
White needs to find a construction to stabilize here, but maybe he can. Knight f6.
Yeah, maybe knight f6. The black king is so far away. Otherwise, you could sacrifice the black rook for the white knight.
Played.
Suddenly, white's knight can come back to g4.
Rook d6,
there
knight
we go.
g4.
Rook d4. How
rook
do you
d4,
keep
bishop f3?
defending? You still have to go round in circles, right? But maybe you are surviving here with all the white pieces. You're right, bishop f3, Lawrence. Maybe.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I do kind of hope in the back of my mind that we do see bishop and knight versus king, just so we can all refresh how to checkmate that one. It's been a while since I've studied it. So, also we're seeing in the chat, Jordan Van Verreest, that's the biggest turnaround we've seen. You wrote that one off, Lawrence, a bit earlier.
I did.
Jordan was dead, piece down.
Yes.
He managed to turn it around.
Amazing.
And okay, we see the knight go back to f6. I think white's just repeating the position to gain a bit of time on the clock, to gain those extra 10 seconds. We will see knight g4 most likely, unless he wants to go to g8 with his knight, but that looks clumsy. Don't put your knight on the rim. Knight g4, defend it with the bishop, bring the white king. Whose king is closer here? If anyone's, surely it's white's.
White's. Knight back to d5. Rook e6.
Okay. I've got to say, I don't understand rook e6 at all. Why didn't black bring the king closer?
Bishop g6.
There was no threat.
And now you can't bring the king because king b5 runs into knight c7, so you have to go back to d6. And now
maybe
knight
drop back
f4.
to or maybe e7, knight e7, bring the knight around to f5, push the h pawn.
Wow,
it's getting close.
Okay,
he drops back to e3. Same idea. Black king has to be careful where it goes to.
King b4.
Knight f5 now. Would you start with king c2 maybe? The white pawn needs to push. The black king's edging closer.
King c2.
Lawrence, I have a feeling we'll see the black king get into that h8 corner. At some point, black will give up his rook for the white knight. It's the wrong h pawn. It's the wrong rook's pawn here. I think black... Yeah, it looks like earlier he chose the wrong square for his knight. White's knight should have used the e7 square because then h6, h7, h8 was just coming. Almost impossible to stop that without giving up your rook. Now black's king just needs 2 more moves to enter the square of this white h-pawn. If black king gets to e5, it's going to be a draw. No more chances. And I think he can do it now. Keep moving the king. He does. What do you think, Lawrence?
Yeah.
No more chances now for white?
No, I wouldn't have thought. You can try h6, though, because rook's h6, knight e7 check. He does play try h. Good try. Rook a3 check. King e2, and then you can go rook h3 probably, but
the evaluation bar is teasing us now by jumping forward, dropping back. Is black in time? It's a matter of 1 or 2 tempi now. King has to come back, but which square? He chooses e5. Okay, you just need 1 square more. King f6. And I think you're safe as black.
Yeah.
Ooh, knight g3, but now the king can come. Now the king can come. Knight h5, you just take that knight.
You just take it, yeah.
Black's king is getting to the corner.
Yeah. No, and this is not going to go on for too much longer. Well defended by Dragnef. h7. Now you can just take it. Ah, no, knight e4. Oh, okay.
Give a check.
H2.
King g7.
Yeah. King g7. Yeah. And they should agree a draw. King g4. Okay. Rook takes h7. And a draw agreed.
Wow.
All right.
Another save.
Yep, another save, another interesting endgame. We are past the halfway stage for today, round 4 coming up. No major blowouts just yet. Some of the top names up there: Carlsen, Duda, Artemiev, Giri, Eric Gacy, Sarin. The list goes on. Plenty of chess yet to go. Round 4 coming up for both the open and women's sections. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Hello everybody and welcome back to this fantastic coverage of the World Rapid Blitz Championships taking place in Astana. You can see in front of you a live shot of the playing hall. The players not yet settled for round 4. 2 more rounds today. We will have plenty of action yet. We've had action, tons of action so far. Magnus Carlson leading the way, getting off to a fast start this year. He's on 3 out of 3, as is Anish Giri on 3 out of 3, as is Jan Krzysztof Duda on 3 out of 3, and many others. We'll be detailing that. And wow, have we got an exciting round 4 for you guys. But before we go and discuss those pairings, with me is my good friend, David Howell. David, it's been an interesting first 3 rounds, and the theme for me that I cannot seem to sort of escape is that a lot of the top guys have gotten a bit lucky to be on the points that they have. A lot of near misses for these guys. Who has impressed you the most so far, and what's your evaluation of what's been going on so far?
Yeah, you're completely right, Lawrence. They do say you make your own luck, and it's a cliche for a reason. The top players, they're so tenacious and they're all very well-rounded. They've got these facets to their game. They take their chances. They've got great killer instinct. So when those opportunities arise, they normally capitalize. But as you say, I mean, Magnus Carlson really riding his luck, pushing things really to the brink there, triumphing eventually against Nepomniachtchi. Nakamura saving a lost position. He has dropped 2 draws, however, after the first 3 rounds. And I mean, the list goes on. All the top players, they've had difficult positions at times. It's just about how they deal with that. And yeah, I mean, there's so many impressive players already so far. I must say, I've been so impressed by Abdusattorov in particular, the reigning World Rapid Champion. He's got a lot to live up to, but he has hit the ground running. He's won 3 games out of 3, and I mean, Lawrence, we've got some huge games in this round. Abdusattorov, the reigning World Rapid Champion, up against Magnus Carlson. For now, the reigning World Classical Champion. And what a game that one is going to be.
Well, it is, and I remember commentating on it live last year, and effectively we had a situation where Magnus pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, and he made a blunder, and Abdusattorov took advantage of that mistake and ended up beating Magnus. Abdusattorov then went, and I think he beat Nepomniachtchi, I think he beat MVL, and he ended up winning the tournament. They're playing a lot earlier in the tournament this time, round 4. Magnus with the white pieces. Should be very, very interesting indeed. What a matchup that is. By the way, board 2 is not bad either. Giri, Duda, these have played, these guys have played each other tons over the past few years, both in online tours and live. And look at boards 3 and 4 as well. We've got Fedoseev against Sarin, the young Indian genius. A great pairing for him, in my opinion, against Fedoseev. And Jordan having to play the tricky Artemiev as well. Very, very tough indeed, amongst many other very interesting pairings. For example, Eric AC Rapport. What an interesting pairing that is as well. Tons and tons of interesting pairings in the open and also in the women's section. We've got 3 players on 100%. Vachier-Lagrave, Gunina and Danielan. And it is Vachier-Lagrave against Gunina on board 1. Kostenyak on 2.5. Will be very happy to have the white pieces against Elina Danielan. As will Tanjongji against the very talented Gunai. Gulna Mamadova on board 3. Tons of chess to be played in the women's, but of course the highlight of this round, David, has to be Carlsen against Abdusattorov. Expectations and or predictions for this particular game?
Tough question, Lawrence. Expectations, I know it's going to be a fierce fight. Neither of these 2 players ever backs down. Magnus won't underestimate Abdusattorov. Perhaps that was the case last year when you said he'd overpush and gave Abdusattorov his chance. Abdusattorov pounced on that chance, of course. In terms of predictions, I do think it'll be a draw just because both players are in such fantastic form right now. But yeah, I'm expecting a full-blooded fight in in that game. And yeah, I think Giri Duda as well. Anything could happen. Giri starting really well, grinding out some tough end games, as you mentioned. Duda is not one to be underestimated either. He's just taken his opponents into these murky waters, always seems to come out on top in those. And meanwhile, we do see some of the leaders take their seats. We see Nihal Sarin there, sitting down as black. On board 3, we see Jordan Van Vries taking a seat. Anish Giri in good spirits as he adjusts his pieces at the start of the game. Yeah, I mean, there's so many highlights. I think there's 9 leaders in the open section right now. So 9 players have started on fire, essentially. And yeah, I mean, I don't think the players will want to lose momentum by playing safe now. You have to take your chances in the early stages of this tournament, because towards the end, you are guaranteed to face the top guys every single round. So these small games here, I mean, still round 4, feels like a long way to go. They are essential if you want to win a medal at the end of the day.
Absolutely, yes. I like the fact that Anish is already getting settled early. You know, I think that Anish has, you know, he still wants to win some big titles. He's still got the hunger. And this is one of them. Don't make any mistake about it. This is the World Rapid Championships. Anish Giri is not here to just have a little bit of banter. He's a very, very serious competitor. And this particular game is an interesting one because he knows that if Duda wants, he can give him chances. Anish is not going to over-risk with white, but he'll be looking forward to having some chances if Duda feels like that now. It really depends on Duda, I think. I think if Duda is super solid, Anish won't mind. I think if Duda tries to be his ambitious self, Anish also won't mind. What he will mind is if he doesn't take a chance, if it's presented to him. So, critical game here for Anish.
I've got to mention, Lawrence, before we move on to the other pairings, the last time that Duda and Anish met, Duda unleashed this incredible tactic, checkmate in 11 moves. I think you can go and vote for it in the chess.com move of the year. And I mean, that was one of the most beautiful tactical sequences I've ever seen, as we see the shake of hands between the two. So Giri will have a score to settle. Nobody likes to be defeated in such style. So yeah, I mean, that game I can't wait to watch. And meanwhile, we see Fedoseev having a chat with Jordan. I didn't know they were good friends, but clearly both in good spirits after their strong starts.
Yeah. And here they are.
Yeah, and I mean, Giri, of course, he can't resist joining the fun.
But do notice how Magnus tends not to get involved in the pre-game banter or chats. There is a reason, you know, Magnus, he's very, very focused when he you know, is in mid-tournament. Of course, we know he can be jokey and want to have fun outside of the games and outside of the playing hall, but he's never really one to arrive early and just joke around with his competitors. And I think that's for a reason. He's, you know, he wants to instill a bit of fear into his opponents. And if you're too nice and if you're too sweet, you might lose a bit of your edge. And I think Magnus probably feels quite you know, serious about that. We can see
the type of mind.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you go, Lawrence.
No, go on. Go on.
I was going to say, you're right. It's a type of mind game in itself, arriving a bit later, you know, just making your opponent wait for you. Often Magnus actually loses 2 or 3 minutes on the clock in classical games because he wants to make his opponent sweat. But yeah, you can see the mutual respect here. Magnus arriving on time, adjusting his pieces, both dressed to impress in black. Predictions, I've got to ask, Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, this one is... I'm going to go with a Magnus win, actually. And the reason I'm doing that is because, firstly, I think Magnus will be relatively confident after what's happened. He's on 3 out of 3, when I think he understands that he really shouldn't be on 3 out of 3. So he will think, okay, things are going well in general. So the energy is good. And he's got the revenge factor here. Abdusattorov cost him the title last year. And no doubt in my mind, Magnus wants to get some revenge for what happened. And he understands how big a bigger spot this is, because if Magnus wins this, suddenly there's only going to be a handful of people on 4 out of 4, and he can already start to think about separating himself from the field. He's got the white pieces, so everything is basically saying this is for a Magnus win. And I agree. I think this is a great spot for Magnus, and I'm expecting a very tough game for Nordirbeck.
The Norwegian Avenger, Magnus Carlson, trying to make up for that defeat last year. And I actually did vote for Nordirbeck as my Abdusattorov as my player of the year, just because he won the World Rapid Championship. He led Uzbekistan to a gold medal at the Olympiad. What a year it's been. But yeah, stylistically, he does take a lot of risks. Still some consistency, of course, for a young player. Is required to maybe break into the elite in classical chess. But yeah, this format just suits his style so well drilled in the openings. Great coach in Ivan Sokolov for Abdusattorov. And it looks like the players, something's held them up. They're not starting quite yet.
Another hold up. Not completely clear. Magnus, I can tell you this, does not like getting held up. You can confirm that, David, but hasn't got an enormous amount of patience, let's say, in these trivial matters.
Yeah, people wait for him. He waits for no one. That's Magnus's
that is his life motto. Okay.
How about opening predictions in that huge clash on board one, Lawrence? Last year it was the English opening that Abdusattorov took down Magnus in.
Tough one.
Ooh, you're running out of time.
I'm gonna go for a Caracan.
Ooh, it's 1b3.
Wow.
Sticking at it. Magnus using the same opening that he employed against Eric Hansen just a couple of rounds ago, but this is risky, and it's predictable now because he's done it before.
Wow.
Abdusattorov reacting instantly. What do you think of this choice? Is it right to provoke your opponent this much at an early stage? Giving black the center?
Well, he's played a sideline, which is a sideline that I actually played against myself with black. It's not a particularly good line, as far as I know. Magnus here has played the move for knight f3. The main line of this particular line is bishop b5 with lots of theory, but knight f3 is an old favorite of some of the Danish players. But I believe black can just go e4 here, kicking the knight. And after knight d4, you can just take. And either play bishop e7 or d5 here. And, how bad can your position be here as black? But actually, no, we get a totally different move. We get bishop d6 immediately. Is that correct? We get bishop d6 straight away.
That has been played, and it looks like a clumsy move, bishop d6 in this current position, but it's a trendy idea against that other variation you mentioned, Lawrence, after bishop b5. That clearly was Abdusattorov's preparation, and he's sticking to the system or the type of setup that he knows. I think that's one that all club players or casual players can relate to. If your opponent surprises you, why not stick to a setup that you're familiar with? So Abdusattorov planting dark square bishop on d6. Maybe we can update the board there. And not challenging Magnus's setup. I think that's just good strategy again in general. Yes, black was fine if he'd pushed the pawn to e4, but why walk into something that Magnus has clearly studied earlier today? And Magnus chooses to transpose into almost an English opening, putting the pawn on c4. a very classical setup now. You mentioned those Danish players playing this variation as white. This is the Larsen variation after all, and they love to play on the flanks. Black castling. I'm expecting white's knight to develop to c3. It looks kind of like a reversed closed Sicilian in a way. And that's one area that you have some experience, Lawrence.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's a weird kind of English of sorts. I mean, I don't know, but I think Magnus is going to be very happy because this move, bishop d6, doesn't feel like it's the critical move. I mean, as I was saying, I think you go e4 there. And now, okay, you can still go e4 as black in this position. But no, I think Magnus will be super happy to have already a bit of a messy position that Abdusattorov is actually going to have to think about. So, again, great opening choice. But okay, he's gone for d3. He's gone for a very classical reversed kind of Sicilian. You know, a move like rook e8 could happen, and then bishop f8. And we could have a slow reverse Sicilian here, which I think will also suit Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus loves these really flexible positions. It's a bit like this strategy he employed against Tomaszewski, the professor, right? He just kept a very flexible pawn structure, waited for the opponent to come at him, and then reacted. And it feels like the same again. And like you predicted, Abdusattorov has planted his rook on e8. If this were blitz, Magnus might consider trying to set up a g-pawn push with white. Magnus has really got into those types of ideas recently, for example, playing like rook g1, pushing the pawn to g4, but okay, this is rapid. It's too risky for this time format. I think he has too much respect for Abdusattorov. So I'm expecting to see Magnus just play bishop e2, maybe get castled.
Yeah.
Maybe he could start with the pawn, playing pawn to a3 just to cover any bishop b4 check ideas. But
I like that move.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to end up eventually in a reverse Sicilian, and it's going to be about who understands those positions better. I would bank on Magnus, but you never know.
I think Magnus will certainly have more experience in those positions, and he does go e3, so a lovely spot there, David. It's a flexible system for Magnus. e5, fairly standard. Bishop e2 now. Then Abdusattorov will put the bishop on f8. He'll play d6 or d5. That's really his big decision about whether he wants to open it or whether he wants to just play super closed. But we've got a long game in store here. This is going to be a tough game.
Yeah, and maybe with that in mind, we can move around the horn and check out some of the other battles. We mentioned Giri against Duda, another big clash in this fourth round.
Oh, wow.
And okay, at least more simplified than the other game that we just came from. More pieces have been traded off, suiting Giri, potentially. Black has an isolated pawn on d5. Early thoughts, Lawrence?
Yeah, very comfortable for black. Even though he's got the isolated queen's pawn, even though he's got the wrong color bishop to a certain extent, these positions with the play on the queen side, they're just not quite enough for white to get a really serious advantage. It's from a line in a Catalan which is very, very popular. Very quickly go through it. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5, castles, queen c2, and now this move c5 been tested a hell of a lot at top level CD, and then now this classic move, or this well, not classic, but computerish kind of line CD, knight d4, queen b6. It's all been seen tons of times, and then you voluntarily give yourself the isolated queen's pawn because your activity for your pieces is so good. Like we see here, all of black's pieces cooperating. So as it turns out, this is actually not a particularly dangerous isolated queen's pawn position, as far as I can tell, for black.
Yeah, I completely agree, Lawrence. It looks like black has got the dream scenario in any IQP, in any isolated queen's pawn position. Active pieces, the bishop on g4, the queen on b6, they look really well positioned. A knight might leap into e4. However, stylistically, If we forget the objective evaluation stylistically, I would pick Giri here. He loves these grindy positions where he can just sit and kind of wait, not do too much, slowly improve on every turn. And Duda is slightly impatient from time to time. Duda these days, he's more well-rounded than he was perhaps 2 or 3 years ago. But I have seen him lash out, especially in positions where he's only fighting for the draw. So if Giri can somehow consolidate, improve the white rooks, then maybe some chances long term. I do think that Giri's opening choice was influenced by those kind of stylistic personal factors rather than any attempt to grab an early advantage. And we should mention as well, for example, if white moves the rook, say rook fc1, black has to be really careful about whether you can take on b2 with the queen, because you might well get trapped. Rook cb1, for example, and yeah, the queen is caught. So black can't really profit from the activity of his pieces yet, and will still have to knuckle down and play a few solid, accurate moves, I feel, to equalize, at least fully. Yeah, so
Totally agree.
Still early days here.
Should we move to which game catches your fancy here, David?
With sport for choice, Lawrence, they're all pretty interesting matchups at this early stage. Maybe we stick to the open section temporarily, and we can move to the women's section in a moment. Maybe we look at board 3. If we can pull that one up.
Salah against Nepomniachtchi.
Okay. Is this board 3? Maybe this is slightly lower down, but Nepomniachtchi, Salah, they both dropped half a point, I think.
Oh, did they? Did they both drop half a point? Board 3 is Fedoseev, excuse me.
But I mean, this one with Salah and Nepomniachtchi just looked very tense, very imbalanced in that one. Both very aggressive players. Fedoseev against Nihal Sarin. Okay, Nihal Sarin, he's on a hot streak. He's especially in rapid chess after his performance in the Global Chess Championship. And,
he did phenomenally, didn't he? In the Global Chess Championship.
Got to the final there. Again, early days, but initial feelings. Who would you take here, Lawrence?
I think it's just a very standard Queen's Gambit declined. I'd probably take white, just because the space advantage on the Queen side is sometimes a bit irritating. But no, I mean, it's not much to talk about just yet, this position. Let's put it like that. I think we can move on to a more exciting position. How about Van Forest against Artemiev? Wow.
Okay.
What is this?
It looks like it might have originated from a type of Philidor. Looks very blocked now. Let's check out the opening. Okay, it came from the Italian.
Italian with the early knight f6 and the bishop on e7. A Mark Hebden special. Of course, most players nowadays put the bishop on c5. This is the old way of playing this position. Levon has played it a few times as well. So it has been played.
Daniel Dubov plays this almost every time as black against the Italian. Magnus has played it many times. So clearly it's kind of a Magnus Carlson camp type of idea as black. And remember, Jordan Van Forest, second of Magnus, he will have analyzed this as well. So, okay, how did Artemiev get his knight to b4? It looks like, things blocked up and black is chipping away at the white center.
Yeah.
Very tense. I've got to say, Artemiev is one of my favorite players when I try to learn certain opening setups, when I'm looking for ways to provoke the opponent to take risks or acceptable risk in the opening. And he's just performed fantastically in rapid chess throughout his career. I think at one point he was world number 3 in Blitz. This was going back 5 years already. And again,
absolutely.
It's hard to evaluate this one so early.
Tough, yeah. I think black is doing okay, actually. I think this kind of setup for white is not that dangerous at all. So yeah, I think Artemiev will be reasonably happy. Let's keep on going through and see if we can find. What about Erigasi? Arjun playing against Rapport. Now this one is a bit more tense, to say the least.
Yeah, and also we should check in on Fabiano in a moment, because that one is crazy already. I think he's already winning as black after 18 moves.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, these games are looking chaotic. Erigaisi against Rapport. White is a pawn up, if I can count correctly. But White's king is stranded in the center. Whoa,
This is
what
the
a game.
sort of position. You'd have to pay me a lot of money to play this from the white side. Really dislike this position in general. You know,
the stakes are high for White. Your king, as you mentioned, Lawrence.
Yeah, the stakes are high. You can't even go bishop e3 because it runs into queen takes b5. And you just lose.
Nice tactic.
Yeah. So you can't block the diagonal. You know, and if you go bishop a4 because your bishop's on pre, then black can play bishop a6, and suddenly these bishops are starting to really cause huge damage down here and down here. Position looks horrible for white to play. Castles, queen side. There you go. There's
I was about to ask you, Lawrence. I bit my tongue. I wanted to ask you, would you ever be tempted to castle queenside? But I thought it looked too stupid. I thought too brave.
Of course, I do, and I, you know, it's a move that you always keep in mind. But of course, in this particular position, so double-edged. Putting your king on the side of the board where there are three open files, it can never find true safety. So yes, so it's very tricky.
I see in the feature chat there saying that without the commentators, you would be struggling to get a hold over the position. But this is the type of position that even the commentators, I think, we struggle with, right, Lawrence? Because it's so irrational. Pieces all over the board, so many open files, open diagonals. White's king is stuck in no man's land on the queen side here, about to get hit by some tactics. And I mean, this one is a hard one to even evaluate. I've been looking at it for a couple of minutes now, and I mean, black has so many tempting moves. I would be tempted to even sacrifice on a3, a bishop here, just to open up lines. He dropped back, very sensible. And black's knights are going to come out soon. White's king long-term is in huge danger. So I love what Rapport's done. Erigaisi, one of the best, one of the most successful players of 2022, but looks like a tough start to this game for him.
Yeah, tough game. And I think a great spot here for Rapport. I think that we should continue through. I do want to keep an eye on Magnus against Abdusattorov. And wow.
You spotted some action, Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to see it, because look at what we have here. A pawn on g4, playing in the style of Bobby Fischer and others, playing against this this structure. It creates an interesting impression.
Yeah, I don't want to boast, Lawrence, but I did mention the g4 idea earlier.
You did. I remember.
Every time I see Magnus play nowadays, especially in these kind of flexible setups, somehow a pawn lands on g4, and we should maybe show why that pawn could not be captured, or why it was not captured, how it got there. Because Magnus set it up in a really sneaky, really patient way. After bishop g6, white played g4, and it looks a bit rash. He's just trying to stop the black f pawn moving forward. He's trying to solidify e4 as an outpost for white's knight. But after queen d7, what a move! What a move now by Magnus. So calm, just king h1 shuffling into the corner, and if queen takes g4, looks like a discovered attack. Knight takes e5, hitting the queen in two directions, and suddenly tactically black's position falls apart. Wow. And if we catch up with the game position, still that tactic's in the air if black ever takes that g4 pawn with his queen. And in the meantime, I don't know about you, Lawrence, but I struggle to find plans if I'm black in this setup. I hate it when it's like an open Sicilian and you're kind of stuck. You have no pawn breaks. What next?
Yeah. Well, that's exactly it. With no pawn breaks, it's very, very tough. I think sometimes you can drop this knight back to b6, try and play a4, disrupt the white structure. But that's why I said I thought Magnus would be very happy with the outcome of the opening, because he's got all of this flexibility to do as he wishes. And I think that, and I think knight b6 has been played.
Yeah, Nodebek, just the way he moves his pieces, it's so calm, so confident. It's disconcerting. I've played him a few times over the board in Blitz, and he's just kind of, he never seems flustered. Even when Magnus is, or even when any of his opponents are doing some strange, aggressive stuff like g4. And he's dropped his knight back. I guess he's going after the b3 pawn. You mentioned that's the only target in White's camp, essentially, that Black can aim at. And I like what Magnus has done, put his rook on g1. But the question for him now is, what next? Does White motor forward with g5? Do you prepare it first? It looks like Magnus has moved. He's played rook g3, Lawrence. What's that rook doing on g3?
No, this is classic. You go rook g3 in order to double. Sometimes this rook slings out to h3, and all of a sudden, so Black has gone a4. This is precisely the sort of concept. And after b takes a4, he wants to go knight a5. This is the only way you can play. If you just wait here for too long as Black, this rook comes to g1, this rook comes to h3, and in the right circumstance, you play g5, and you just get mated as Black. So you have to be fast here. So I like what Abdusattorov has done. Playing a4, you have to play b takes a4, otherwise bishop b3 comes. And now the move knight a5 will be played. I'm sure of it, by Abdusattorov. And he's trying to get his queenside counterplay before Magnus can get in his kingside counterplay, effectively.
Yeah, like you say, it's a race, and Magnus really has to go through the gears. He has to pick up the pace, because now bishop b3 is a threat, as you mentioned. Rook dg1, I guess, is Magnus's idea. But as soon as Black starts coming in with his pieces, for example, I think just judging by his hand movements there, we did see Magnus swing across. But bishop b3 is coming. Black's kind of evacuating the king side, just leaving White to do as he wants. But White's other flank has fallen apart. Those two white a pawns are definitely going to drop off over the next few moves. White's d pawn is a bit tender. Queen takes a4 as a move here. Knight takes a4 as a move. Bishop b3. All the while, the clocks are very, very balanced. It's just so complicated. I've got to admire these players. They never, ever back down. They never go for those types of positions with no risk. They're always happy to kind of provoke their opponents, to go for their own plans. Very principled. And Abdusattorov, bishop d5. That's mysterious, I've got to say.
You get that move?
I don't get that move. It feels like he committed to the queen side. That's the side he wanted to play on, and then suddenly switched. And is his idea to play queen takes a4 on the next move? For example, if White continues, you mentioned that plan, Lawrence. If White puts the rook on h3, maybe queen takes a4. And again, it's just like the featured chat here. It's Ethap. I'm not pronouncing that right. It's Ethap. It does say, these players never back down. And it does feel like that last move was the slight backing down by Abdusattorov. I kind of want to play g5, though, I've got to say. It feels so tempting to blast through now. Is this the moment,
and if
Lawrence?
f5, you want to go you want to go knight f6, huh?
Something like this. I'm not sure if it works. It's also slightly tempting to just take on e5 in that position after f5. Knight takes e5, for example. And you've got to do some counting to make sure it works. Rook takes e5, for example. Bishop takes e5. White will lose two pieces for a rook, but White's going to get a lot of pawns in the center. Huge, massive pawns. c7 is attacked. Yeah, mess is the word I keep coming back to. It's chaos on the board.
Just out of interest, after g5, f5, knight f6, does this move actually exist here?
The evaluation bar hasn't reacted.
The point is, after takes. I'm wondering now, like, am I threatening just to go e4, force you back, and then take on e5?
Looks like that might be a threat. There's also some clearance ideas like f7 at some point, opening up the white bishop on b2 along the diagonal. Yeah, as has also been mentioned in the feature chat, this does look like a reverse minority attack if Magnus does play g5. Just playing against the opponent's strongholds. And it makes sense, that's where all his pieces are gathered. Can you imagine being Abdusattorov just kind of chilling, playing a move like bishop d5, knowing that so many sacrifices are in the air? I would be freaking out now.
It just isn't a move that was even on my radar, really, to be honest, in the previous position there. So I'm very surprised. Yeah. And I do think we see g5 by Magnus. I do think he's playing principled chess today. He's not shying away from the complications or the mess. And
yeah, why not be consistent?
Yeah, I mean,
and I think you called it, Lawrence. He's just played it.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, very, very tense position. G5 has been played, F5. And okay, he doesn't jump in with the sacrifice that you mentioned, Lawrence. What do you think of this one? Calm retreat.
Might also be fine. The sacrifice did look tempting, though.
Yeah, it was screaming out to be played. Knight F6, blowing open the black king side. But, Knight C3, he wants the bishop pair. And black center is a bit loose. The white king on this diagonal, though, Magnus will want to shut down that black light squared bishop as soon as possible. What do you think? Bishop C6, perhaps? Maintain the tension?
Yeah, I haven't got a good feel for this position whatsoever. There's bishop C6, bishop B3, you can play F4, there are a whole bunch of moves here. There was an interesting super chat, I should say, from none other than Grandmaster Ben Feingold, who did ask, where are the other big guns? Ali Reza. Where is Wesley So? Where is who else is missing?
Vichy.
Where is Vichy? Why aren't these players playing? I'm very curious. Yeah, a lot of big names also missing out.
I guess it is Christmas. People do have other commitments, other plans, and the tournament was only announced just over a month ago. So it's not easy for everyone to jump at the opportunity and fly over to Kazakhstan. But we do have most of the world's top players here, and we should be grateful for that. And meanwhile, talking of the world's strongest players, Abdusattorov dropped his bishop back, and Magnus did push with e4. So this is an idea you mentioned, breaking the light squared, the black light squared bishop's contact with the white king, locking that target on e5. And it looks good. Black's knights are offside. They are misplaced, at least for the near future. So kind of strategically, I like what Magnus is doing as well. Not as direct as what we wanted to play, of course. We're just having fun, commentating, sacrificing pieces, going for the attack. But he found a less risky approach. And knight takes a4.
Okay.
Still feels like it's
still
hanging by a thread for black.
Yeah,
still a mess, of course. How about knight takes a4 here, Lawrence? Bishop takes a4, and just a calm move. Queen.
Well, he played it
somewhere. Queen c3, queen b1. And this knight will be recaptured.
I think, yeah. And queen c3, yeah. And now actually you have an issue with black here, right? Because knight takes e5 is a big threat. So you have to go knight c6.
Yeah.
And g6 by Magnus Carlson.
You know what he wants to do, Lawrence? He wants to plant his knight on g5 no matter what. I think. If h6, there's already ideas.
Knight g5.
Such as knight g5.
Oh my god, and if hg5, he wants to go rook h3, king g8. At the worst, he wins back the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, you could even start with queen c4. You could.
I've got to move d4.
Oh, Oh,
Rook H8,
Lawrence.
check, Queen H3. Give it to me.
And Bishop C4 has opened up.
And Bishop
everything.
C4. I didn't even
Wow.
see Bishop C4. I was trying to clear the third.
I love how you're applauding your own move, but it is worthy of that applause. It's such a genius move, D4. And in those positions, you sense there's something, right? It's a mating net. Black's king is caught. D4 is the final blow, the killer blow.
We could get
Magnus
this.
Loving life. He's having fun with this attack.
Yeah, he's having a lot. Maybe, knight D4, good move. Abdusattorov probably had to play it. So now what do you do?
Yeah. Blocking your idea of D4, that clearance move, opening up the white light square bishop, the third rank.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight D4, clever. These players, they're so good. They can meet blow with counter blow. Now knight G5 doesn't quite work, I think. Still still very tempting to just sacrifice pieces. Like knight G5, knight takes E2, just queen C4 or something like this. But suddenly, it's not so clear, that path towards the black king. White's rook as well can line up on H3 at some point, but black has threats as well. If you trade off knights in this position, black will gain a few tempi against the white queen, and you run out of attacking ammunition. For example, knight takes knight, the black pawn may recapture, and there's no more knight G5. Suddenly, Magnus might have overextended.
Wow.
What a game. This is living up to its billing for sure.
What a game.
Yeah. Knight D4, great move. I love that one from Abdusattorov. He needed to find it. Otherwise, he was just busted. He was done. Yeah. What do you think now, Lawrence? Knight takes D4?
Idea.
Or...
Well,
I have no idea
D4.
either.
So if I take, let's say, E takes, Queen C... Queen where? Queen C1?
Yeah, potentially.
Let's say, I don't know. I don't know.
Let's say black calls the bluff and just takes on E4.
Yeah, nothing going on. It's just bad for white.
White has no threats. Bishop C6 is coming, lining up against that white king on H1. Suddenly the attack turns. So knight takes D4 might be off the cards, off the table. Does that mean Magnus...
Knight G5! Oh my goodness.
I mentioned this as like a semi-joke, but he's going for it after not that much calculation. Knight takes E2. He wants to play just queen to C4. Setting up these types of smothered mate ideas. Knight F7 coming in.
We'll show that if, let's say, black played a silly move, we would now play check. Check. It's not even...
yeah.
Not even.
For example, we can show after bishop E7, maybe after queen C4, bishop E7, just to show the smothered mate.
Double check, and then the classic, giving up the queen to smother the black king. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Wow, knight G5. What a shot.
Knight takes E2 feels like you should play if you're trying to test white. If you don't play knight takes E2, then white's bishop simply runs away. The attack continues. Wow, Magnus just throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at his opponent. I think Abdusattorov...
Do you have to give up your queen? Something like this?
Yeah.
Literally just give up everything.
Knight takes G3 maybe, Lawrence with a check.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
At least hold up white's attack and gain as much material as possible. I was wondering rook E7, but rook E7, I think there's some beautiful variations here. Surely, Lawrence. Something along the lines of rook H3 and bishop takes E5. What material balance do we get there? Rook H3 maybe?
Rook H3.
Going for checkmate again. Okay, we have to go back to the current position.
What has happened?
It's even more crazy than we thought. Knight takes E2. He just gave a check. Maybe we can go in slow motion.
Hold on. Knight takes E2, check. But this check is bad because you've got queen takes F7. A mistake by Magnus. Because now, yes, you win the piece back, but you've got you've won an exchange here as Magnus Carlson. But is this enough for a serious advantage? I'm not sure. Black has got a bunch of pawns. Wow.
Yeah.
What an interesting concept.
Yeah, if we do a quick count now, Magnus, he's got a rook for a bishop and pawn. So black only has one pawn for the exchange. Is it enough? That's the key question, as you mentioned, Lawrence. It's unclear. Those black bishops look potentially very, very strong. All of white's pawns are weak, as you mentioned as well. The big question is whether Magnus could have gone for more, whether he had more. I think he just trusts in his endgame technique. I think he believes in himself that he can convert this. But maybe it was worth investing an extra minute or two to look at those kind of mating attacks that we were highlighting. In the meantime, an exchange of pawns. White is going to take now on e5, surely. G7 will be attacked. C7 will be attacked. White's king is a bit vulnerable, but you can give it some breathing space.
Can you play this, or does this run into rook takes G7? Question.
Very good question. And black's king still vulnerable.
Bishop E4.
This is nice. And rook G2 mate.
Oh my
G2
goodness.
is mate, Lawrence.
Oh my goodness.
Check, met by a checkmate.
Look at that.
You very rarely see that. Wow.
Wow, okay. So
yeah. I mean, it goes on in those positions. There's still some calculation to be done, but okay, this is on the board. Rook takes G7.
Wow.
Did Abdusattorov miss that variation we just showed where you can meet the check, you can block a check with a checkmate? Whoa. I mean, I think you just have to take this rook. Rook G8 is a monster threat.
You have to take, and now this is a threat, or this is a threat. And if you go rook D5,
rook G5,
yeah, rook G5,
and Lawrence, we have a result. Abdusattorov didn't even want to fight on. He resigns. Magnus takes the win. What a game.
What a game. Magnus just very, very focused, very informed. And he takes down an incredibly important point against Abdusattorov. Massive, massive win for Magnus, putting him on 4 out of 4. Just an absolutely brilliant performance. Absolutely brilliant.
So instructive from start to finish. The opening, the flexibility, going for the attack, that G4 move, strategically and tactically strong. And then, I mean, the calculation required to finish that game off. We doubted him. We doubted him going into that end game, the exchange up, but he calculated it all and killer blow at the end with some nice geometry. Abdusattorov put up a strong fight, but Magnus was too good.
Magnus too good. Quite incredible.
Where do we go from there? Everything else is going to be an anticlimax, surely, Lawrence.
Well, it may be, but another person on 3 out of 3 is Jordan Forrest, and excuse me, but this is awful for Artemiev. After Queen E3, move 23. This position just looks toast for Artemiev. No?
Yeah, I mean, if we do a quick count, black is already the exchange down and about to lose another exchange. Black's remaining rook is trapped. Am I hallucinating? I don't think so. What's that black rook doing?
No, you're not hallucinating at all. It's just a goner. In fact, I think their current position is not actually being shown at the moment. So we'll trust the bar there. Where else do you want to go? We've got Erigasi Rapport. That has to be fun. I'm keeping an eye on the women's section as well. Looks as though Gunina is completely crushing Vachier-Lagrave.
Maybe we can take a look there. We haven't been there for a while in the women's section.
Okay.
And okay, this is board 1. Oh, here we go. Gunina as black, as you mentioned, phenomenal rapid player. She won one of the strongest rapid tournaments there's been in the UK in years. A few years back, she beat me. She beat Luke McShane, a bunch of grandmasters.
They called her Valentina the Destroyer, if I remember during that tournament. But yeah, this is just a piece up. White doesn't have enough compensation, and fully expect Valentino to be good enough. Also, this A pawn being able to march down the board, massively important.
If the pawn wasn't there, maybe some holding chances for white, but not in the current position.
Exactly.
And what do you think? Some other candidates to look at in the women's section?
Not so many that I can see right now. So we'll go back to the main event. And
maybe this game.
Go on.
I was going to say the updated version of Jordan Van Foreest against Artemiev. It looks like it's changed considerably, but still good for white. White is 2 exchanges up, 2 rooks against 2 minor pieces. Black's pawns look pretty good on the e-file, but white has too much material, surely. Unless a black knight lands on g3. Yeah, Jordan's going to take the win. We could see Magnus Carlson against Van Foreest to end the day. Student against master.
I think that's very, very, very likely, actually. Okay. Very, 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 very likely. Okay.
Yeah, I must say, I've never seen Artemiev crushed like this. Artemiev, if he loses, it tends to be on some small detail in a really intricate position, but it looks like start to finish, Jordan just power play. Just found a way to win material and never look back. Yeah, lots of informed players continuing that streak.
Incredible level, the consistency. Now, what about Arjun Erigaisi? He's struggled against Magnus in the tour, but he is not struggling against Rapport in this position. Pawn up, better position, great winning chances. Surely, this is very good for white.
Yeah, and we doubted him as well. That opening we mentioned earlier, it was so unfathomable. It was so irrational, that position with black sacrificing a pawn, attacking the white king. Look at the white king now. Super safe. He traded off all the right pieces, Erigaisi. He's left, as you mentioned, a pawn up, better minor piece. How do you defend the h6 pawn? You never, ever want to put a rook on h8 to go passive and defend. If the rooks come off, easy win for white with the extra pawn. And Erigaisi continuing his fantastic year. Rapport, he's defended a difficult position already though, so we shouldn't write him off. Maybe the best bet's to just plant a knight on the e5 outpost in front of white's isolated pawn in the middle and just hope to cling on. I think you just have to pray here that something goes a bit wrong for Erigaisi.
This is definitely a prayer situation for Ricard Rapport. Struggling in this position, massively, massively struggling. Expect Erigaisi to actually convert that. So that would mean that Erigaisi, Van Foreest, Carlsen would be the 3 leaders. Nihal Sarin, haven't spoken much about him, but he's still there and he's better against Fedoseev. Is it enough to win and to press? Possibly not, but he's going to try. That much we do know. Nihal Sarin can play this position on for 2 centuries, if he so wishes.
This is a dream scenario. This is the ultimate fantasy for any grinder who just wants to sit, kind of massage this small advantage and torture the opponent. And if rooks come off, Lawrence, do you think Black can win this good knight against bad bishop scenario?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe that's the goal. Get the rooks off.
Yes.
Not easy.
I think the rooks coming off here is massive for Black. How he does that, though, I don't know. Do you think with rooks on that he still has chances, though, as Black?
It's difficult because white's rook will always be able to hit some targets, like e6 is slightly tender. The h5 pawn ties down the black king, g7. I did like that little feature chat from Japan Knight a moment ago. Nihal definitely needs to channel his inner Magnus. And that being said, as is also mentioned here in the feature chat, Fedoseev, he's very, very tenacious. He holds these things, these types of difficult endgames all day long. I've played plenty of blitz games against him, and somehow he wriggles out. Often he turns it around fully. But Nihal is positioning his pieces on better squares. That Black Knight now has found a purpose, maybe going around to d6 with a check. Yeah, this one, I think we're going to be here for the next 20, 30 minutes. So maybe we'll check back a bit later.
Yeah, let's definitely do that. Quick look at the women's section. No big results just yet. Looks as though Humpy is doing well. Elena Danielan might be better against Alexandra Kostyniuk, by the way. The bar loves it for Danielan. Although I don't quite see why.
It looks like we've just seen a handshake, just gone for a repetition of moves. Danielian not realizing her position was so advantageous. Maybe the black light squared bishop could have come in via a4, d1. Looks like white's king was actually in some big trouble, but yeah, missed opportunity. I've got to say, Danielian, she's really underrated. She's really, really strong in speed chess, so tactically sharp. And yeah, we see the players discussing the game with each other, maybe discussing the final position about whether black had chances for more. But in the end, she took the pragmatic decision, took the draw because she was low on time. And yeah, Kostyniuk, I kind of picked her as one of the favorites before the event. She's just so good in all facets of the game. But yeah, this one, a lucky escape.
Yeah, she should be considered one of the favorites after her performance last year. It was incredible. Her and Asubaeva did it phenomenally. And I will say, where is Asubaeva? I know I'm not pronouncing her name exactly correctly, but do we know why she's not here, or have we just missed her completely, which would be weird? I'm scrolling through the...
I think she is
playing.
Lawrence.
She is here. Wow, she's just got off to a very slow start. That's why. Okay. And it would make sense because, of course, she's from Kazakhstan. So for her not to play this would be crazy.
Yeah, we mentioned a lot of the top players having slow starts. Often that just means dropping a draw or two. It's not disastrous. It's a long marathon event, both the Rapid and the Blitz. So they'll be back, those higher seeds. The cream always rises to the top, as they say. But yeah, it's just a strong, packed field. No easy points for anyone. And plenty of banana skins along the way.
Absolutely. Jordan Van Forest has beaten Artemiev, just so we know. Nepomniachtchi has had a very good result, beating Salim with black, as has Yu Yangyi beating the eccentric Timur Gareev. Fabiano still playing his game. We will go back to another game now. And I think we have to go to Erigasi against Rapport. We've got an ending and with Erigasi with white, but there's actually not too much to discuss. I'm surprised they're still playing on. King takes g5 is an extra 2 pawns and time to resign. And maybe that's what happened already.
I think we did see Rapport resign. Those G and H pawns are simply going to pick up each other, hold their hands and march through to promotion. Yeah, great result for Erigasi, who continues his hot streak, 4 out of 4 now. Could we see Erigasi against Carlsen maybe? And yeah, I mean,
all right, let's go to Fabiano playing against Rasmus Svane. And this is an interesting one. Opposite color bishop ending, but one where the problem you've got is...
There's multiple problems for black. You can't advance your A pawn. And the moment
you can try king b5.
Yeah, the moment you backtrack with your king, the white king comes over towards A1. and the white bishop will sacrifice itself for the f-pawn.
Right.
It's another theme of the day. It's the wrong colored rook's pawn. Black's a-pawn promotes on a1, which does not match the color of Black's bishop. So I think as soon as Caruana gives way with his king, White's king just runs, sprints over to a1. And it looks like a save, a miracle save by Svana, another strong German player. Meanwhile, we do see Grishuk analyzing his game. It looks like he had a draw with the white pieces. So he's needs to pick up the pace if he wants to contend at the top of the table.
Yeah, that was a draw against Yakuboyev. Again, another talented Uzbek grandmaster. We can see the playing hall there. Some spectators in the crowd, which is obviously nice to see. Kazakhstan, with a deep chess tradition, has, some of the top promising juniors, especially in the women's chess world. When I think of Kazakhstan, I think of them as a powerhouse in women's chess. You've got Jansaya Abdulmalik, for example. You've got Bibi Sara and various others. Just incredibly talented players. But from the male side, they haven't been able to produce a superstar in a long time, David, at least not that I can remember. A Kazakhstan superstar. Do you know of any?
I mean, I know some very strong grandmasters, but it depends on your definition of superstar. I guess none have ascended to the very, very top of world chess, but that could be a matter of time. I know Kazakhstan are pumping a lot of money into their younger players, into improving the foundations of the game in the country, and also hosting events like this can't hurt, right? This type of event is going to inspire generations to come. A lot of the young players I've seen getting autographs, hanging out with these top grandmasters. Hopefully that pushes them to be even better. And meanwhile, Svana has just moved his bishop. A bit of a surprising move. I thought the king wanted to stop the a-pawn. As mentioned in the feature chat here, it's a good question. How is this position not completely lost? It's because it's opposite color bishops, first of all, but it's also, maybe we can show this, Lawrence, it's also because the a-pawn is the wrong color. And I think now we will see Svana move towards that corner with his king. He does so in this fashion, just to stop the black f-pawn from moving. And as soon as a5 happens, maybe we can show this variation again. Then, for example, bishop d2. Let's say the black king moves, the white king just slides back into a1. And let's find a convoluted way to win the white bishop for the black f-pawn. This will happen sooner or later. Maybe to go towards d3. Say eventually.
Say bishop. I was going to go bishop g5, king e2. Something like this, where black eventually pushes, but white can happily take, because this position here is a theoretical draw. The wrong rook's pawn for the bishop. The bishop has to be on the same color as the promotion square in order for this to be winning. This is no way to win. White just stays in the corner, and it's a draw.
So Svana is very close from achieving that. All he needs to do is to get his king into a1, into the corner, and Fabiano will try and prevent that as long as possible. But it's inevitable now. Not sure why Svana is refusing to go to the corner with the white king. He's going up the board. He's trying to box in the black king, but surely he knows that technique.
Of course he does.
Still not going for it, but we will see a repetition and a handshake. It is a draw.
Yeah. And a little discussion there after the game. I'm not sure if Fabi had any serious chances there, but perhaps. Most games have actually finished. I can see Vidit is still playing against Shimanov. We're going to try and get some coverage there while Svana and Fabiano both discuss. The Shimanov Vidit ending is actually looks particularly tricky. I would take white myself, and here we are. We can see both players, Shimanov in the pink shirt and Vidit in the white shirt. Vidit with the black pieces, and Shimanov had to give up. Yeah, and they're going to agree a draw. After takes and bishop takes c4. This is going to be just, well, there's nothing to discuss. A bishop and pawn each. You have to give up your bishop for the pawn, and it'll be a draw. So, a wry smile there by Shimanov. And I believe that is the end of the round.
Yeah, it looks like all the games have finished. And what a round it was. Some big, important results, including Magnus beating Abdusattorov, a couple of draws, Anish Giri against Duda, Fedoseev against Nihal Sarin. And actually in both sections, the open and women's, it does look like already there are some clear leaders, and it will be a case of catch-up for the pack. But yeah, Lawrence, it looks like they're not letting up the pace, these players, after 4 intense rounds of rapid chess.
Absolutely. Magnus Carlson still showing his determination and grit. Excuse me. We have a coughing attack just before the break. Van Forest, Arjun, Magnus Carlson, all on 4. We'll be right back when I get some water. See you soon.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
So I first learned about Il Cafe through my buddy Aaron. He was like, hey, me and a group of fellas meet at this cafe downtown on Sundays, and we play chess there. It'd be really cool if you could stop by and hang out with us and, you know, just feel the vibe. And so I showed up, and it was a nice vibe. I was like, yo, Il Cafe is pretty ill.
All right, we're back where we are rejoining the action from round 4. The game's still ongoing. We can see that some do tend to go over the normal time. The game that we are seeing at the moment is on board 3, Tan Zhongji against Mammadova. David, what are we seeing here?
And we're seeing a very long rook endgame. White has an extra pawn. A few moments ago, White had 2 extra pawns, but one of them has disappeared. It is, however, an endgame that is technically winning for White. White should win here. Tang Zhongyi should take the full point, but the winning technique is not necessarily so straightforward. First, I think she should bring her rook back along the g-file, as she has done. The black king is now kept in a mating net. Step 2, White has to advance the king forward. I think just step it forward 1 square to f8. Push the white pawn to f7, and then you build a bridge. It is the Lucina position. Yeah. Okay, she's gone for it in a different way. This is still winning, I believe. And yeah, sooner or later, that white pawn will march forward and cost black her rook. Nothing to be done. I do think, actually, that black's best bet a few moves ago would have been to leave white's h-pawn on the board. White earlier had an h-pawn, and she took it. But now the black king is vulnerable to checkmating ideas, and yeah, I think with the capture of that white pawn, black's remaining drawing chances slipped away. And yeah, all Tang Zhongyi needs to do now is move the white king. King e8, push that f-pawn. No way to save the game now. There's various ways to finesse that idea. You don't need to rush. She also has 1 minute on her clock, Tang Zhongyi. But what do you think, Lawrence? Can Mammadova save this one?
No.
I think it's gone.
I don't think you ever save this. Not really, especially because I believe that White can play any move here and win. You know, just King E7 looks good enough. King E7, King G6, F7, and if Rook F2. I have to be careful. Actually, am I blundering Rook F2? Of course. I can queen a pawn. What am I talking about? Yeah, and if Rook H7, Rook E6 check. Yeah, Rook E6 check.
Yeah.
King F5 and then Rook anywhere along the 6th is gonna do it. Yep.
But is she about to? Okay, suddenly there was a very narrow path to victory.
Okay.
If we go back to the current game position, she played King F8, but after King G6, suddenly. Will we see a turnaround suddenly, or a save, a miracle save? We've seen many today. Suddenly, after F7, which I think was her plan, King F6 would have maybe turned the tables, threatening King takes E5, threatening Rook H8 mate. This must be what she missed. And
goodness,
if we catch up with the current position, is this a draw now, Lawrence? The Rook is checking from the side. Let's catch up with the game.
Yes.
Oh, suddenly I think White's got it again.
Oh no, White's gone.
Yeah, and we did miss the last few moves there, but White was about to make a new queen. It was unstoppable in the end. I'm not sure she ever let it fully slip. It was still, in practical terms, very difficult for Black to defend. And that's what happens at the end of a long day, end of a long rapid game. Defending is just the hardest thing in the world.
And, really is. And the top players also tend to just put relentless pressure on you. I mean, Tang Zhongji, one of the top players of this entire tournament. Interestingly, in the women's section, it is Valentina, the Destroyer Gunina, on 4 out of 4, the only player to have 100%. But she's followed by a pack of Hungry Wolves on 3.5. Mamadzada, who is on 3.5. We've got Elina Denielan, Hampikanaru, and Leia Garifulina, all on 3.5. Loads, of course, of rounds to go there. Gunay Mamadzada, somebody I got to commentate on, watch, and meet in the Gibraltar tournament, and she's incredibly strong. So won't surprise me to see Gunay making a run for it. And in the open section, as we mentioned, 3 players on 4 out of 4, 100%. Carlsen, Van Forest, and Erigasi. We don't know the pairings yet, but what we will do is briefly have a look at some of those key games. Let's have a look. We looked at the Magnus Carlson game. Let's have a look at the Van Forest game, because we kind of missed a lot of what went on there. David, we had this slow Italian, and we actually saw it around here after c6. Thought black was doing okay, but Jordan just said, you know what, I'm going to work on those light squares, got a bit more space, control some more squares,
and that was the move, Lawrence. A blunder. Knight a6, a retreat, huge trying blunder. To reroute to c5, but walking into a pin.
Huge blunder.
Simple loss of a pawn. Artemiev had to give up even more material to justify it, but could never fight back.
Yeah, and Jordan never really let it go. Slowly, expertly. Look at this, and now 1,000 pieces down, and the rest is, around here. I think we saw it. The rest is history. Was there any other game that was of real, let's say, that had a real effect on the top of the standings? Not that I can see, but perhaps what we can do is we can. I was going to say bring up a Hikaru Nakamura game. Feels like a while since.
We can take a look at some of the final positions. For example, board 2, Anish Giri's draw against Duda, just to show what happened. Right. We don't need to talk too much about this one. It wasn't the most exciting battle. We left it quite early on when it was balanced after the opening. Anish had a small advantage, at least symbolically, with a stronger knight. But look at this bunch of exchanges and king of pawn endgame, extremely blocked. No way to make progress.
Correct.
And you mentioned some others. Nihal Sarin couldn't break through in the end against Fedoseev. That ended in a draw. Nakamura, you mentioned, slightly lower down. And he's dropped 2 draws so far, I think, Nakamura.
Nakamura is actually, they put him slightly up here. He crushed Basim Amin. I'm very, very curious to see. We'll flick through the game quickly. We had a King's Indian. Interesting line with Bishop d3, a bit unusual, but still
Lawrence,
kind of.
Yes. Sorry, I was going to say Hikaru picked up this idea because Magnus used it against him in the Speed Chess Championship. Bishop d3.
There you go.
Hikaru's been taking notes, and it paid off.
There you go. And the classical King's Indian position where Amin managed to get in the f5 break, but apparently Hikaru just said, I don't care. And f4, not the best move. Apparently you have to go knight takes e4 here and then follow up with a b5 break. But this move f4, not so good, because after takes and now g4. Black gave up a pawn, which is very thematic to get the square. But Hikaru just said, I don't really care. A pawn's a pawn. I'm going to get my king safe. I'm going to start attacking your king, attacking your weaknesses. And now he's got a square for the knight to come to. I'm going to trade some rooks off the board. Expert stuff so far by Hikaru. Gets his knights to the promised land of f5. And in fact, already here the position is toast for Amin because he can't protect various weaknesses and he's already a pawn down. And after rook h8, knight h4, gh4, and bishop a4, black is just too much material down. Can't truly hope to hold this position. And Hikaru actually gives some material back here. Very nice idea to just finally expose the final flaws in black's position. And very nicely done by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, maybe we can show the checkmate in the final position just 2 moves away. Black resigned because after king d8, queen f8, and queen e8 is checkmate. Yeah, really patient stuff. Really impressive by Nakamura.
Indeedy. So, Hikaru's still up there. I mean, we're still way too early. Remember, this is a 13-round tournament. So it's 5 rounds today, 4 tomorrow, and 4 the day after. So plenty of chess. Only 4 games down, another 9 to go. I'm curious what the pairings will be. We don't know them yet. Of course, we will take a look when we want. You can see the playing hall there as well. Here are the standings. So it's visual for you guys. 3 guys at the top. Carlsen, Van Forest, Eric Gacy. Then, bunch of players on 3.5. There's one name there that I have actually even never heard of. Astanbek Urzaev. Know that name? Do you, David? I don't know the guy.
I must admit, I don't know the name. I think I've seen it before when researching certain openings, but I haven't met him. He's an international master from the host nation, from Kazakhstan. He's 24 years old, and yeah, he's an IM, so he is breaking up the pack there of kind of world-class grandmasters, and 3.5 out of 4 is no mean feat. It's extremely impressive achievement so far from the young player, and there will be a lot of players inspired, especially from Kazakhstan, taking place in their home country. They'll be looking for those upsets, looking for those scalps, and yeah, I'm hoping that he can continue the run, but it's going to be tough. He's going to be facing the real elite in this next round.
Yeah, but he's done it, you know, as you said, extremely well so far. He has beaten Andrakin and Shanklin back to back with the black pieces. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Really excited to see this guy play. Well, the players are slowly coming back. I don't believe that we have the pairings just yet. There we can see MVL and Maze. You can see, yeah.
No, I was going to say, Lawrence, yeah, we do see some of the players coming back, but it is often because they just have different approaches to the game. A lot of players just like to sit there, meditate beforehand. There we see Tabata Bai, I believe, walking towards his board. And yeah, as they wait for the pairings, some players want to lock themselves away, maybe even with a laptop, preparing for their future opponents. Some people meditate, some people walk, some prefer to go snack up. And yeah, it looks very lonely in there in the playing hall at the moment, but yeah, they'll flood back soon. They will be itching to get the day done, itching to get going in the 5th round of the day. And yeah, I mean, either way, I don't think we'll be left with more than a maximum of 1 player, maybe 2, on 100% by the end of this round. And it's just for the others, keeping intact, keeping as close as possible. For example, Nakamura, who has dropped 2 draws, he cannot allow any more points to slip by the end of the day, especially if someone like Magnus keeps winning. And we see some local players, I believe, just in the foreground, maybe waiting for their favorite players to arrive, get some signatures, get some photos. And okay, there we see Yu Yang Yi as well, wandering around, waiting, ready to start.
Yeah. You, David, were one that you were never arriving early to a game. You always preferred to arrive late, don't you?
I mean, time management has never been my strong skill, Lawrence, in life and in chess. But meanwhile, I think the pairings have finally arrived. We see the players coming in.
Okay, let's have a look.
Get the pairings up on the screen. And it's Eric Gacy against Magnus Carlson on board 1. Duda against Jordan Van Forest, board 2. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Giri on board 3. Another stacked lineup. Some huge clashes here. Eric Hansen against Mamadjarov, I'm seeing further down. Wow, some huge names in this one. Who are you watching out for?
Well, I mean, of course, the top match is Eric Gacy, Carlsen. After Magnus's destruction of Eric Gacy in 2022, in certain events where he just pummeled Eric Gacy, is Arjun finally going to get back some sort of confidence, really, against Magnus? Because it's not been, you know, finals that have been very close affairs. They have been one-sided, lopsided. Eric Gacy wants to prove that he can hang with Magnus Carlson, but for whatever reason, at the moment, Magnus is a really tough player for Arjun. Of course, Duda Van Forest should be a very, very interesting game too, as should Nepomniachtchi Giri. Yu Yang Yi, Yang Yi Yu, I beg your pardon. against Nihal Sarin. Also interesting. I wonder if Nihal can magic a win here with black to put him right in the mix. And then our super dark horse, Urtsayev, playing white against Fedoseev. That won't be a bad pairing for him either against Fedoseev, who can sometimes be a bit erratic. Donchenko Nakamura. This is actually a bad pairing for Hikaru, I tend to feel. If Alexander wants to be very solid, he can. He might want to frustrate Hikaru today. Predicate MVL will be happy with that. Fabiano Caruana white against Shimanov. Fabi will be very happy with that pairing, as will Eric, actually. Will think he's got a chance against Shakir Mamedov. Artemiev Mamedov is also a wild one. Let's look at the women's section. We will have a look at the women's section very, very soon. You can see there, though, a lobby of players. You can see there at the front, the young boy, Volodar Murzin. Might be a name that many of you guys haven't heard before. Extremely talented young Russian player. He's rated like 2600, hasn't got the GM title yet. I don't understand how. Just probably hasn't got the title ratified yet, but very, very talented. There with, who can I see? You can see Ahmed Adli there. You can see Boris Gelfand in the back. You can see a whole mix of different players, young and old alike. You've got the Uzbek boys who obviously have got a very close bond, very, very friendly. I think that makes a big difference also when it comes to winning tournaments. I think having a good team spirit is actually massive. And they've got that. Don't really see too many others yet. Everybody just waiting for the pairings, waiting to get down to play.
Yeah. Does this look like the ideal waiting conditions for you, Lawrence? I mean, it looks like the players are just herded in, and I mean, I guess they're all impatient to get going. It's never ideal when there's been a delay. I think it was caused by those long games that we witnessed earlier, those long rook and pawn end games. There was another queen end game that delayed the round. But like you say, all the top players, they're sitting there or standing there, with their coaches, with their friends, teammates, bantering, picking each other up, putting each other in the ideal frame of mind. How do you spend your that time between games?
Yeah, I do the same. Try not to overly prepare, because I think that, especially in a format like this, it doesn't really do you that much. There's not much benefit to over-preparing. Your opponents can play anything. It's rapid. So better just to go in with a good frame of mind, good energy, feel relaxed, feel rested, good mood. So speaking to friends is often nice. And yeah, I would do something similar. I wouldn't lock myself in a random room in that building and try to prepare. That doesn't feel like an optimal way to spend my time. But what we're going to do is we're going to go for a break, and we'll be very, very quick. And in just a few minutes, we're going to be back with the final round of today, round 5 of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championships. It's going to be explosive. Eric Gacy, Carlsen, amongst others. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. It's the final game of the Rapid for day one in the open section. We're going to be covering all the action. I'm Lawrence Trent, of course, here with my good buddy David Howell. We've seen some fast starts by some of these superstars. Namely, Magnus Carlson, who just defeated reigning World Rapid champion Nordirbek Abdusattorov in a cracking game. Magnus clearly determined this year to show his might and power, not wanting accidents of last year to repeat themselves. So Magnus on a perfect score, as is this young man here, Arjun Erigaisi, the Indian superstar who took the world by storm really in the past couple of years. His ascent has been unbelievable. But he's had tremendous problems playing against Magnus with either colour. The score for Magnus in 2022 has been brutal. We're going to keep with this game. David, are we going to get, again, well, it looks like we've got d4 and what have we got? Wow. Arjun like going... Yeah.
The Jabava London system. Sorry, Lawrence. I got overexcited by the opening choice. And this is one that you're quite familiar with, if I'm not mistaken. You've played on occasion yourself with white.
Yeah, I've played it a whole bunch. Magnus has also given it a go in a lot of blitz games. You can see Magnus there. It's very annoying when you try an opening out and then you have to play against it. You know lots of different ideas, but you can't quite decide which system you should go for. And Magnus might actually go for a little think here and decide which system he wants to play here. It's an opening that really got popular thanks to, especially Bador Jubava. It's the theory of the opening has developed tremendously in the past few years. Black is, of course, fine if he knows what he's doing, but you can get some very interesting positions depending on how much Black knows. Magnus played this with white a whole bunch in some blitz games, but I'm curious to see which setup Magnus is going to go for.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like he's pushing some pawns, Magnus. You mentioned this kind of rivalry that's developed between the two, and Magnus having the upper hand over Erigaisi. However, the last match that these two played, Erigaisi did at least pick up one win. So I think he's got one win against Magnus from like 10, 12 games, which is not a great score necessarily, but it did break the mental block. So Erigaisi will feel some small solace, some small confidence from that result. And yeah, the other thing I'll mention about Erigaisi is in the opening phase, he is so well prepared, so quick, especially in lines he can predict, analyze. I've played him myself in a few blitz games, and I've never felt so under the cosh, under pressure at an early stage. And while we have the position up, Lawrence, for the first time, so we can check back in on what Magnus has done. Maybe we can rewind from the start just to show the viewers this slightly unorthodox opening choice from both.
Yeah, indeed. So we get d4, knight f6. Now, of course, the main move here is to play 2 pawns c4 and get a normal d-pawn opening. But no, the move knight c3 comes, threatening to build the big center with e4. So black replies d5. And now white puts the bishop out on f4. So it looks like a London system, but as many of you know who play the London system, you don't often put the knight on c3 early. This is why it's called the Jabava London. And it's an interesting opening. Black can immediately go wrong if he plays the move c5 way too quickly. For example, just to illustrate one line, the knight comes out, all looks fairly normal. Suddenly, after the move knight b5, that's one little trick where you could get into some trouble. So that's why Magnus played the move pawn to a6 to cut out any knight to b5s. White now played e3, and Magnus advanced with the move b5 on the queen side. And h4 by Erigaisi. Well, this move might look, let's say, a bit crazy, but it's very much in line with how you should play this opening. White firstly gets some space for his bishop, and he might use this pawn to try and cramp the king side. So Magnus puts a stop to it immediately with h5, and now knight f3 comes by Erigaisi. Now there are two potential outposts for the knight, and Magnus goes e6, but I don't think Erigaisi is going to be too unhappy at all of this. Magnus is going to try and play very quick on the queen side, but White has got spares for his pieces, so I don't see Erigaisi being too dissatisfied here.
Yeah, both sides have reason to be happy. Both sides playing quite quickly at this early stage. I'll just mention two things, Lawrence. One is that I played Magnus on chess.com a few days ago, a small mini match, and he played the Jabava London against me. So he had White in that game, and he crushed me in 20 moves, of course. But also, I had a conversation with him. I think it was in a lift about 4 or 5 years ago, in an elevator, and I had black. We were playing on the same team together, and I was like, "Oh, I don't know what to do against this opening. My opponent plays it every time. He's mastered the Jabava London." And Magnus was like, "Why are you worried? Just play a6, b5. Just push your pawns. Play c5 next. White has no plan. White has no pawn breaks." And it looks like he's going for that exact same strategy now. Essentially, Magnus is saying, yes, you can put your pieces on the active squares. The white bishop looks great on f4. White's knights look great. But what next? And Erigaisi doesn't necessarily have at least a natural plan. You can find some convoluted way to maybe push the e-pawn forward, put the white bishop on d3, put the white queen on e2. But Magnus, okay, there we go, and move from Erigaisi. But Magnus is happy to play c5, I was going to say. He's just going to push all black's pawns forward. And what next for Erigaisi? We do see the moves occur, flying down on the board now, and it does look like a London system, very much so actually. Looks like this white knight on e2 has found a weird way around to this square, but everything else is pretty much orthodox London system, and Magnus developing his knight. The question now is, where are both sides going to castle? White's king maybe doesn't feel as safe anymore on the king side after pushing the white h-pawn, and same for its counterpart. Black's king has no safe haven necessarily in the next few moves. We might see a standoff with neither side willing to commit, both sides asking the other to choose a side for their king. And okay, no standoff. Erigaisi trusting his instincts, putting his knight on g5. Is there a threat, Lawrence, in some world of taking on e6? Just trying to get to that black king immediately?
I don't think so right here. Now. Well, okay, let's test it out. Let's say black played
rook c8.
Rook c8. Is knight takes e6 a move? I don't think it is.
Probably not yet. You need more pieces.
You just don't have that much play, but you can certainly start to build it. So the question is, what is the best way? I quite like the idea of getting this knight to f4. I mean, maybe I can just retreat the bishop and put this knight on f4, and then I'm eyeing up all these squares. So that's why Magnus plays queen b6, to give some additional protection there. Yeah, tricky one. And a4 by Erigaisi. Very classical move. Very classical move. He wants to meet b4 with the move a5, an important Zwischenzug, in-between move, fixing some pawns. And now, if this queen goes away, let's say queen d8, now you can do all kinds of things. Having this extra pawn here on a5 actually makes a huge difference. Queen a4 is a move, queen b1 is a move, bishop g3 is a move, bishop c2 is a move, all kinds of moves that exist here, lots of different plans. And I think Erigaisi would be very happy with that. So I like a4, David. Do you like it as well?
I love it, Lawrence, and I like just creating these small little ideas, these small threats. The background there, it looks like we have seen a result. Yu Yang Yi and Nihal Sarin. It looks like an early draw in that game to finish the day for those two. But yeah, Erigaisi, I just love the fact that he's planted his knight on g5 where it can nearly never, ever get kicked away because there will be tactical possibilities later. and Magnus has felt obliged to lock up the center, which comes with massive risk long term. Now Black is essentially saying, okay, I'm long term going to push pawns, but short term you have chances to attack me. And Magnus offering a trade of dark squared bishops. I wouldn't rush. If I were Erigaisi now, I would want to maybe improve the white queen position, maybe even build to push that e-pawn forward. But yeah, again, this is what Magnus once dubbed in an interview anti-young player chess. He's just giving his opponent 5 or 6 options on every move. And like you said just a moment ago, Lawrence, white can play bishop c2, white can play queen b1, white can play b4, a5. There's a whole bunch of viable logical moves, but what do you pick? And if you start drifting, then Magnus will punish you. If you pick the wrong plan, Magnus will punish you. Yeah, it's interesting. Objectively, this feels wrong for Black. Look at that bishop on b7, locked in behind its pawn chain. The Black king as well, still undecided about where it's going to find a home later. But if he can survive Magnus, and it's a big if, but if he can, then I think in 10, 15 moves, we might see him start to turn the screw. So Erigaisi needs to keep the pace. He's been playing very quickly, very well so far. He also needs to find that productive plan that's beyond me, I've got to say. I would be struggling here. I would spend 5-6 minutes finding a move and then realize I was in time trouble and it would backfire. But yeah, Erigaisi. I'm expecting him actually maybe to castle kingside at some point, because White's king has to make a decision, and you won't be ready to blow open the center until your king is fully safe.
Yeah, I think in general, though, Erigaisi is going to be very, very happy with this position, because his play is kind of straightforward. He knows that a trade of dark square bishops is fine. He can put a knight on f4. He can look at e4 breaks. There are lots of ideas, very natural ideas. He doesn't have to search high and wide for exquisite plans. I think you've got to be really happy if you're Erigaisi here, don't you, David?
Yeah, I mean, I would be happy objectively with the position, but you can never fully relax if you're playing Magnus Carlsen, especially Magnus in beast mode. And okay, he does castle the white king. Plans will include white playing f3, e4, maybe trading off the dark square bishops, planting white's knight on the f4 square. So there, as you mentioned, there are plans, very logical plans, safe plans, but yeah, you will get impatient if nothing breaks through, and if Black's position somehow stays stable over the next few turns. To be honest, I'm skeptical. I really think this doesn't suit Magnus's style that much to kind of sit there and just wait and hold. He wants to have some long-term advantages, and here Black doesn't have too many of them. But yeah, we'll see. It's still early days.
It is, but I think this is the first time that I've seen Arjun really have just the kind of opening position he wants against Magnus, rather than something where Magnus is pulling the strings. I actually think Magnus is just a lot worse here. I mean, bishop takes d6, knight f4, queen f3, just to put this on the board. You know, some kind of plan like this. Put the queen on f3 and break with e4. And he's gone knight e4 out of what looks to me like, you know, effectively desperation. The position is that bad already. And now, for example, if I play bishop takes e4, d takes e4, I can take on d6, and then I can play knight g3. You have to go knight f6, I guess. I can play queen c2, attack it even more. You can go queen e5, and now at least I can go f3, at the very least. And this looks bad for Magnus, because you can't get the king safe on either side of the board.
Yeah, e takes f3 there, Lawrence. Sorry to continue.
Oh, sorry.
But
yeah.
E takes f3, e4, just plowing forward in that line. I love it. Every move you're creating a threat, you're gaining time, forcing Black's replies, and that's how you build momentum in a position, build the initiative. And yeah, if queen d5, as you mentioned, then f3 takes e4. Just
wow.
Yeah, power through. Rook takes f3.
Beautiful.
Next move by white. White's pieces are springing into action. Black is still stuck with a king in the middle. And yeah, bad pawn structure, bad bishop, losing a lot of time in the process. And this is just one option available to Erigaisi. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually takes on e4 if we go back to the game position with his knight. And for example, knight takes e4 and then knight g3 immediately, something along these lines.
Just allowing bishop takes f4.
Yeah,
F5.
I think I'd be quite happy there with white. Okay, maybe f5. I must say I thought I could take on h5 here, but black does have some counterplay.
Some g6. Yeah.
Still g6, and
well,
it's complicated. And
he didn't do any of that.
No.
He played knight g3 immediately, which is also interesting because actually after takes, you do lose one of these guys now.
Yeah, knight f6, then white's opened up the e-file. Yeah, just rook e1, and that e-pawn is falling for black.
So what do you want to do? So knight f6.
Oh, knight f6, sorry.
Rook e1. And you can't hold
Magnus
on
is
to the
losing
pawn.
a pawn.
Oof.
In worst case scenario, you play f5 as white. It's breaking through.
It's just the position in general just looks horrible for Magnus. It's not the first one he's had today either. But against an opponent like Arjun, maybe, just maybe, that's going to be more of an issue, because now that Arjun has won that game against Magnus, he'll have the confidence that in the future he'll be able to actually, to beat Magnus. Yeah, that he'll be able to beat Magnus on a more regular basis, effectively.
And meanwhile, Magnus does play a very quick move, dropping the bishop back to e7. I mean, it's such a crazy, complicated position. Everything's hanging for black. White has a choice of two different pawns to take, the black pawn on e4, the black pawn on h5. Yet Magnus is still keeping that speed. I'm just not sure whether he's trying to provoke Arigaici, whether Magnus is taking risks again to kind of go all out for the win, to end the day on a high, or is he just frustrated? His position's so bad, so he's trying to hustle on the clock. It could be either of the two, but I do feel Magnus needs to kind of knuckle down and just try and escape this game, survive it, ideally with a draw or more. But yeah, Arigaici, I'm so impressed. Kind of one of the leaders of the Indian generation, of course. But yeah, just looking so calm and composed. He's another one with great body language, just so stoic at the board, never breaks this pose, never leans back, never slouches. Arjun, I have a feeling he's just going to take the e4 pawn with his knight on g3. And again, pose the question to Magnus, where is your compensation? Not immediately visible. Looking good for white.
Yeah. Totally agree. Totally agree. Looks fantastic.
Maybe we can check out some of the other big
yes,
matchups.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We have the other young man on 100%. This time it's Jordan Van Forest, who plays against Duda. This looks like a King's Indian same-ish variation with f3. And the famous line with c5, knight g2, queen a5, interesting line. Rook c1, bishop d7. Both sides refusing to take on d4 for the moment. Now black does. But this looks like, I don't know, a pretty poor version of a same-ish to me. I don't know about you, David, but this is not the kind of same-ish I would like to play as black.
Yeah,
but maybe
White
it's
has
okay.
This Maroczy bind, and yeah, maybe it's okay. But Black has been deprived of his g7 bishop, the beautiful dark square bishop. This Maroczy bind with white, you nearly never have any risk. Worst comes to worst, you allow black to break out with a pawn strike, and you exchange a bunch of pieces, and you're pretty safe there. I have a feeling, Lawrence, Duda's going for checkmate. I have a feeling he wants to play knight e4, knight h6 check, and something along these lines. Maybe even play h5 at some point, give up some material, put the white queen on the long diagonal, the a1 to h8 diagonal. Knowing Duda, that's what he will be dreaming of right now. And yeah, it's like waving a red flag to a bull if you let Duda attack you, throwing these pawns forward. I've seen Duda checkmate his opponents way too many times to feel confident in Black's chances here. It's also not Jordan's style to defend necessarily. So I think you're right in everything there. It's gone a bit wrong for Black, but for now, no immediate threats. any white threats do take 5 or 6 moves to build up. Black will look for counterplay maybe in the meantime by striking out with b5.
Yeah, that's the typical way, isn't it? Where black looks for counterplay on the queen side with b5. A lot to consider here for Jordan, but certainly a bit of pressure, exactly the sort of position that Jan Žižkov would have wanted to get. All right. Nepomniachtchi Giri, of course, we should have a look at, but actually, as it turns out, no fireworks here at all. Giri too well prepared. Jan Nepomniachtchi also, of course, incredibly well prepared. We have a dull queen and rook middle game, which will almost certainly end in a peaceful outcome. So we won't spend too much time there.
Yeah, it's likely to fizzle out, but I would maybe choose Nepomniachtchi just because white has only one isolated pawn on d4, black has 2 on c6 and a5. And if you count pawn islands, it's always nicer to have fewer weaknesses than your opponent. But like you say, Lawrence, just too little material left. I'd say 90% this one is going to be a draw, which is a decent result for both. Both players have started the day or the tournament well.
Agreed. I think both players will be relatively happy with a draw. They're still well in the mix, so both players definitely will be happy. Looking at the other games, nothing of major importance, I would say. Let's go back to Magnus, because I think it's just such an interesting position and concept. The move Queen C2 played by Eric Acey, looking to win a pawn this way, and I see no way to stop that pawn being won. So
yeah, you're right. It's almost indefensible, that e4 pawn. Yeah, the self-control by Eric Acey, though, to play Queen C2 when he could have grabbed that pawn immediately. Very impressive stuff. The only way black can preserve that pawn is to, for example, take on g5, but you don't want to part with your bishop pair. I think that's black's only compensation when he inevitably goes down a pawn.
Maybe take with the bishop. I'm not even sure how to take. Probably with the bishop.
And yeah, that pawn on h5 for black. Maybe Magnus is regressing all those moves ago, pushing it to h5 because it's a clear target in all of these variations. White's knight was gifted the g5 outpost. And if black could push his pawn back to h6, then he would feel safer. He'd feel much calmer about castling kingside. And yeah, all of these variations, that pawn is a massive problem for Magnus. Meanwhile, okay, 7 minutes for black, 6 minutes for Eric Acey. Still looking good for the Indian player. And yeah, what do you think, Lawrence? Should we stick with this one for a while, or should we check out that underdog, the local hero?
Yeah, I think that would be very interesting to go and see.
On board 5, Urazayev, who's in joint second place right now. From Kazakhstan, he's an IM. He's facing off against Fedoseev, Firebrand. And it's a crazy position, I've got to say. We can jump over.
I can't quite locate him at the moment. So
let's stick with this one in the meantime.
Okay.
And yeah, Magnus needs to come up with something ingenious. I'm struggling to see it. If we go back to the game position as well, instead of taking on g5, what else for Magnus? The move f5 is beyond. It's beyond ugly. You can't even contemplate a move like that one. Weakening your king, weakening your pawn structure. I'd rather give up a pawn than make those concessions. What else? I just can't see a move for black. Oh, an attractive move. There's always a takes b5 in the air. Always knight takes c4 in the air. And yeah, black needs a miracle. Black, I mean, Magnus, we've mentioned it. This has been the theme of the day. Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Nakamura, they've all had difficult positions at one time or another. But how do you hold? Do you head towards a slightly worse endgame where you might be a pawn down, but it's holdable? Do you create counterplay, go on the bit counterattack? I just don't see it for black. I don't see how you can achieve either of those things. And yeah, I do see in the feature chat many people supporting Magnus, believing in his chances to be pushing or to hold at least. I've got to admit, I'm skeptical at the moment. It will need all of his creativity to fight back in this game. Queen c6, meanwhile, lining up. What do you think of that one, Lawrence?
Well, I mean, it doesn't actually protect the pawn, right? You can take twice. So take, and queen takes e4, for example. And it is a pawn.
Yeah.
I don't objectively know how. Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. You don't know how to evaluate? Or
yeah, like I guess white is better, but I'm not sure how much better. Probably a lot, because rook a1 is coming, and
yeah,
probably
and black
is a lot better.
Black could take on e4, perhaps try and win the h4 pawn, then that variation. But yeah, it's after knight takes e4. The problem is bishop takes h4, knight d6 check is a monstrous move, super strong. Not just winning a pawn, but bishop d6 check is coming. Black's king is not safe. Like you said, Lawrence, rook a1 is an automatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the simple and safe way to maintain the advantage, and this is most likely what Erigaisi should go for, unless he finds something even stronger, which might require calculation, which might require a few minutes off his clock.
All right.
A takes b5.
This looks like a fairly straightforward way to operate. Erigaisi slightly down on the clock. Both of them have got about 5 minutes left each. Magnus deep in thought in his normal pose. But you take white here all day, every day.
Yeah.
We've got a few results.
We've got a few results.
We've got a few results that have come through. So Nepomniachtchi Giri, no surprise they did agree a draw. We already knew about Yu Yangyi beating Sarin, and the outsider Urtsayev has actually lost to Fedoseev reasonably quickly. Goodness, this went wrong in a hurry. It was a new kind of Milner-Barry new variation where white gives up a bunch of material. Looks okay at the moment, but Fedoseev, he just takes all the pawns, trades a few pieces, and white didn't have a chance. Goodness. Had to wreck his struck. Oh my goodness, this queen flying in. Yeah, this was always going to be a catastrophe. Catastrophic game for Arya Stanbeck. He had a great tournament until now. Still can put in a great tournament, but a really very easy game for Fedoseev to put him back in the mix on 4.5 out of 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like Urtsayev, he was full of adrenaline after some great results so far today, but that type of thing can happen if you play these risky openings, sacrificing pawns, going all out on the attack. If it doesn't work, it will backfire. So tough game, but he'll bounce back. He'll be stronger for this experience. And meanwhile, Fedoseev, he's going to be riding high. He's going to be one of the leaders heading into tomorrow on 4.5 out of 5. Great score. So those are some of the results, Lawrence.
Yep, absolutely great score. Well, we've still got our main game, very similar position to what we looked at just a moment ago. Magnus, and it's now a pair of queens have come off. I guess a pair of rooks will come off. And white's just going to have an extra pawn. And it's going to be one of those where Erigaisi, either he's going to be able to convert or not, and Magnus holds, but I think Magnus' winning chances are very slim in this game, I would say. But then again, he can also magic a lot of things, can Magnus?
As is mentioned in the feature chat right now, Erigaisi is very quick, He doesn't really worry about the clock too much. He's got great instincts, great blitz player. But I guess Magnus, his compensation does lie in the fact that black has 2 bishops. Doesn't look great right now, but if the position ever opens, those bishops will spring to life. There is also a target on b2. White's b2 pawn can be hit by black's knight in some cases. I'm not sure whether you immediately go for it with a move like knight to a4. Maybe you save that one for later. Black can push on the queen side with b4. So there are some small hopes long term. I still don't believe in it, as you mentioned, Lawrence. I still think black is the one fighting for his life, trying to save the draw. But we've seen Magnus turn around crazier positions than this one. And okay, he castles. Is that a second pawn sacrifice?
Not
Maybe
quite,
not
because
right now.
the e4 pawn hangs. So if we take on h5, I'm pretty sure black will take, and actually losing this e4 pawn is massive, because suddenly the d5 square becomes available for the black knight. So I think you have to prepare it. I think you have to go f3 here. I mean, it feels like the only legitimate move in the position. And now Magnus is pretty much forced to play the move g6, protecting the pawn. And now the technical phase of the game begins, because it's not easy for white either to make progress now.
Oh, wow. And Lawrence, I loved your f3 move, but he didn't go for it. He took on h5.
What did he do? He did take on
that
h5.
pawn
How?
on h5.
Curious.
I think he has a specific idea in mind, but I'm not sure it's so strong in that variation. Okay, Magnus has just whipped off that knight on g5, and after it's recaptured, e4 pawn drops. Does white want to go bishop e5? But I think Magnus has this one all under control. After bishop takes e4, bishop takes e5, maybe we can show this. Black can just play a move such as bishop to g6. And if white does take on g7, that knight is trapped. So I'm not sure whether you can win it anytime soon, but Erigaisi will have to take this one into consideration. Black can start playing knight a4, going for counterplay. Okay, there are some moves. Let's catch up with the game.
All right, let's catch up. All right, so there was a trade of everything, rook a8, and something very similar to what you're suggesting there, David. Black wants to trade all the pieces off, and after knight takes g7, as you said, play a move like bishop g6. But actually, why can't I take?
Lawrence, I think he's going to take with the bishop in this position, and he's going to go knight to a4, trying to win the b2 pawn. And Magnus wants to create counterplay. So, for example, after bishop takes a8, if the g7 pawn is captured, knight a4 immediately. White can't hold the queen side. Suddenly, all 3 results would be possible. Yes, it's opposite color bishops, but there'll be an imbalance with pawn structure. Who knows who's even better in this position anymore?
Yeah.
So, very, very sneaky by Magnus. He realizes the rooks were the only things, only pieces that could potentially defend b2. So he swaps them all off. Erigaisi, in the current position, if we go back again, he's got to ponder that. Does he trade the rooks off? If not, then black's rook is coming in. Yeah, rook a2 will happen if white moves his own rook. Yeah, I've got to say, Magnus, he's at least asking difficult practical problems yet again. He's so unique in that. You can never relax. You never write him off. He loses a pawn. That's never the end of the story. And yeah, I mean, as again is mentioned in the feature chat here by Anita Drink, you remember Magnus winning a drawn endgame? I remember hundreds of those cases. He seems to do it on a daily basis. Rook takes rook has been played. And the bishop recaptures. Yeah, knight a4, what do you do against it? You could play a move like bishop d6, potentially bring it around to a3, but then white's bishop does a defensive job defending b2, and that's never a good sign, going passive against someone of Magnus's quality. Yeah, if the knights come off, remember, opposite color bishops, it's guaranteed to be a draw. Is there anything to do now, Lawrence? Is there any way to...
That's the problem. I'm staring at this position, and I don't actually see a constructive way forward here for white. I really don't. I think this has been brilliant by Magnus to get out of the jam.
No way to continue risk-free. If you want to win, you will have to take some significant risks. If you're Erigaisi, for example, let
Erigaisi, 1 minute left as well. Magnus with a nice chunk up on the clock. And he does go bishop d6, looking to meet knight a4 with bishop a3. And this is a sensible move.
Sensible, but will it be enough to win? Feels unlikely.
Probably
somehow.
Not enough to win. Probably not enough to win. I don't think Magnus is in serious danger anymore. And I think he'll be very happy with a draw from this game because he was in serious trouble at some point. So I think, I think you have to be happy with a draw.
Yeah, Magnus will just play a move such as bishop e4, reactivate that bishop. And no matter where white eventually recentralizes his knight to, the threat of a knight exchange should guarantee Magnus that half point. I still see a lot in the featured chat, a lot of comments supporting Magnus, thinking he can maybe grind out a win from this position. But remember, he is a pawn down. I think, as you mentioned, Lawrence, a draw will be a very, very good result in this game, especially given the course of how things have developed. And okay, the black bishop will just move to a square such as c2 now. Black's knight will plant itself on d5. If anything, it's a fortress. Opposite color bishop endgame. I think we will see that handshake before too long, to be honest. Erigaisi low on the clock. Will he fight on? I don't think he can.
I think if the knights come off, the answer is no. It's been a long day. They both have maximum score. Of course, it's not really any risk, but yeah, if the knights are exchanged here, and he's got, under a minute. He might not want to risk it now. Let's see.
Okay, it looks like he's kept the knights on. He's played his knight to h5, I believe. There we go. We saw it on the camera. The board confirms it. But nah, this looks like an odd square. Black's bishop can drop back to attack this knight. Black's king can start getting ambitious coming forward. Yes, there's still no risk for white, really. You can always drop back and exchange those knights off later. But Erigaisi, at least he's showing psychologically who's boss. He's saying to Magnus, I'm not scared. I'm going to try at least to beat you.
But that means a lot as well. Because a lot of players would just swap knights there and say it's Magnus and draw. But Erigaisi understands he's on a journey now. He's going to be playing Magnus for many years to come. And he wants to show Magnus that he's not afraid. So this is actually a very important move.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be an enduring rivalry. And he's never been afraid of Erigaisi, but it's nice to reiterate that to your opponents. And Lawrence, maybe while this game... Well, I'd hesitate to use the phrase fizzle out, but while it fizzles out, let's check in on some of the other battles.
Let's go to Jan Christoph Duda against Jurgen Forest. And wow, this position here looks good for white to my eyes. We're trying to win this B pawn and then just have two passed pawns. How am I supposed to be worse here with white? The bar is slap bang in the middle, so the computer is not that impressed by white's position here. But I think any human player would just see this and think, goodness, this is yucky for black with b5 so weak.
Yeah, you're right. First instincts does say it's yucky. It does look difficult for black to defend. Maybe black can just give a check on c3, or black's rook could potentially land on c2. White's pawns are very far advanced on the king side, so they're potentially weak as well.
But I didn't see what to do after rook c3 checking f2.
Rook c2 maybe now, just to keep up the harassment of the white king.
King e3. Rook takes a2.
And you want to take on b5, I guess?
Yeah, I guess I have to, right?
Yeah, and even if I exchange bishops, black's knight could always land on e8. That one looked holdable for black, but we did see something else. And a Okay, wow. Black did give up the B pawn.
Ah,
And there's a pin.
this is very
Clever.
clever. Using the pin.
He's a clever guy, Jordan Van Foreest. He always solves his problems with tactics. Players, I mean, they vary across the spectrum of tactical versus strategic, and I've never seen him take the kind of boring solution. He's always living life on the edge, always trying to solve things with pins, double attacks, tricks. And yeah, it looks like white can't hold his bishop, and if the bishop is captured, we see a grimace as well from Jan-Krzysztof Duda. If the white bishop is captured, your winning chances are fizzling, disappearing. White's knight actually looks quite poorly placed. Unless you can break through with the white rook to the 8th rank and get some mating attacks, then yeah, that white knight might regret planting itself on the edge of the board. Duda, meanwhile, pushes forward. We should mention the clocks. Duda's down at 25 seconds. Jordan has over 2 minutes. What would you play here, Lawrence? Would you just take that bishop, whip it off?
Yeah, I think so. But f6, brilliant. Jordan not rushing, trying to liquidate all the pawns here. And if he does that, he's going to be rocking and rolling because there's just not going to be enough material left. I love f6. I think this is a great move.
Yep.
Very little
Agreed.
time also for Jan-Krzysztof here.
Yeah, and Duda really wants to force the issue now. He's, as you say, played rook c4. He's forced this exchange. White's rook will land on the 7th rank. Maybe some targets there. Black has to be slightly wary of checkmating ideas. If the black bishop didn't stand on d7, then rook c8 check would immediately create a checkmating pattern. So that bishop is attacked. I think Jordan wants to defend that bishop with his king. Is that the idea? You don't really want to retreat with this bishop, get pinned later on. I guess you could retreat. But White's B pawn is about to drop. So Jordan does defend that bishop with his king. Duda, 20 seconds. Pawns are dropping. He needs to go into defensive mode. He needs to backtrack, reverse gear, save this game. Just like with Magnus, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Got to play the position, and the position demands that White just tries to make a draw. But he's going for it, creating a threat of rook a8 check. That would be devastating to the black king. But Jordan will grab a pawn first. Rook takes b3, comes with check. I think black's king should be safe enough.
Rook takes b3, king f4.
Worst comes to the worst, at some point you do play a move such as e5 check. I don't think you want to rush that necessarily. Rook c3 is another move, just to be able to retreat the rook. Okay, he retreats the rook immediately. Now, can White's knight at some point find its way back into the game? It needs to. I think he'll bring it in now.
Maybe via g8. ef6 and knight g8. Is that a move?
Why not, Lawrence?
Taking
away the e7 square.
King e7, yeah.
Wow.
You know he's going to play that as well, right? I mean, that's such a Duda
nice
move. Yeah,
there we go.
Played it.
You called it.
Of course he has.
Now it's black's turn to play for the draw.
Yeah, now Jordan has to try and find a draw. Yeah, so king f7 I think is forced because knight takes f6 is just winning. Knight takes f6, king takes f6, rook takes d7. But I think that this is probably a draw.
Yeah. Everything is disappearing.
So
and we're headed straight down that line, Lawrence. You're right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Saw it on Duda's face as well. Duda grimacing. He knows that maybe he had chances in the middle game, but this endgame is going to end in a draw.
Let's see them play out. GF played rook d6, king e7, and not much to say or do. Rook h6 will be played, and whatever. e5, rook b4 check.
Yeah, getting hoovered off the board.
Yeah.
I think Jordan now, you see him lean back. He knows.
Yeah.
It is a draw. Nothing to be done. Waiting for the handshake. He is, we are. And then we'll head back to the other action.
Mm-hmm. Grishchuk, in the meantime, has beaten Tabatabai. Big win for Alexander Grishchuk. Shankland, on a bad run of form, lost to Sargsyan. Mamijarov beat Eric Hansen as well. So some of the fan favourites there have lost their way. Duda trying in vain to do something, but of course only a draw is a reasonable result in this position.
And in the background there, Lawrence, we saw Eric Icy walk away. So shall we wrap up how that game finished?
Yeah, actually, as
Magnus.
It did end up in a draw. Opposite colour bishop position. So the last time we looked at was around a little bit here. Yeah, so g4 and f5. Great move by Magnus. Forcing a number of trades. And yeah, once you have the double G pawns, opposite colour bishops, the knight not able to get back, there's nothing to do. In fact, once the knight does come back and the knights come off, there's nothing to discuss. It's opposite colour bishops, very standard win. Magnus wins a pawn. It doesn't matter. And when the bishop comes to a4, a draw was agreed because it's just a draw. It's just nothing to do in this position. So first points dropped for Arjun and Magnus. First points dropped for Jordan Van Forest as well, of course, who was on 4 out of 4. And that means with all of these draws that we now have a bunch of players on 4.5 out of 5, namely Carlsen, Fedoseev, Erigasi, and Van Forest. There are still some games going on. Let's go to Fabiano Caruana, who is playing against
Alexander
Shimanov, I believe. Yeah, give me a second here and I'll bring that game up.
Yeah, we can see them on the camera now. It's looking very tense. Shimanov very, very low on the clock. And if we do a quick count, we see that Black has an extra pawn. White's bishop also stuck on the edge on a7. If we head into another rook and pawn endgame, we could well see a draw. I think Fabi wants more though. And okay, he pins that black knight. That black knight is pinned always to Sunday, pinned twice now along the diagonal, along the file. And White's king is rushing towards Black's weak kingside pawns. Lawrence, predictions here. It's still 3 results, right? This endgame.
3 results, king f4. I mean, a lot can happen here. I think I'll go with Fabi because I think this is objectively tougher to play with Black over the board, even though the bar is slap bang in the middle of the page. Doesn't look intuitive at all to me. I get very concerned if f6 and h6 just disappears. So he's going to go king f5 here, 100%.
And it was nice to see Magnus, after finishing his game, still watching. He's such a student of chess, such a fan. He's, I think, checking out the progress of his fellow countryman, Aryan Tari. But yeah, if we go back to the Fabi game, yeah, it's really heating up. Black's d-pawn pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you give a couple of checks? Do you get greedy with White? Do you grab the f6 pawn? Do you ignore the Black f6 pawn and maybe go towards Black's h pawn? Because White's h5 pawn is potentially the winner. There we go. Fabi drops his king into g6. I like it too. That white h pawn, I would be terrified. Black's pieces are so far away from preventing it.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, Shimanov's gambling everything on the advance of his d pawn. d2 coming next.
Mm-hmm.
But Fabi doesn't care.
Wow.
Fabi grabs, and yeah, that white rook, that white bishop, they tend to combine quite well if Fabi can bishop out. But now there's a threat. Black rook wants to take that white bishop, distracting away White's rook on a1. Okay, so Fabi felt compelled to trade off.
King g7 will be played.
Mm-hmm.
But then if king c3 is a draw, well, if king c3 is a draw, there's no race. But they've only got 20 seconds. It's very difficult to actually calculate how this is all working out.
Process of elimination, though, as black, you don't have many other logical moves. You have to support your king, your pawn with your king. So he plays king d3. I don't think there was a difference there with king d3, king c3. Black's next move could well be rook b4, coming after white's g pawn as well.
That's a great move. That's a great move, David. Now rook b4.
Black just needs to give up his rook for white's two remaining pawns, and then it's a draw. The d pawn will cost white's rook its life. And there we go. He finds it, Shimanov.
Correct.
We're headed towards a draw in this one. As we see two of the youngest players in the tournament on the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, rook b4 was really good enough to hold the draw. Rook g1. Wow. Fabi's saying, okay, you can take on g4, but this is very interesting because black can take on g4 check and make a queen. But Fabi is basically just saying, I never lose this position anyway, and I might try and queen my pawn. Fabi actually trying to play for the win here, and it looks like we've got that position.
Wow!
After rook g6, which is huge risks.
Yeah, massive risks. And again, this is why the top players are the top players. That's why Fabi has been in the top bracket of world chess for so long, because he knows what is acceptable risk and what is too much risk. And I think he's right. I think white's h1 is strong enough that white is never really in trouble. So why not test the opponent? And there we go. White's pawn is about to be one square away from promotion. It should be a draw. We should mention black's queen can give checks along the diagonal, checks from afar. There'll be a whole bunch of checks. White's king will not be able to hide, but he's testing the opponent. And the opponent here, Shimanov in this case, has 15 seconds. It would be so easy for black to blunder and allow white's pawn to run through. What do you think, Laura?
That's true, but on the other hand, now with queen g1, it's clear that black has got all of this scope with his queen to come to the 7th here. So you're never really going to be struggling for checks. Like queen a7 check here, king g6, queen g1 check is just fine. Or queen h1. This also has to be good enough.
I respect Fabi for asking the question, though, for at least testing his opponent one move more, two moves more, making him be accurate with the checks. It will be a draw most likely, but it won't be for lack of trying on Fabi's part. And is that something you feel missing from his CV that he wants to correct, Fabiano? I don't think he's won any World Rapid or Blitz titles yet.
No, he would love to. He would love to. No question about it. It's an important tournament for all of these guys. No, it's not just some random rapid tournament. It's the World Championships. They hold it in very high regard. So,
and the players, they're very stubborn. I think this is the third time they've reached this position, but they haven't agreed the draw yet. And okay, finally, the handshake. Fighting game.
Yeah. Very, very nice game, fighting game by both of these players. Who else have we got to look at? We can go down to, let's see here.
Now we've just seen Volodar Mertzin, another player you highlighted earlier in that packed crowd. He has just beaten Vidit in the last few seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Vincent Keimer has just made a draw with Daniel Dubov in the last few moments. Yeah, I'm wondering, are there any other games still going? It doesn't look like it.
Not the top games. We're down to sort of board 43 and so on. If we're going to look at games, we've got a game. Martirosyan, who's not had an easy time, slightly better against Sergei Yudin. Not particularly interesting. Petrov, Rachmanov is a draw. Tomaszewski, after winning his first two, lost to Carlsen, lost to Merdin. Merzin is now beating Nestorov. Not a particularly exciting position, and that's about it. Oh, countryman Amit Garci drew the first round, won the second, lost his last 3, having an absolute nightmare. Surprised, David, that there are absolutely no English players really, except Amit. Where is Luke? Where is Gawain? Is it because it clashes with Christmas that makes it impossible? What's the deal there, David?
I wish I knew, Lawrence. I'm here busy with you. It's a pleasure to commentate, of course. I've played in the World Rapid Blitz myself, but England don't have a strong tradition in terms of participation in this event. I think it is Christmas. I think it's a cultural thing. England have a lot of strong players, of course, but Kazakhstan is far away, and it is that special time of year. Meanwhile, we do see a few games still going, so maybe we can get it up on the board, Lawrence. This is Aravind, I believe, playing with white.
We've got Aravind here playing with white. We'll quickly look at this, and I think after this one, we'll probably call it a day because all of the major games are pretty much done. This particular game is, this could go on forever, couldn't it, actually, theoretically? Although that said, maybe there's just no way to make progress. And Min Lee playing black, of course, legendary Blitz and Rapid player, especially online. This might just be a fortress of sorts because there's not actually a way to make progress here.
Yeah, you're right. I think his username on chess.com is wonderful time. He's
that's right.
Beaten me countless times on chess.com. But he is the one fighting for the draw here as black. I think we've seen a slightly different move. Bishop c5 was not played on the board. I think that's a transmission error. That bishop is on c5 now, as we see in front of us, but it's defended by white's rook. And like you say, Lawrence, it's a fortress because as soon as white's rook and bishop try to line up against that h6 pawn, black will start giving some annoying checks to the white king. So, it's destined to be a draw this game. And
I will try and go to a game where the moves are correct. Looks like this one, for example, the Tomaszewski game is one of them, but this is not very interesting. It's just a full extra piece with a passed a pawn, and Tomaszewski is just going to march this pawn down the board. So he's going to find a Queen c8, Queen takes c3 is probably good enough. Also worth noting that it's the correct queening square for the bishop.
Yeah, you're completely right. Without white's a pawn, it is a draw, but unfortunately for black, there's never going to be a perpetual check when you have so many pieces to shield the white king. So this is just a matter of time. And I agree with the featured chat here. It's nice to see. Wonderful time, all suited up for the occasion. I expect great things of him, especially in the Blitz event. I think he's going to cause some big surprises in that format, especially.
He's very, very strong. I will try to just get the right game up here as well, because this is actually not quite the right game.
As we see on the camera, it does look like Min is very, very confident about his chances to hold. Nothing much has changed since we last left the position. Maybe we can just focus on the players because, there we go. He's calling the arbiter. He's claiming a draw now. He thinks it's been 50 moves since the last pawn push or capture was made. Okay, no, he's just alerting the arbiter to start counting. He's just giving some checks. Dead draw here. White will block the checks, but now white's bishop is immobilized. And unfortunately, we don't have the right transmission here of the moves, but nothing much has changed. It's just the status quo. Rook and 3 pawns against bishop and pawn. No way we'll even see that beloved endgame, Lawrence. Rook and bishop versus rook. That would be a fitting way to end the day.
It would be, but it's just not happening. There's just no way that Min Lee is going to allow that.
Yeah.
Let's just keep our eye on the big screen and.
Yeah, let's just hold tight, ready for that handshake in a matter of moments. And I think that will end the action for day one of the tournament. Okay, rook d3, a very nice move, non-committal, attacking white's bishop. Aravind, I like the fact that white is trying to press for a win. You should always play as long as there's even the slightest chance. But against such a skilled defender in a position where the opponent has a fortress, I think he will call time on the game soon. Yeah, what do you make of today's action, Lawrence? Has it lived up to everything you hoped for?
I was going to ask you the same thing, but the answer is pretty much yes. We've had our ups and downs. We have had some inspiring performances. I would say that Jordan has particularly impressed me. Magnus, of course. Magnus previously didn't ever start a World Rapid with 3 out of 3, just so you know. This was the first time he ever started a World Rapid with 3 out of 3, which is shocking to think about it. So Magnus getting off to a good start is very nice. Eric Gacy, looked like he's really up for it. Some of the other players as well. I mean, Abdusattorov lost to Carlsen, but he beat Sanal in the last round to stay in it. There's a whole bunch of players on 4 out of 5. Meaning that it's going to be very, very close. Hikaru Nakamura, perhaps we're talking about disappointing results. I said that Donchenko was going to be a pretty poor pairing for Hikaru if Donchenko didn't want to risk, and Donchenko took half a point off Hikaru. So Hikaru dropping 1.5 points today, as did Alexander Grishchuk, as did Richard Rapport, Dubov, and Fabiano. So a lot of the top players there on 3.5, and then of course anybody on 3 out of 5 or less is already way behind the pace. Paco Vallejo had a horrible day. Paco on 2.5 out of 5. So it's been a tough one.
One thing I will say is that it's not about, I know it's a cliche, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And a lot of these players who are lingering around 50% or around +1, so that means 3 out of 5 points or 3.5 out of 5. All it takes is one good day, one winning streak, and they're up there again. I remember last year when I played, I was languishing around 50%. I won my last 3 games in a row and I got a prize. So it's about just kind of waiting for your moments, taking those chances when they come. And it's going to be frustrating for Nakamura, for all his fans out there, potentially. But one good day tomorrow, and he's right back up there. Magnus will drop more points. The others will drop more points. It's inevitable in such a strong field. Mm-hmm. And I agree, Lawrence. Today's been fantastic. So much action, especially that Carlsen against Abdusattorov game. That was the highlight for me. But I'm hoping that this vein continues. Very few short draws, very few boring games, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's one of the highlights of the World Rapid and Blitz is, that the boring draws don't tend to happen very often at all. You get a lot of fighting chess, a lot of interesting chess, new openings, whatnot. We can see here Aravind against Min Lee. Min being able to draw this in his sleep, basically. Rook a5, whatever. Min Lee insisting on the draw. Aravind saying, I want to play on, thank you. But no threats anywhere. This is a strange fortress because you've got a bishop and pawn against 3 pawns, but there's just nothing you can do. You've got no leverage against the pawns. And Min Lee playing any move, basically, saying I can draw this position with any move. Aravind, of course, getting that 10 seconds bonus per move, meaning the game can continue, but probably there's been a 3-fold repetition somewhere already. Rook a5. Min Lee very, very bored with the situation.
We can understand his frustration. It's been a long day for the players, for the viewers, for everyone involved. But it's guaranteed to end any moment now. And maybe we should start wrapping up, Lawrence, because I think we will see the draw. I think we'll see Aravind admit that he's not getting anywhere. And maybe we can talk about the leaders, just those scores one last time.
Yep, we can do that. So in the main event with the Open tournament, Magnus Carlson, Vladimir Fedorsev, Arjun Irigasi, Jordan Van Forest, the guys on 4.5, bunch of guys on 4. And in the women's rapid, only one lady on 4 out of 4, and that is Valentina the Destroyer Gunina, having a great tournament. When she's in form, she can be unstoppable. But she's closely followed by a group of very talented players on 3.5. Tan Zhongyi, Leia Garifulina, Humpy Kanuru, Elena Danielan, and Gunay Mamadzada. So that is also tightly contested. Very difficult to call either way so far in terms of favorites. But certainly, if you pick Magnus to be top of day one, you're in good stead. Plenty of chess, though, coming tomorrow. I think that game... Did that game finish? Or no, they are still playing it out and just nothing to do in that Aravind versus Min game. We are going to have, I think, the full standings. Remember, we're back the same tomorrow as well. That's 10 o'clock Central European time, 1 o'clock Pacific time. All the games are starting at this hour, except for the last day of the Blitz, in order to be able to incorporate the closing ceremony. On
that note, Lawrence.
Yes.
Maybe it's time to allow our viewers to go and celebrate Christmas with their families.
Indeed. Go and have a great Boxing Day, Christmas, whatever you're celebrating. It's been an absolute pleasure. Apologies for the husky voice. As you could probably tell, I'm a bit under the weather today, but I will get a good night's sleep. And tomorrow I'll be back with David Howe to go through day 2 of the World Rapid Championships. It's been an absolute pleasure for myself, David, and the rest of the team. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. Is Magnus going to continue in his good vein of form? We'll soon see. See you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.